Yeah, I think that's because he wants to humiliate her. That's quite clear to me.
You think that is that the intent behind that is to humiliate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you condemn him for twisting the knife then?
With Kaceytron, no. With Kaceytron, no.
But it is a lie, isn't it? It is a false statement to say that Kaceytron is being sincere in her apology. That is false, isn't it?
When I say that, like, parts of this conversation made me want to kill myself, like, it's a false statement, but I don't know if it's like a lie, right? Is it? Pisco is debating my entire community. That sounds fun. That's important. He started with Encello. Okay.
Hey, I don't have much time. What's up? I don't have much time. I think oh shit. I don't have much time. Hit me with your disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
Your shit's fucked.
Oh,
your shit's
trolling.
fucked.
His shit's fucked.
You should be responding to me right now. And so you're probably listening to the stream. Shit's fucked. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doing this. I'm moving you.
Are you talking with Pisco? Well, I'm going on Live and Learn tonight, so we'll talk there. I think he wants to. We have disagreements over the tanker seizure, maybe.
Hey, I don't have much time. Talk to me. What's up?
Oh,
Kalinda.
hi. You've talked to me. We've talked before. It was years ago.
Oh, there's
years ago.
What the fuck?
Yeah, years ago. I was on Steven's stream, and I was talking to him about like the Supreme Court and shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Wait, how much time do you have? Because this might take longer.
If it's about a law thing, you might intrigue me. It depends on what you want to talk about.
I have, well, I mean, kind of a little bit, but I wanted to ask you a bunch of questions because I feel like, intuitively, I want to say that I disagree with you because that I am more on the side of like, I guess the Ethan Klein sort of sphere thing, but I don't really watch him, but I watch Lonerbox. I'm actually one of his mods.
Box Loner.
Yes, that's correct. I'm also a streamer too.
Hell yeah.
And a liberal.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I feel like you and I probably agree on like 95% of things, but I think that you seem like maybe a little bit too charitable to the Hassan side, or maybe your opinion is that you just think that that Hassan is not as, or that we shouldn't be focusing so much on Hassan and all that shit because that MAGA is the bigger threat because Hassan doesn't matter because he doesn't have any power.
Yeah, that's kind of me.
Okay. I mean, I feel like it's maybe fair to say that. I mean, in some ways, I do agree with Destiny in the sense that I do think that it's like, it irritates me that the liberal establishment kisses up so much to these people because they're not good. Like they don't want to vote for the party. And I feel like that should be a single litmus test is that you should have to, if you don't want to support the candidate, then you should get the fuck out.
I just view them as like not gonna give a seat to the table to these fucks. They're like in the sense of making decisions. They'll give a seat to the table of the palatable lefties. That is like the AOCs, Mamdanis, and the Bernie Sanders. They'll get a seat at the table, but the Hassan types won't. I mean, it's the directionality of who's taking advantage of whom is quite clearly the Democrats are taking advantage of the platform to sell, election.
Oh, you mean to try to get people to vote. Yeah. I just wish that New York Times and like I think the Guardian was the most recent one, like that they would stop doing all these like this ostensibly liberal people would stop doing all these puff pieces of Hassan.
They're like gooners almost.
Yeah, or like the Pod Save America guys. Like nobody's done any research on any of the shit that this guy has done or said, and it annoys me. But
who's that one guy? Who's the Democrat dude who used to be? He did a Jubilee. He used to be a Republican. I keep forgetting his fucking the funny guy. He's a funny guy. What's his name? I'm not really narrowing it down. I'm so sorry. Who's the guy from the podcast from the Pod Save America? Tim Miller, he knew. He called out the USSR sympathies. That was good.
I want to ask you a question, though, about something else, because I'm curious. For the Ethan lawsuit stuff, I don't necessarily disagree with you. Like, I'm not going to try to sit here and say that Ethan did all this because he had something that because of some crazy like some like altruistic notions
Oh,
about
no,
like
I don't watch this. I don't follow this stuff because I just don't have the time to. But man, I always hear these whispers in the wind of Pisco's community being full of fucking nutters. this person fucking hates me. Journalists need to talk to the experts like Lord. I'm sorry, compared to Hassan, yes, I am an expert, actually. Yes, I am God compared in terms of fucking knowledge compared to that. But whatever. This person is definitely a hater. It's written all over them.
Copyright and React content and shit. I think the reason why he did it is because that these people were part of a sphere that was driving insane amounts of harassment towards him and his wife and his family, and he felt like he had no recourse. And like that was the only thing that he could
I think that's right.
Okay. I mean, do you feel like the shitty part about that is that he probably shouldn't have done that because it was probably like an abuse of the legal system.
Yeah. But also like these people, I don't think that they're culpable for the CPS call, by which I mean, I don't think that in any normal sense we would say they have moral fault for the CPS call. The specific people we're talking about, Kaceytron, Denims, or Frogan.
Would you say that
Denim's absolutely had moral fault? What the fuck? She like broadcasted the opinion and uncritically gargled it from a person that she knows is a liar. Like she knows 100% that he's that B is an untrustworthy liar, and she still just gave air to that claim and ate it the fuck up with no evidence. Okay.
Bad Empanada is culpable for the CPS call?
I think because I think more so him, because even if he isn't like causally responsible, I think he has like justified it explicitly. He has said that it was justified explicitly afterwards. But even then, right? Like what I would say for him is Bad Empanada, to the extent that I understand his opinion on it, he actually explicitly lied about it, right? In that he was making, I think, extrapolations that aren't at all justified by the clip.
Have you talked to Pisco about this subject? No, I mean, I mentioned that. I mentioned that we could talk about it on Live and Learn, but I mentioned that and the boats, and he seemed to lean towards the boats. It seems like neither of us have that much interest in having a fucking debate about the Ethan Klein stuff, because like there's not really that much to it, just besides the fact that Ethan is suing them because they violated copyright, and Pisco says he has every right to do that, as far as I know. I don't think he's walked back away from that. Because it's such an obvious breach, and they cell phoned so hard, like not from a human perspective of just seeing like how they admitted to wanting to steal views from him. I think Pisco's issue is just when Ethan says that he's doing it that part of the motive is to fucking set some precedent to protect people from Disney or whatever the fuck, right? But the way I need to go look back at what exactly Ethan said, because my understanding is that I don't think Ethan would deny that it's mostly driven by petty he's mostly doing it for petty reasons. It's just that like the way I see it is like, say you've got like a fucking neighbor, say like all my neighbors, actually, they all fucking I don't like any of them, and they all play their music too loud at night, and it pisses me off. But there's one guy in particular who every time he sees me at the fucking doorway, he's like, "You, Lonerbox, hope you sleep well tonight. I'm gonna blast some fucking hard beats in your ear at 2 a.m, starting 2 a.m, okay? All the way up until 10 or some shit." I'm like, oh, whoa. Well, I'm probably gonna call the cops on that guy. Fuck that. But I also don't, but I don't want to be like, I'm not one of those guys who wants to like fucking have people, have the cops called on people if they play some like slightly loud music on the weekends or anything. But that's not me doing the call on the one guy to protect the other ones. That's just me setting a high threshold. I think that's kind of what Ethan is doing with regards to, like, he wants to go after people who he doesn't like, but he doesn't want to go after people so willy-nilly that it just means fucking like anyone in this social space would just be like would fall under the hammer, you know? That's I think you can have both motives. But I don't exactly remember how Ethan said it.
He was going off of and also because this is like something that he tends to have a reputation for.
How does Kaceytron settling protect the React community from Sony and Disney? Nothing. It doesn't do anything. It does nothing to Sony. It doesn't do anything in either direction, right? It doesn't set any precedent in either direction. You can claim copyright for like 99% of React content. You can probably claim copyright and be fine if you register. It's just that we have a sort of social contract among creators that we don't do it very often. Hello, Kalinda.
Oh, hey. Did you finish watching it?
No.
Dave swaying out in chat about how I conceded too much. I guess, like, do you disagree that this could potentially be seen as like an abuse of the legal system? Like just suing people willy-nilly to try to get them to stop harassing you? Because I feel like at the end of it, I think that's really what Ethan was doing. I don't know how much that he cared that much about the copyright shit. Although he obviously had a case, and Pisco doesn't disagree that he had a case.
How much was so Frogan and Denim's obviously had a lot of beef with Ethan, but I don't know how much was Kaceytron harassing Ethan before the lawsuit?
I think
as far as I know, it was not that much, or anything really.
Wasn't she saying shit on her stream? I think the argument was that because she was part of that overall sphere of people, because there was probably some overlap with regards to the audience. Like she was part of that group. Is I think probably the reason why he picked her out. I mean, and she was part of that group because she was saying that insane shit about you being the Destiny APAC or something. Yeah, like she was catering to that same group of people, and I think that's why he chose her as among. And she was also one of the, and she was doing that, and she reacted to his content nuke. And I think that it's because that she was part of that and she reacted to it. Like, obviously, he didn't target you or Destiny or any of the other bazillion people who all reacted to it. And, like, I'm sure XQC's react probably wasn't particularly transformative, but Ethan didn't go after him either.
But I could just ask him. I don't know why I don't ask him. I might do an interview before tonight. But what was I saying? I think with Kaceytron, like I guess her thing is just the fact that she is easily like one of the most egregious examples. Like even the most shameless React streamer like would probably see what Kaceytron does and just think like, okay, this is probably beyond the pale, right? Like there's a even between like just fucking like mentally AFKing while playing a fucking video game and watching something and commenting maybe over it rather than pausing it, or saying like jumping in maybe every 10 minutes. Even that, like at least you're turning up, right? But if you're just going to put stuff on and have a loop of yourself in the background or not even be there at all, it's like, okay, that's maybe a bit different.
I know, I agree. I don't know if that's the reason why he does it though, because I mean, I'm sure there are other people who do that. Like there's been a whole bunch of shit with that. It's just obviously they didn't do it to him, but like Denims is also very guilty of that too. I mean, she starts every stream by like basically having Al Jazeera on as her waiting screen, and she lets it play for like 40 minutes or something before she actually starts, or it might even be like an hour, and that's like somebody else's content that she just does that with. But I don't know if, like, I feel like that Casey was probably maybe, at least in terms of the harassment shit, the least justified with regards to the lawsuit, and I don't feel sorry for her, but goddamn, there were people in chat when it was the settlement that was announced that were like, Ethan should have gone harder, fuck it. Like these people like would have been okay with her becoming homeless, which I think is a little bit ridiculous. I mean, I feel like that's insanely disproportionate, but yeah. Also, if you want, you pulled him in. Okay. I was just going to ask. Hello, David.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, he had that, because I remember in his video he had that list of creators who watched the nuke either in whole or in part, and he chose, but there was like 10 people in that list, or just under. He specifically chose Denims, Casey, and Frogan because they did that announcement of malice, again, which is not like a legal thing, but I think it's okay to set like a kind of social standard where, like in this space that we're in, it's been very much confined to people who just said, yes, I am stealing this content and I am making sure this guy gets less views because fuck him, right? Like, even just because it's not a legal precedent, that doesn't mean that as human beings existing in a space, we can't notice the very obvious difference between that and even someone like XQC, right? XQC doesn't care that, but I think that's still a bit different than someone just like openly saying it that's part of their motive to watch the video, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably true. Although, unfortunately, the law doesn't really provide for that. I feel like Pisco's argument would probably be, well, like, but that's not what the law is, though. The law is like copyright infringement does not require any sort of intent. It's either you infringed or you didn't infringe. And like he did say that Ethan had a case, but he felt like Ethan's argument, or that Ethan wasn't really being entirely honest about the motivations behind it, and that he was really just doing it because that he wanted because that he felt like it was his only recourse from the insane amounts of harassment that he was getting.
But then why didn't
so
he why didn't he
this.
sue more people then? Because there were more people who reacted to the nuke, even if they didn't watch the entire thing. Like all of them would have easily crossed like a copyright threshold. No, there were more creators, like people like Sean DeBlack and these people. They reacted to it as well, didn't they? I think he had a list.
Did he?
Well,
Did Sean
hang on,
DeBlack
he had a
react
list.
to
Hang
it?
on, Ethan, Klein.
I guess he must have picked them for the intent thing, but I don't understand that because that's not a requirement for copyright infringement. So it's very weird.
Well, yeah, because he, like, again, even though he probably could have sued more people, like I think he just chose a deliberately high threshold just because because you can two things can be true at once. Two things can be true at once.
Yeah,
You
that's
one,
true,
you don't
yeah.
like these people, and other is you don't want to like set some kind of like social trend where where people just like sue people for whatever, because obviously he's going to have a social influence by doing it. So just arbitrarily deciding that, well, I'm going to set the threshold at something that I think most human beings understand, like that declaration of like unambiguous malicious intent is obviously setting it apart from what 99% of React streamers would do. He's got a list here, right? He's got like North Star Radio, Frogan, Sean DeBlack, Denims, Mike from PA, Hallucinate.
Oh, they all did it. Okay, it's
Kaceytron,
because there was.
But
I think the issue though too is like, I guess another argument probably that Pisco might make is that, well, I mean, Ethan could have just done DMCA takedowns because that's the mechanism which is currently available if you violate somebody's copyright, right? But that's not what he did. And I'm presuming that I mean, like, do you think that, yeah, I guess that it is that two things can be true. Like, he was obviously doing it because he picked them out because he was trying to set some sort of a precedent with regards to intentionally stealing somebody's content and being like, hey bitch, I'm stealing your content. If you don't want to give views, come watch me instead. And I mean, the reason why they said that too ties back to the fact that they hate Ethan and all the harassment that particular group of people have been driving towards him. Like when I say that, I mean like that whole lefty sphere of like crazy tanky people who are punishing Ethan because he doesn't toe their line on their pet political issue.
Yeah, but that's why. Yeah, I don't think I'd like to know what the answer to maybe he'll bring it up on Live and Learn if he wants to. If he's not done with it, he seemed done with it when I was messaging him. But yeah, like the way I see it is, I don't know why. I'd like to know what the response is to that analogy that I made with the noise complaints. Like if I hate all my neighbors and they don't like me, and all of them at some point or the other will occasionally have friends over for a weekend and they'll like play music too loud or something, but I'm not going to like call the police on any of them. But if there's this one person who like comes up to me and says, hey, Loner, I'm going to have a party tonight. I'm going to fucking blast it in your ears because I know you're going to try to sleep at that time. Fuck you. I'm like, okay, I'm probably going to call the cops on you, but I don't want to but I don't like the idea of just like people getting potentially evicted or in trouble with the fucking cops because they play music sometimes, or they have like people over at their house late on a weekend. But that's not me saying I'm trying to set a precedent or anything. I'm just saying like, I could probably go after all of them legally, but I'm just going to go after like the specific person because I don't like them, but two, like I don't want to like overextend. Is that?
Yeah. Oh, I know that does make sense. I think your initial analogy without including the other neighbors didn't necessarily make as much sense because I would have just said to that, yeah, but like noise complaints are a thing that you can do and there's not really any extra requirement for it or whatever. Like people aren't allowed to be like overly noisy to the extent that they are disturbing other people. But if you were selective about it, just because this, like, yeah, it seemed like in that case, I guess you could make the argument where you just decided to do it because, fuck it, this one guy pissed me the fuck off. And because he came up to me and said he was going to do it because he hates me. Yeah.
I don't get like the outrage about like that scenario. Like, I don't know why someone would be like, how dare you pick out your target in terms of the people that harmed you the worst. And I don't know if this is the case in which anyone else is judged and said that they can't choose who they sue based on who, like, even if something isn't legally determined based on guilt, on like,
I don't know if that was
back-
Pisco's.
Yeah, Pisco doesn't care
argument.
about that. He just doesn't like Ethan with that line about the that it's gonna have anything to do with what happens if Disney or someone tries to sue people. That was his issue.
Yeah, that was his issue, and he felt like it was also a like abuse of the justice system if the actual primary reason behind it was that he was trying to get these people to leave him the fuck alone. Or if that was one reason. And he feels like Ethan was dishonest about the main reason why he did the lawsuits.
Well, why don't we
And,
see
like,
what he said? I just want to see exactly
that
what he
was the
said
main
and how he worded it, because he probably did word it in a fucking... Let's see.
Okay.
Because I don't want it to be like Chinese whispers. All right.
I think he further explains it to me in that conversation, because I did come in there to ask him a bunch of questions, but you probably can... Actually, if you just look up his initial reaction to it, it's probably...
Okay. Malice is absolutely relevant to common law damages. Why don't people realize this? Well, the problem is that what XQC does can be considered malice because you don't need to declare intent for malice. You can also say, yeah, I steal content. Fuck you. Don't care. Like, but that's not the same as I'm trying to take views away from, like, these statements are different from on a human level, but for legally they would both be malice. Yeah.
For copyright, though, I don't think malice is required. Malice isn't like the same.
No, it's not required,
kind
but
of,
it does affect.
yeah.
It can affect how much you can claim in damages, right?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. You'd have to ask Pisco that question. My understanding is that it doesn't matter.
No, I'm like almost 100% sure. Even Pisco has said that the damages do matter in terms of settlement, in terms of the amount of money he gets. Sorry, from damages.
All right, let's see this.
Denim's the queen of self-owning. You prevail again. There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now, I, Ethan Klein, have registered Hassan Piker Content Nuke with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating? Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken, these creators feel comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All 3 are on this list. In fact, they're the only 3, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video. Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Kaceytron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
They do musicals.
Wait, he's not saying that he's doing it to protect people from Sony or whatever. He's just... I don't...
He's not doing that. He's saying that he's afraid that if people can be so blatant about it, that in the future, like Sony or whatever might like come along and sue people. I don't think that's true. Like if Sony or any of these other people wanted to come along and like, and what they would probably do is they'd probably like threaten to sue like YouTube or Twitch or whatever, or they would just sue individual creators. Maybe they wouldn't care. They would just sue you. Like if I go on like Kick and I just start watching movies and like presenting them without commentary or any sort of transformative shit, like entire films, like yeah, they would be within their right to sue me, even if I don't say, hey, come here and watch this movie, instead of like paying money for it. Like I don't think that would matter to them. They're just gonna sue you.
I'm curious if someone actually, one quick thing. I'm curious if someone actually like asked Pisco point blank if it is possible for, if by suing based on a much higher threshold, that it is possible to influence, what is it called?
Precedent.
Precedent. Like I'm
Probably
curious,
not.
'cause
Probably not.
But
I doubt that.
Like why would it?
That's
It
not
might
what's
be because if you sued and you took the absolute bare minimum, but then you did a really strong case to win against that, then that could probably shift the precedent versus a slam dunk case in which you might be less likely, or at least less likely to create a crushing precedent in terms of like it being way too easy to sue. If you're anyways hitting such high bars, you're less likely to.
But that's not the argument. The argument is actually, it's more simple than that. The argument is that is it more likely that Sony will turn its eyes towards somewhere like Twitch or YouTube, given how these spaces moderate and allow React content to take place, right? Because on Twitch, you can watch full episodes and just be completely fine and rake in your fucking ad money and your super chats and all that, and you can be out of your chair. YouTube, I think, will strike you a lot more quickly for doing that. It sounds like because another interpretation of what he's saying here could be that he wants to like course correct Twitch or course correct React communities so that they don't put that massive alarm bell, because maybe Sony is not going to care if people are like watching bits and pieces here and there that YouTube already deals with through the copyright strike system. But if these companies are going to have a different attitude towards like, oh, there's this platform and there's these React streamers, and they just sit there watching full episodes, right? You understand that like that if a company was going to go after like React communities or whatever, that would also have a kind of public display as well, right? Because obviously these online communities are they've got big audiences, and they're going to have to think about the PR side of it as well. But to have people watching just full episodes while not even being there on the stream is obviously going to would probably make their public relations aspect of that like a lot easier. That might be one argument.
Well, that's true. I think the most like plausible interpretation of what Ethan Klein is saying here is whether or not he's correct about it. It seems there is some sort of worry or guilt about a crushing precedent, and he seems like the way he's talking. I mean, I'm not a fucking lie detector, but it feels genuine, at least in terms of his fear, and it is something he's consistently cared about. Is first of all protecting like copyright and having fair use, but like not having it be crushing either way. That seems to be something he consistently cared about. So even if he's wrong about this, it appears that it's something he is thinking about, and it's why he's making those kinds of comments.
I think that's why he chose to do it, though, right? Or that he chose specifically to pick out these people who declared their intent before, or like after watching or while watching or before watching his content nuke. That was why he chose them. And like I think you're right, Leonard, that yeah, two things can be true at once. He obviously did not want to like turn this into a thing where he was going to chill the entire React community. Now, I would still contend that if his if the only thing he cared about here was the copyright stuff, then he could have just done DMCA takedowns of those particular creators and said, hey, I did this because that they maliciously declared that they were stealing my shit. But
he didn't say that.
He didn't.
Like,
well, obviously, like DMCA is less damaging to someone than suing them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
That's
less of
what
a deterrent.
I mean, though.
Like yeah. But obviously, if it was all about the copyright thing, then he would have just sued everyone. He would have sued anyone who reacted to it, right? Because you don't need to react to the full video to be culpable for a copyright suit.
I think that like I feel like the issue is that he what I'm saying though is that I think it's not entirely about the copyright thing, right?
No, of course it's not. No, it's because he doesn't
yeah,
like that
that's-
community. Yeah. And it's because
Yeah,
of
yeah,
spite,
and
and mainly, and a lot of the spite is because he does care a bit about copyright, but then obviously the spite motive. People say the spite motive is to do with the Hassan Snark thing, but isn't the spite also to do with the fact that they literally looked into a camera and said, "I am stealing views from this guy. Fuck him." That's spite as well, isn't it? Because the fact that you can go for everyone, but you're going to choose these people specifically because that's your right for civil law.
I think that like it is definitely both, and the fact that they looked into the camera and said, "Hey, I'm stealing your shit, fuck you," was like stemmed from the fact that it was all part of their overall campaign against him and not wanting to give him any support because they don't like him because he didn't pass their fucking purity test. And it was all like it all kind of melds together into one thing with regards to just being this one. But like I don't know. I don't think that Pisco is like, people think that Pisco is carrying water for Hassan, and I don't necessarily think that that's true. I think maybe it's just because he's not jumped on the Hassan hate train enough, or he's not as lauded about how much he hates Hassan, and as such people have jumped to conclude that he just doesn't like Hassan. It also probably doesn't help that his chat is full of crazy people. Yeah.
I think Pisco's wrong about there being no cultural precedent. I mean, obviously there's no legal precedent because it's already illegal to say, "Hey, I'm going to steal this person's shit and rebroadcast it." But if you go look at Kaceytron whenever she started streaming again yesterday or something, she was way, way, way better about like viewing people's content. Like she was watching shit on stream, obviously, but she was absolutely way better about pausing, about adding, talking and other stuff like that. So to say that there's no like cultural precedent is already kind of proving itself wrong, because Exhibit A, it's already affecting Kaceytron.
We'll see how long that
There's
lasts.
a precedent that Kaceytron is going to have when reacting towards Ethan. But
I think it would spread, though. I mean, if people,
there's
you know what I
no
mean?
evidence to prove that it would spread. People have been DMCA'd before. They've had copyright issues brought before, and none of that has stopped the millions, billions of internet retards to continue to do this. So I think jumping to this is going to spread like wildfire and it's going to change the commentary community and they're going to be more honest actors, that I think that's bullshit.
I don't think it'll spread like wildfire.
I think it's
I don't think
just
it's like-
Kaceytron.
About the precedent is also very stupid because all of these people are very clearly in positions where they're going to have to create a private settlement. So there is no legal precedent.
Vibrant future.
There, right? Like we've done this before. There's no cultural precedent. There's no legal precedent with a private settlement between two parties. So those things are both out. So I think Pisco and I share the same opinion that Ethan justifiably is very angry at these people and wants to get them for harassment and defamation, but he can't because those are incredibly hard cases to bring. Those are hard thresholds to meet. So he picked the couple of people out of there that he knew he could get a slam dunk copyright case, and he used copyright as a proxy for going after them for defamation. And from a legal philosophical standpoint, one, you're punishing the behavior. Yes, you have a copyright claim. Yes, you're punishing bad illegal behavior, but you're not punishing the behavior you want to punish. So no actual justice is being served there. And that is the point of the rule of law in the legal system, is to bring about justice. The second is the reason defamation cases are so hard to bring is because the First Amendment and the free speech threshold is so high. And I don't like, from a personal standpoint, from a legal philosophical standpoint, I don't like that people are trying to stifle different types of speech or create defamation claims by proxy using copyright law, because those are two different things. One is very protected. I don't like using a different law to go after the protected law because you don't have that case to make. To me, that gives me an icky feeling in my stomach.
I think that would be valid if there wasn't also a precedent of, we know that Ethan cares like somewhat about copyright, no?
I personally don't. I personally, obviously, I'm not a mind reader. I don't think Ethan gives a flying fuck about copyright.
He had a whole fucking spat with XQC about content.
Yeah, but
and he also is involved in the copyright case law, yeah.
But he didn't bring any consequences upon him.
Yeah,
right?
so he obviously had like a moral issue with it.
And he could have had, and he could have that moral issue with it. But the fact that he's only bringing the legal issue to the handful of people that are also associated with snark and associated with that harassment, to me says he's going after them for defamation, using copyright as a proxy for that. If it was just copyright and he really wanted to make an impact, he would go after the biggest creators that have the biggest audience, that it would make the biggest impact on the internet if he went after that.
No,
If he got,
that would
like,
be if it was all about
people,
copyright, right? If it was primarily about copyright, he would have done that. But I'm just saying that he cares a little bit about it, because with XQC,
I mean,
like
maybe.
it's not a coincidence that he went after 3 people who actually went beyond what XQC does, right?
I'm not saying that he doesn't care about copyright at all. I'm saying that if he does care about copyright, it is at the lower end of the list of things he cares about here. And
Yeah, I mean, sure.
I don't like. If I was in Ethan's shoes and I was receiving that harassment, I would like to think I wouldn't do this, but I don't know what I would do. Like, I get why he would be this pissed and this willing to take it to this extreme, right? But as a legal person, what I'm seeing here doesn't sit well in my gut with me.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't believe that anyone who has kids, who had their kids, like one of the people that was the main like instigator of the CPS like thing happening at his house. I don't think anyone could not like do at least this. After
But what did
they
Kaceytron have to do
broke
with
the law about
CPS? What did Kaceytron have to
Yeah.
do
No,
with
not
CPS?
Kaceytron. In terms of like, well, I'm just saying in terms of like, Maruti saying that she thinks she probably wouldn't do it. I feel
I would
like
hope that I
anyone
wouldn't do it. I don't know what I would hope I wouldn't do it.
Can I-
Right?
But isn't it? Well, I know. But the thing with civil lawsuits, aren't all civil lawsuits somewhat based on your personal, like
Yes.
arbitrary, like position, your arbitrary, like whims?
But
Because
the
obviously, like you
difference
can,
is,
yeah,
like,
the
with
people you choose to
like,
sue
with your
with civil
analogy,
laws.
Loner, with your analogy, if your neighbors are all really loud and noisy, right? But one of them takes your parking spot every day. And what you really want to punish them for is taking the parking spot, but you can't get them on the parking spot. So instead you call the cops on them for the noise violation. Like that's the discrepancy that I dislike in my gut.
Why?
Right? And
I think we made it.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
You're
But
not
my question is, why not? Because if someone is,
because you're not fixing the parking spot problem. You're using the law to punish the person, but you're not punishing the behavior you want to punish. You're not going to receive the justice for the thing you want the justice for, is for them to not park in your fucking parking spot.
okay, but what if the noise
Yeah,
complaints what if they don't work? What if the cops are useless for noise complaints, or they do the thing? Because I had a neighbor who did this. He would just turn his music down every time. Like he would sit at his window playing loud music, and as soon as he saw that there was like a cop car or someone pulling up, he would just turn the music down and be like, "Oh, I don't know, sorry."
Yeah, but in my analogy though, you're using the noise complaint to punish the parking issue. So how is the noise complaint going to get you your parking
Actually, I have
spot?
an amazing question. Isn't this what is done to like cartel people all the time in terms of getting them on crimes that aren't their actual crime, because it's way too hard to get enough evidence to get them on the crime that they
and
really deserve justice for?
I also
That's
like yes, Al Capone. Everybody knows Al Capone. He went to jail for tax fraud, not for all of the mafia shit he did, right? And like, yes, he did violate tax law, and yes, it was good that he went to jail for that. But the real justice wasn't served because he never faced the consequences for all of the mafia fucking killings he did, right? Like, how many people
But
did
at
he
least
kill?
some justice
There
was
no
served,
justice
right?
for that. I would say
At least
not.
we got him. At least at the end of the day, at least there was some sort of consequences for the complete breaking of all sorts of laws that he was able to do without real consequence. I think the same thing can apply to Denims and all these people here in terms of
But I
major
think that's dangerous.
action.
Even in the Capone situation, that's a dangerous route to go down, right?
Kind of, but I think
Then
everyone
what's
here would
the point of
probably
having
think that
what's the
one
point of
thing.
having specific statutes or specific civil rights that have different compelling interests or different reasons or different levels of thresholds that you have to meet in order to bring those cases, right? Like we
I guess,
have
but the thing
different
for me is
levels of
like if you're a
different
multiple
violations
lawbreaker,
for
if you're
different things.
like someone who is like skirting all sorts of laws and barely passing by in terms of like being protected by other areas of the law, but you really are just like breaking it, but not at the level at which you can actually be punished for it. Like I would say that almost definitely all three of these people have like viciously done defamation, despite them not meeting the legal threshold in which there can be a slam dunk case and punishment for. I think everyone in here would say that
No,
At
they
least one of
haven't.
these people has.
If they don't meet the threshold for that, then legally they haven't committed it.
Correct.
You can say they're
But I think-
assholes, which I would.
No. But
You can
do we think
liars,
that
which I
forget
would.
legal? I think that in terms of the verbal definition of what defamation is, that these people have done it. I'm not saying about legal. I'm not saying about anything. I'm saying that these people have done actual like verbatim definition of defaming in terms of knowingly lying about Ethan Klein, whether or not
Hold
it's
on.
provable.
Can I just a sec? The defamation thing is harder though. Like with the Al Capone example, the problem is that they knew that he had killed and murdered people, but they didn't have like enough evidence to prove that he had killed and murdered people. But like obviously they knew that he had done all those things, and so they got him on
think we know that about these
taxation.
three as well. I would say
Hold on.
that's it.
They got him on tax evasion instead. I think that is a lot more acceptable. You could make the argument that that's more acceptable than this other thing here. And the reason why I would say that is because that like it's very hard for you to look
The scale's much
inside.
worse, obviously, as well. Obviously, I'm aware that the scale is not the same.
Oh
It's
yeah,
for
I'm aware,
murder.
but with like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Denims doesn't believe it. I'm not really sure. Actually, you know what? I think that of the three of them, Kaceytron was probably the one who doesn't care. I think it's more likely that she was probably trying to get clout. And that was why she was doing it, because her career has taken a dive. And I think that, but like in terms of like Frogan and Denims or whatever, I think that they actually do have like some dog in this fight, or that they care about this conflict, or they think something. Like I feel like if you're talking about people who knowingly defame people, and we have evidence that they did it, Bad Empanada is the real big example of that. Because like he will say, yeah, I don't give a shit, and then he'll just keep saying the lie. Like he even admitted to you in your debate with him that he had told a lie about you, and then he said, yeah, I just said it because I thought it was funny. I don't give a shit, you know. Like someone could easily sue him for defamation and get him on it.
The thing is, they might not even get him on it because of how fucking horrific defamation is.
I mean, I don't know.
Hi.
Hello,
Sorry,
Mina.
I just want to say something quick. I think comparing civil litigation with criminal litigation is a bit of a problem.
Oh, that's
because
true too.
like at the end of the day, Capone was a very dangerous person, and I think getting them out of the free world and into custody has a higher priority than making sure that justice is served.
But also,
when,
I would
like
say that
civil
I
litigation
still
is like.
disagree with that. I still disagree. I mean, it
Okay,
could just be my brain is poisoned.
I understand.
Legal
Like
talk, legal
you're
talk.
just like one bad day away from pissing off the wrong person and them going to court and getting you. When you try, like, I understand your point, right? But the thing is, like, with criminal stuff, you want to keep the community safe, so you
I
try
think
to
it's
get
even
them out
more
of the
important that you
out of
don't do
the.
that in criminal
Wait, can I get
cases.
some things
Yeah.
confirmed here, just from like the because I don't watch the HD podcast.
Hi,
Like there are
Pisco.
people
Pisco's
saying
in the waiting room.
there are people saying yeah, okay. So there are two claims being made here in chat. I just want
This
to
goes in the
confirm.
waiting room.
There are people. So there's one person saying that before the nuke, Ethan said it was more about the Snark Reddit because they were restreaming the podcast and uploading member content. And he was using the suits to get to them, because I guess that's part of the lawsuits. And then the other one is someone saying that he offered them an opportunity to apologize and obviously not pay any financial or anything, but none of them did it. Are both of those true?
I don't know about the second one, but the first is
first
true,
one.
I think. I remember
Yeah,
that.
dude,
Yeah.
the Snark, they were always stealing his content. It was a constant problem where he was DMCAing them all the time, like the private streams. So yeah, so it's been a problem where they've been stealing his content for a while.
Yeah, it wasn't just that though. Like he is actually genuine. Like he's talked about over and over again the fact that Snark has plagued him for years with like an insane amount of harassment. And I think like they posted the address to his office on their web on like the subreddit and all this other crazy shit that like this community in particular has been really bad. And he's been looking for ways to get them off of Reddit because they refuse to because Reddit refuses to do anything about this particular community, even though I'm pretty sure Reddit's rules say you're not allowed to do like targeted harassment, which is what this community has been for. And so he's been trying to find other ways, and going after them legally was one way. And I think it was the copyright stuff. But I mean, he has talked about the fact that for years he has had trouble with this community. And I think it's probably gotten worse after the Hassan shit. And now it seems like a lot of people in that community are just like Hassan fans or people from that lefty sphere, or that's
This
become
is
the
something-
focus of their anger.
Ethan said something like when he was contacting Reddit, to get this Snark subreddit taken down, he said something to the effect of, well, we can't take it down because your subreddit is just like them, which is actually crazy, because if they think that, they should just remove all of them, It's actually crazy.
Yeah, hello, Pisco.
How we doing, folks?
Hey,
What up?
why the fuck
Why
you so
are you
quiet? What the
quiet?
fuck?
Oh, am I quiet? Hang on a
Yeah.
sec. I'll try to fix it.
It wouldn't be a stream with Pisco without Pisco having audio issues.
Audio
no.
shit. Yeah. Hang on a sec. Try to fix it for you guys. Good morning, or how late is it right now in Scotland?
It's 4 o'clock, man. It's afternoon.
Holy crap! Oh, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, not in the morning.
Loner, your time
afternoon,
zone
yeah.
is like an excellent hack for streaming, because like you can like get up and do stuff during the day and then stream in the evening, and like you could even stream until like, I don't know, 2 or 3 a.m. your time, and you'd still be able to have a whole block of time to do shit.
His time zone is
next
the
morning.
bane of my existence. Okay.
What are you, GMT?
How's this?
GMT
How's this? Is
learner?
any better?
GMT.
Any better? Any better?
That's good.
Yes,
That's,
that's
that's
much
loud enough.
Yeah, that's better.
Awesome. How y'all doing?
Well, now you're too loud.
Pretty good.
I'm joking. I'll take it down.
I'm too loud.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll just,
Join
just a
Alrighty.
little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah.
So you're talking Ethan Klein lawsuit, fair?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and
All right.
Pisco, Loner was watching the conversation that I
willing.
had with you yesterday, and I
All
just
right.
came in to clarify some stuff, because certain people in here thought that I was conceding too much.
Yeah.
About
You never do that to me. Yeah, I should start conceding myself.
love
I condemn Hassan and I condemn his works.
Whoa.
So we
I
can just move
think
forward.
I think the problem is that, I'll just say before, like, Pisco, you say what you want to say. I think the issue is that there are people on the like people who are upset at you, Pisco, and people who are just in general, like, kind of on the anti Hassan side, who for some reason refuse to concede that Ethan may not have been being entirely honest about his motivations for like filing that lawsuit, and that there are things that, like, I don't know why it's so difficult to just say, yeah, that's probably true, and I don't know why Hutch seemed to have difficulty doing that. I really don't understand why you can't just make that concession and then move on from there to talk about, like, why you thought he
understand
should
it?
have done it.
I think there's a possible reason. Well, the first is I think that there's like a reluctance to give ground on anything.
Yeah,
when-
that's true.
Right. And you see that for Trump people against them too. It's like, why should I concede that this is a bad thing that happened to Kirk or whatever if they never concede other stuff? And so, like, there's just maybe it's a reluctance because we don't like these people to give ground on anything. And then also, I think if you give ground on, well, Ethan lied, that's people don't want to admit that kind of undermines I think a big part of the rationale of the lawsuit from the ethical perspective. So I think that there's multiple. It kind of feels maybe like a betrayal almost if you say, like, yeah, Ethan lied about.
Wow, I want to test the position on this. Not test, sorry. I just want to ask a position on this. Do you think that Ethan exaggerated or lied? And if lied, which part? I'm just curious to hear that.
Yeah, I do think it's a lie, by which I mean I think he was knowingly misrepresenting his view. And so the two lies that I've identified are, I think this is the easier one. He lied about the sincerity regarding Kaceytron's apology. Do you agree with that first before we get the second?
I'm a little out of date. I only remember the old stuff. I don't know the full
Which
apology.
part
and
of the apology? Which part?
The
I mean,
part-
obviously, some part could have been genuine.
So Ethan said that that Kaceytron's apology, by which he meant, and I understood the entirety of the apology, including the different things that she apologized for, was sincere. And I'm just asking, do you guys think that that's true?
I think it's perfectly, reasonable to think that she does feel regret for saying some of the hurtful things she said. Yeah.
I
Do you think
don't-
that she?
think it's
Do you think?
I'm pretty.
Do you
wait,
think
no,
that
there's no way that
Kaceytron
anything she
reg-
said there was sincere, right? Like,
Except
This is
for the
what I
fact that
mean, right?
it's
Like,
Hassan.
you guys
I
won't
think
give
that
ground on
was
anything.
true.
So
Wait,
you
hold on,
I don't.
hold on,
I
hold
watched
on,
the
hold
whole
on.
thing. I don't think
you
David,
won't
it's
give
shut up.
ground even on the you won't give ground even on the notion that
No, I think
Kaceytron
she
is being
wasn't
insincere.
I think she wasn't sincere on most of it, but I think the part where she exposed Hassan, quote unquote, I think maybe that part was
That part's
more
probably
yeah,
sincere.
there's
'Cause-
no-
well, she was saying that
that
before
was-
the
no, I
apology,
think
right?
it
She was saying, "Where the fuck is Hassan?" in the little fucking field, green screen. Yeah.
But wasn't she later on? Wasn't she later on in like his chat? Like the notion that this was an apology that she really genuinely felt is
Oh, I
preposterous,
don't-
and we all know this.
I don't
Right?
think
It's
you
not true.
Disagree. No,
sorry she got
disagree.
caught. I think she was sorry she got
Disagree.
caught.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
Okay, first off,
She's not actually sorry though.
no, Pisco, can I walk you down a path?
Let's not all talk over each other.
Accept that. You're right.
Pisco is right. She doesn't give a fuck. She wants to get out of
Mhm.
trouble, right? And I
Yeah,
Exactly.
I believe in the settlement negotiation process. She had counsel. The counsel had a fiduciary duty to her. It was in her best interest to sign it. But she does not actually give a fuck about.
Right. So why did
anything.
Ethan say it was sincere? And you can say the lie was justified, but people on this call, or some maybe, I'm guessing, won't even concede that that's a lie. Like you
Hold
can say
on,
it's a lie that's justified, but you won't even concede it's a lie. It's crazy.
I'll tell you
No,
why.
no, no,
I'll
no,
tell you.
I don't really
hold on.
understand that part.
I'll
I
tell
didn't see
you.
that.
I'll tell you why. It's easy. Because he didn't want his community to like go after her and dogpile her. That's why he.
It
even
was a
added that
lie,
part
right?
At the end. I mean, yeah, I think it was a justifiable lie though, because he was because he considered the matter over and he wanted to close the book on it, and he didn't want like the war with her was over, and
Stop.
he didn't want to have any. Yeah.
Wait, can we watch this? I want to watch what he said. Maybe
Okay,
yeah, because I'm
sure.
maybe I'm being autistic. If Ethan said she was very sincere or whatever, would that not be
Maybe
sarcasm?
she
No,
was
it's
sincere
not
during the
sarcastic,
settlement
but-
negotiations.
No,
but we are
not in the
privy to
context-
those.
Not in the context in which you're about to watch it, Lonerbox. And what's more, if it's an insincere thing he's saying there, that's its own problem, because then it sounds like he's encouraging his audience to go attack her. And that I don't think is going to be, if it's insincere, if Ethan's statement here you interpret as insincere, it introduces a whole host of other problems that we're going to get to. So, I mean, it's one or the other.
Okay.
You're not going to get away around it.
Oh, okay.
No matter how hard I try, apparently. Let's see.
We're able to kind of put this behind both of us and move on amicably. So I do want to thank Kaceytron.
Yeah.
I think ultimately her apology was heartfelt and sincere, and I really appreciate everything she said, and I do. So I want to just say thank you to Kaceytron.
Same. I'm happy we can put it behind
This
us.
has been unpleasant for all of us.
Yeah.
And I just wish you all the best. And and that's it. So that's it. Nothing but goodwill to her. Now, that being said, send this snark link first.
Is there a bit
The one-
before
check
or after
the
this that I
chat.
should?
Because there's this there's this snark post.
I think you've
When
seen everything you need to
that-
see.
When he was first watching it, he was saying, "Hey guys, don't it's done. Don't be mean to her." He was saying that when they were first watching it.
Yeah, so no one watching this, it's reasonable, thinks that he's doing like a little tongue-in-cheek thing and being insincere. He's trying to represent that he views the apology as sincere. Does everyone agree with that?
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
he
yes,
says
but
it's
I
fully
don't think.
sincere. He says it's fully sincere. He says
Wait,
it's
I have a
fully
question.
sincere. I agree.
Wait,
Hold on,
I think
hold
it's
on.
being.
No,
Pisco.
okay,
wait,
so
let me just say
So
my
why
one
can't
thing.
we just
and then
admit? Why can't we just admit everyone here he lied?
Okay,
Can
wait.
I-
just to be
can I
clear,
just
we
ask
did
I think
a
lie.
she's
question?
being sincere in
Nina,
some parts.
Nina,
She
what-
is
what-
being
Can I
one
just
sincere in
moment.
ask
some
a
parts.
question that I because I don't
Fine.
understand quite like the legal repercussions from that. What would be the issue if he didn't accept that apology? They would still
Well,
continue on.
It's
with,
not about it being a legal thing. It's just about whether or not like Ethan
Yeah.
is sincerely
This is-
saying that he
this is
thinks it's heartfelt
demonstrative.
and
Right.
honest.
So you can make an argument later on that many of you could make that it was justified to lie in this context. What this is just a gut check. Are you guys able to like live in reality right now and just acknowledge,
Wait.
maybe try to justify it
something
that
to
he
do.
lied?
That's literally what I'm trying to do. Hold on. So I'm
Yeah.
gonna say, to be clear, obviously he's lying here, and I don't actually think you
Okay.
care about the lie, right?
Oh, I
you
do.
don't care. You do. You
I do
find
care
it.
about the
You
lie.
find it harmful. You think that if he's lying to make them hit like the harassment end because she kind of did what she needed to do, and it's like it's been too much already. You think that that's like an issue, or is it because you have
Well,
a different interpretation?
Well, I have a different interpretation of his motivations. And so because I don't think that there's a benevolent motivation here, and because in addition to that, even if he did have a benevolent motivation, I don't think it's justified given the other potential consequences, I do think it's unjustified, and I do care about it.
Really? Okay. Well, first of all, I like you to try to justify the harder position first. I like to hear this. So you think that even if it's to stop harassment, you would still have a major problem with this, and I want to hear that one. That one's interesting.
Correct. I think for us to be okay with our public communicators lying intentionally about whether an insincere person actually genuinely takes certain views or thoughts on, for example, calling Asmongold's mom about or whatever she said there about the rise of anti-Semitism, about the other collateral issues not related to the copyright, things like that, right? We would not accept those deceitful acknowledgments from public communicators unless the harm reaches a certain threshold. So if I thought that Kaceytron's life or health or security would be in danger, then I would say it's justified. But even on the view that all Ethan was trying to do is to prevent her from getting public criticism, and I'm distinguishing that in my head from harassment, that is to say someone undermining her privacy or security or stalking them. That's what I think actual harassment is. But as opposed to public criticism, I think that is unjustified. That because we don't want our public communicators as a norm lying about whether an insincere person is being sincere on these collateral issues like anti-Semitism and what's justified and politics shit. So that's why
I think the idea here would obviously be that whether or not she's sincere about why she's stopping, she's going to be stopping because she knows that there's now consequences. I feel like that. I guess you could say that then he should say that out loud.
Wait, hang on. I'm just asking, do you agree with what I just said, Lion of Zion? So what I just said was, even if his only motivation is to prevent Kaceytron from getting harassed, by which in the colloquial sense that is public criticism. If all he's trying to do,
I think it's about bullying, not necessarily public criticism.
So it would have to
be being criticized. I think he fears that in a big community, at a big community, there's some level of bullying that'll happen there. Obviously.
But that's not enough.
It's a bit of a long fall.
Can I just
is lying? Wait, let me respond to that. Is lying about an insincere person justified to prevent that insincere person from being bullied?
So long as all of the major issues have now been solved, I think eventually you could say listen, some level of people that are going to go too far and do a little bullying, but that we don't think there's actual serious harassment that's happening. That's okay, so long as this person is continuously lying.
So you would accept it. So let me finish this line. If Hassan Piker lied about denims or whatever to save them from concerted bullying, you would say that's justified. It's not a hard question. It's not a hard question. It's not a hard question. None of you would accept if Hassan Piker lied to save one of his orbiters from public criticism, by which we mean bullying. None of you would accept that.
Well, yeah,
and Lonerbox, you agree?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, but I'm still trying to find the. Wait, hang on. Wait, no, stop. Fuck me. Maybe I'll just kick all of you out, apart from the man. I just want to. Well, I'll say Maruzi's on Pisco's side. Okay. I'm still not understanding what the issue is with the sarcasm. Can I just watch this part as well? Because he says heartfelt 3 times. Yeah. Are you guys? Can you see my screen share?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll look at it. It's just sit on it. What a heartfelt. I mean, genuinely, and I'm gonna say something. Kaceytron, we've said it continually throughout this. You are extraordinarily funny and a very talented person, and I wish you all the best in the future, in your future endeavors. And I know you will continue to make people laugh, and to continue to bring joy to people in that regard. I think you are extremely funny and very clever. So, and I accept your apology. I do, and I appreciate all the sincerity and just all the specific. A lot of the stuff in there was really, I think, warranted, and I'm glad that she's come to terms with a lot of it, and I appreciate it. I really think she's turned a new leaf. I do.
Okay, there's one thing that we're throwing out right away, okay? And I'm the most autistic motherfucker. Him going, what a heartfelt. It's obviously sarcasm, okay? All else equal, we can all agree that this is definitely sarcasm. There's no other explanation. No?
No.
Okay,
that's
why?
absolutely false. The entirety of that segment that you just played is him genuinely trying to pretend as though Kaceytron is being sincere and that he's turning a new leaf. He's not being sarcastic when he says that. And then because right after this segment, he starts saying about how he understands fucking Kaceytron's financial position, how Hassan didn't help that position. So they are trying to appeal to the emotions of Kaceytron and make them seem like better people. Anyone who sees that entire segment and who thinks that he's being sarcastic throughout this is fucking doesn't understand human interaction, in my opinion.
Does the entire segment have to be wholly sarcastic or wholly sincere? It can't have bits of both that are obvious?
When he says what a heartfelt, you think that is him
that
being
sounds
sarcastic
so sarcastic. That sounds like
so when I think that it's so this is I think that he knows that he forced her to do this and he was hamming it up initially, but then he is actually going to take to that position. His position in this video is that it was a sincere apology, but he was hamming it up too much initially because when he says what a heartfelt apology, it's too ridiculous to even say out loud, but he cleans it up and is so obviously trying to be sincere and to say, hey guys, this is an actual apology, this is real. Anyone who takes anything away from that, I'm like, I don't even know what you're watching.
But for clarification's sake, Pisco, do you think he is sincere or he's just pretending to be to cover his own? Like, what would his motivation be to pretend to be sincere here?
Oh, I don't think he actually gives a fuck about Kaceytron.
Yeah, no, I think.
Yeah. So I think that what he's doing is he's trying to make it seem like it's sincere and turn a new leaf to justify his actions, and then to use the bit about Hassan to further his own ends, and to the extent that he's going to use her, I don't know how useful she'll be as a witness, to not undermine her own credibility if he ever wants to use her as a credibility. So we don't have like prior inconsistent statements if this ever goes to some evidentiary thing, which I, again, very much doubt it will. It's not relevant. Like, I very much doubt she'll ever be called for anything. But if it were, like, and if he's saying, yeah, I don't think she's sincere about this, yeah, that's a perfect thing to cross-examine Kaceytron on any sort of hearing. So yeah, I don't think that this is done because he's just so heartfelt and just really genuinely thinks Kaceytron is funny and wants what's best for her. I think anyone who thinks that is a fucking naive person.
He probably doesn't think that she's funny. Like, that might not be true. There might be some sort. I don't know.
I'm still trying to get my head around this idea that when he's saying, yeah, I hope you continue to bring joy or whatever the fuck, or like, it's, well, what a heartfelt, but then also simultaneously feeling that you got what you wanted and you're happy to move on from this person. I don't know why, like, these are incompatible.
Wait. So is it your view that he's sincere or insincere about the following statement? Kaceytron is giving a sincere apology. Do you think that Ethan is sincere about that?
No, that's sarcasm to me. I think it's obvious sarcasm.
So you think he's being sarcastic about the apology that he just... So this entire clip, you think that Ethan is being sarcastic, and when Hila pipes in and says, yeah, is Hila being sarcastic?
Probably, yeah. I don't know why she wouldn't be. Like, why would any... Yeah. Unless... What's the alternative?
Is that they're trying to present as though they think that Kaceytron has turned a new leaf. And that she's actually believes all the things that she's saying, including that, for example, that Hassan didn't give the money, and that the thing about the Asmongold, like, they're trying to pass that off as those were actual extractions, not that the settlement that they just did was worthless, that it was actually valuable, and that these are real things.
Hold on, I think she is being genuine part of it.
Wait,
wait.
No, I don't.
Hila is not being sarcastic.
Can you guys shut up? I don't think Ethan was being sarcastic there, no.
Yeah,
so
it's crazy.
I agree with Pisco. Yeah.
I think it's
That's an insane take, Loner.
Why? No, wait. Am I getting fucking gaslit? Why is that? Wait, why is it insane to think? So, do you think Ethan is just like, yeah, we did bully her into saying all these things, but also, so why is he going to try to convince everyone that it's true? What? I'm actually lost. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Because he's lying. Obviously, that's why.
And that's
the explanation.
And what's the motive to lie about something that is so obvious that everyone can see that it's...
I just explained it. So I'll give you. I'll actually do a numbered list, so no one can say I'm not saying anything concrete. Number 1, litigation advantage. That's a concrete thing, right? If he says she's lying to the extent that there's any value in her testimony later on, you agree that's bad, right? Lonerbox, for anything he wants to use Kaceytron for. Agreed.
Wait, what is she using her for?
Well, so when I identify things, I want to make sure that you understand these are things that make sense to you as potential reasons why they would lie. And so I don't want to just go off the list.
So litigation
I want you to
advantage,
agree with it or disagree. Okay, yep. Number 2, PR advantage. There are a bunch of people who are sympathetic to Kaceytron. He doesn't want to add more fuel to that fire. He wants to seem reasonable and like he's merciful. You agree that that's something that where it would make sense to lie as a motivation?
Wanting to seem merciful,
right?
Unless he's actually like sincere that he wants to stop fighting with Kaceytron. He feels like he's won and he's finished.
No, what I mean to say, assume he lies. You're like, why would he, right? So we're taking on board the assumption that he would lie. And your basic question is, it doesn't make sense because there's no reason why he would lie. And so I'm giving you reasons and assuming he lies, okay? So assuming he lies, that would be a motivation, right?
Yeah, if he was dumb enough to believe that people would buy that.
Wait, I'm sorry. So you're basically saying that there wouldn't be any benefit to presenting himself as merciful because people are so scrutinizing of his motives before.
No, people are naive. This is what I think happened because you can see this with the way that Ethan responds to people who are having a go at the apology and saying it's obviously ISIS style coerced or whatever. Ethan's response is not to say no, this was sincere. As far as I know, he just says, what did she say that was wrong? I think what happened is that in part of this settlement, Ethan thought he was like in his fucking old righteous cause or whatever, getting Kaceytron to say a bunch of things that Ethan believes are completely true, even though she's not going to mean it, because I guess he wants to get like some kind of like, that's his sense of like the public humiliation or whatever he wants to get from.
No, we agree on that. The question is not whether or not he thinks that those things are true. We agree on that. I mean, the question isn't whether or not we think that that's his belief and why he wants it. The question is his statement that she's sincere true? And what you're saying to get out of it is like, oh, okay, it's not true, but he's not trying to represent that it is true. And people who would look at this would not get from Ethan's statement there that he's being serious and being genuine. I mean, put aside the fact that he says genuinely, right? You agree he uses the word genuinely, and that's sarcastic in his mind. You're thinking that's sarcasm too when he says genuinely?
Yeah, of course, yeah. In the broader context of the way he's saying it, especially with that whole what a sincere or what a heartfelt. Yeah, of course.
I want you to start from the beginning, and we're going to listen to it again. I'll tell you when to pause, okay? Because that is an insane read of just his body language, of what he's saying there, and then also of Ela. So let's get to the start of when he's characterizing it.
Wait, Pisco, how much Ethan have you watched? Because I think that is also kind of important.
Please stop with this fucking Hutch thing. I hate this shit. Don't do it. I don't need to watch all of Ethan's stuff. I have watched enough of it. Please, I watched Ethan before. I know what his style of comedy is before. I've seen H3 back in the early days, and I've seen some stuff recently.
I just wanted to confirm that. I wasn't trying to like do the Hutch thing that Hutch did to you. I did watch that conversation, by the way. I just wanted to confirm that because I do think that it's certain people. It's not necessarily as easy to read whether or not they're being sarcastic until you've seen like a bunch of their shit or whatever. Like a lot of people don't know when Destiny is joking around about stuff until you've watched him a whole bunch, and then you kind of start to get it. Like there are some.
Let's watch it from the start. Let's watch it from the start, and then everyone in this Discord can say, do you think that Ethan's being sincere about the sincerity of Kaceytron?
So is this a good place to put it? Like
we'll look at it. You know, it's just sit on it. What a heartfelt. I mean, like genuinely, and I'm gonna.
Okay, wait. Just from that bit, sarcasm or no?
I think that was sarcastic. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna kill myself. No. Okay, it's.
I think he's hamming it up at the start. By which I mean he's going too far. I mean, he was like, "What a genuine, heartfelt," and he knows that's not believable. He stops himself from being that hammy because he realizes he has to make an effort to make it seem more genuine. That's why he puts a hand up. And his physical language here is that he needs to stop himself, and now he needs to make it genuine. He needs to make it seem and appear more genuine. He's trying to be genuine.
Right.
I think he's memeing.
I'm not actually going to kill myself, by the way, just in case anyone's confused by that statement.
All right,
I'm going to say something. Kaceytron, we've said it continually throughout this. You are extraordinarily funny and a very talented person, and I wish you.
Yeah. Did you hear someone say "true" in the background?
They have said that though.
Yeah.
Wait. Don't keep playing. So just you heard someone say true in the background. And the way he says that you were genuinely funny.
Mhm.
Does it sound like he's being sarcastic there just then?
No, I mean she is fun. Yeah, like they've said she's funny before.
No, no,
And, like,
that's not what I'm asking. I'm
I don't
asking, do you
think
think
that's
that, that's sorry, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, do you think that he sounds genuine?
what the person saying? Yeah.
Just then, no, what you just heard, he says, Kaceytron, you're genuinely funny.
Mhm.
Does he sound sincere there, or does he sound like he's being sarcastic?
This is like
It's like when you kind of
autistic.
okay. It's like when you hate someone but you still think that occasionally like they put their foot in their mouth or they look like a fucking clown and you think they're funny.
I'm not
Like, it's in a
asking that. I'm asking,
disrespect
does-
way.
does-
Yeah. So that is
You
sincere.
think
yes,
he's
yeah.
you think he's
Genuine. He's more genuine.
You think that he's
clearly yes. That's a
you
yes.
think right there he's trying to. So I just want to be clear about your position there. You think right there he's trying to insult Kaceytron. That's what you take that to be. He's insulting her.
It's
right
like a
there.
backhanded compliment. Yeah.
Loner, you may
No
be autistic.
way! This is crazy. This
Why?
is fucking crazy. Like,
You're just misreading it. You're just misreading it, dude. I don't know what to say. What Pisco is saying is true. At the first, he's hamming it up, and then here he's being way more genuine because he does genuinely think she's funny, and that's what he can honestly say.
Okay.
So he says it's genuine.
You guys are gonna make him
I don't know. I feel like if I had
already.
just like got what I wanted from a lawsuit and like publicly humiliated someone and thrown in like yeah, you're genuinely funny, even though like the times when they call Kaceytron funny is like when they're in the context of making fun of her. So maybe I don't
Well,
know.
I think what Kaceytron's humor is self-aware, kind of like being an idiot. Like that's kind of her brand. So when they say that she's being funny on the comedic level, they're aware of that sort of awareness.
I think that at the start of like when he initially starts saying that was a genuinely fun, and then he puts his hand up. I think that like maybe you could say that he caught himself where he was like, okay,
Yes,
no, that's being
exactly
like
what
way too
happened.
sarcastic,
No,
and I
no,
don't want to like he's having trouble like because I think that like I think he wants this to be over. Like I genuinely think that was
Okay,
that was the
that's-
entire
no,
point.
Regardless.
We can't be backing up and just being like his global purpose here. What we're specifically looking at is whether we think that he is doing something insincere in labeling Kaceytron's apology as being sincere.
Sorry, can I just
so
before
can
you
we-
guys
can we-
get back
oh
to
my God.
arguing about the sarcasm thing, I just want to ask a question, Pisco. Do you think that Casey was lying about Hassan not giving her any money or support?
I'm not saying that, but I just don't think that the apology is sincere in that she
Irrelevant.
actually. No, I'm not saying that she's lying about the facts there. I think she's lying about like her stance on apologizing. Like, what is an apology? An apology is a statement of regret that one actually regrets. It's basically a statement of one's state of mind, right? So that is
Yeah.
what's insincere.
Okay, well, I mean, like everyone else here has said.
Change your mind. Hold on, wait. I bet I could change Pisco's mind. I bet I could
Just a
change your
sec,
mind
just
here.
a sec. I'll
Okay.
let you go. Just let me. I think you're right that or rather I think that I think that she was sorry that she got caught and that was probably the extent.
Yep.
Like I don't necessarily think
Right.
but the
That's-
only statement of fact in that whole thing, the only like statement that she makes in there that was a statement of fact was what she said about Hassan. The rest of it was all just about how sorry
No,
she
but-
felt for like her
So-
like it was about her feelings towards.
I guess I don't know why you're bringing this up. Are you saying that it's impossible for an apology to be a lie unless it?
No.
contains within
I'm
it,
not. I'm
statement
not
of fact?
saying that. I'm just saying that earlier you said something that I thought was interesting. I think it was in a previous discussion that I was half listening to, where you said that you felt like that she wouldn't make a very good witness if she were called to be one because of the fact that her apology wasn't sincere. But I don't really see how that's relevant. Unless we are talking like because the only thing in there that we're on the merits of the facts that like you could say she was maybe lying about or that she was challenged for is what she said about Hassan.
Well, no. What I mean there is when someone testifies, you put your character for truthfulness at issue. Okay, so your character for truthfulness becomes at issue, and if someone that's anyone who takes a stand, any deponent, any witness, the relevance of their character for truthfulness is always at issue. That's why people will often say, if you're a defendant, you shouldn't take the stand because then the prosecutor can bring up like the previous convictions you've had as evidence of your character for deceit or other things that there's some limits as to what you can bring up in specific instances of deceit and stuff. But any witness who takes a stand their character for truthfulness is at issue. And so it's not the case that merely because there's a statement of fact that would, whoever, I don't even know why it would be relevant to bring up Hassan's charity in the context of whatever should be testifying. And so I don't even know why that would come up, but it's not just the case that, your character only for truthfulness only relates to the specific factual statements you made. It relates to your general character for truthfulness. So that's wrong.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious about that because I didn't entirely know. I mean, I don't think anything that I also don't know how you could even necessarily prove that she was we're all just assuming that she's lying and that she doesn't feel sorry for what she did based on what we know about her.
Wait, that's why I started this whole thing. Maybe we need to do it again. Everyone here believes that her apology is insincere, correct?
Yep.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about proving that.
I just want to say, I don't want to, unless anyone here says that they don't think that the apology is insincere, we'll get, and if you do, you can respond. I don't want to hear that again. I don't want to hear, well, you're assuming she's being insincere, because we all just agreed. And so let's not go back to things we already agreed on.
No, I'm not, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, is that something that what I meant was, is that something that people would try to quibble over or try to prove in court, or do you think that would be easy to prove in court is what I meant to say when I meant that was why I said that, because I feel like that would be much harder to prove, to set
the rules.
Yeah.
It's hard to say that in the context of a trial, there's specific rules of evidence, and I guess I haven't thought about the specific ways in which an intrepid lawyer would introduce the potential deceitful statements, but surely if in a brief, if we were relying in any significant part on Kaceytron's testimony, and the opposing counsel, and tell me if you think this is unreasonable, might bring up in their opening paragraph of the brief, plaintiff right now is trying to introduce a start witness who he himself claims is unreliable. See, for example, this YouTube video in which Ethan Klein states that Kaceytron's apology is insincere, that she can't be believed, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think that is a reasonable reason why, if for litigation advantage, you probably shouldn't if you have any intent to use someone as a witness or some kind of factual predicate for some other action, to undermine the credibility of that witness in any respect? You agree that what I just said makes sense, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
You know way more about this than I do. I just was throwing out that because I mean, she could still always just say, "Hey, but I've changed," or I feel bad for what I did, or I've seen
the best example of this is in Donald Trump's criminal trial in the New York matter. One of the main witnesses was a guy named Michael Cohen. You guys might remember this guy. He was the fixer, and Cohen, even though he was a good witness for the prosecution, he had a lot of baggage because he stole from Trump on the very thing that was at issue. He's lied before, and the defense caught him lying a lot of times, and that was bad. And so I'm sure, and I think you guys would all agree, that regardless of whether we can right now imagine the context in which it would come up from an evidentiary perspective, having statements that undermine the credibility, that is the character for truthfulness of someone that they plan to use for future litigation, would be detrimental, and reasonably expected to be detrimental to the litigation strategy, to the extent that it includes Kaceytron, right?
I respectfully submit the circumstances arise.
That's reasonable what I just said, right?
Okay. Oh no, yeah, it is reasonable what you just said there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I just was wondering, you know way more about legal shit than I do. I'm not even going to try to. Yeah.
I mean, it's actually quite simple. He would just be hurting his own position by saying she's insincere. So he does have motivation to lie. But I want to go to. I mean, we have We're at this stage where the apology is insincere. The apology is sincere. I think it's perfectly, absolutely reasonable, and we could empirically show this, that part of her statements, she's 100% absolutely behind. And I can prove this. Yesterday on her stream, she was, and you can go back and verify me. I mean, obviously, we're dealing with fair use. It's a bit hard to empiricize this. She was absolutely way more on top of pausing the videos, adding commentary. Now, you could say, oh, it's just because she doesn't want to get sued again. But then we're getting into solipsism, basically. What is regret?
No. Hang on. So, do you think that she's sorry for infringing copyright, except to the extent that she got caught for it?
As a content creator, I do.
Okay, so you think Kaceytron, because of this, because this is your position right now, and I'm just going to restate it. All I'm doing is restating your position that you just tried to sell to 1,000+ people. Real believes that it's possible that Kaceytron has, because of this lawsuit, a newfound substantive respect for copyright infringement in the substantive sense as opposed to getting caught. That is one of the most, like, she who basically watches, and I even think in recent streams, kept doing this kind of bullshit React meta. You think that this person just magically changed their belief substantively on reactions and content stuff? I think that's deranged.
Well, again, I mean, we can like jump into her mind and try to, see what she's thinking, or we can just look at her actions. And it seems that maybe she has, in fact, turned a new leaf. Now, we'll have to see over time whether this holds. Now, okay, so that's one point. But I mean, the idea that it's impossible to think that she doesn't feel regret about some of the shit she said.
When you say impossible, wait, hang on. When you say impossible, what are you referring to there? Are you referring to that's logically impossible?
Sure. Well, I'm referring to let's get into her emotional state if we're trying to get into her head.
I'm saying, what do you think it's likely? So if someone said, do you think it's likely that Kaceytron just like all of a sudden has this new like actual substantive position against infringement?
Yes or no?
And someone asked you that, would you be like, yes? You think it's likely?
Yes, I think it's likely.
Okay. That is not my read on Kaceytron, that because she was sued, she thinks that she really did something wrong from an infringement perspective. I think that most people's read on it is that she's upset she got caught.
Okay.
If she really felt bad, I think this is the first time she's been criticized for it, or the first time this has been brought to her attention.
Listen,
no,
I mean,
Like it's her entire reputation, right? Yeah.
In a modern age, you don't you don't bear the consequences, and you don't change until you bear the consequences. Like the streamer perspective is like diluted. By the way, it's most streamers are just completely diluted. Hopefully you guys aren't.
So this is what I mean. I mean, like I guess I'm just appealing to people's what their reads are on Kaceytron and that video and like what her past course of conduct is. But these are the lengths, and instead of just being like, I think even if she's, by the way, even if I granted that she was being sincere about that, would you say that you think that she's being sincere about the Asmongold thing? You think she's being sincere about the apology as relates like the employees? You really think that after she was just sued by this guy and she was forced to go through all this shit, do you think she really feels bad about Asmongold? I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely reasonably.
You think that's likely? No, you think it's likely?
You have to get into her head. She is kind of emotionally unstable, extremely addicted to weed, and she has a crazy court date tomorrow. She's gonna get super fucking high on Sunday, and it's gonna be a fucking absolutely emotional chaos.
Wait, just a heads up, guys. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'm gonna probably start. Hang on, wait. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, then I'm probably gonna start kicking people. Okay? Because I want to talk to Pisco more directly.
Pisco. I mean, you've had a big date coming up, right? I mean, imagine getting the highest you've ever been in your life. Do you think that it's possible that your emotional state could be more likely to change in that kind of scenario?
I just want to make sure that the question you asked is the actual, you want me to give an answer to that. You just asked, is it possible for weed to potentially affect you? And by possible, you mean, is it a statement that does not entail a logical contradiction?
That's not the statement. The statement is...
Okay, so what is your statement?
The statement is, there's a big stake events. The statement is, a big stake event and a huge amount of drugs, does that have a higher capacity or a lower capacity to emotionally affect someone?
I think all else equal, drugs have.
You don't need to restate. You don't need to restate. Just say
Dude,
yes
can you let him
bro.
fucking speak, dude?
So all else equal, I think that drugs have make you more likely to have an emotional effect.
Okay, I mean, and we're talking. Right? I mean, yeah. And so,
victory. Congratulations, real. You got him.
No, it's not about getting him. It's about. I think that there's
I don't think. Okay, but like,
it's a real possibility.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. Like, do you think that weed has a tendency to change one's substantive position on copyright?
I'm probably the most pro Ethan person in here, but I truly don't know what the fuck we're arguing at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is silly.
Are we arguing that? Wait, let me just be clear. Your position is that not Jesus, not Kalinda. Oh my God. What's her fucking name?
Dude, you're not even in the right stream, okay?
Kaceytron is like Wicked. Kaceytron is like the girl from Wicked, and she's changed for good after being sued, and that she's had a profound change of heart.
My position is that it is way more likely than people think, and I'm talking way more likely than people think, that she did have some sort of genuine change. She is a emotionally unstable drug addict.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Okay,
People-
can I really want to ask Pisco something before, can I ask, I want to ask Pisco a question before you kick me, unless you're, okay. Pisco, I just want to ask one thing.
Yeah.
Would you care about any of this stuff if, like, with Kaceytron's apology and Ethan talking about it, if not for the fact that Ethan said that, or that she said in the video that she was willing to testify? Is that the main reason why this bothers you?
Oh,
Because
no.
yeah.
I'm bringing this up because I think this is relevant to the broader narrative of what Ethan is saying. But in this specific context, so I do think it has self-standing relevance towards Ethan's broader narrative and justification for the lawsuits. But I also, in the context of this specific conversation, it's just to see how much we can like get people in this Discord to say ridiculous things to show that they won't give ground on anything. Even on the notion that Kaceytron, apparently the sociopath who is, partly culpable, or at least in some respect, for CPS calls and harassment, that this sociopath, evil person was being sincere and like changed her mind on copyright. It's funny to me watching all the fucking absurd comments now being made that all of a sudden she's had this change of heart. And the reason is it shows, I think my point, which is that people aren't able to give ground on anything, to say Ethan lied about anything, because there's just something, I don't know, there's like a mental block there. They don't want to admit it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. No, I mean, I think that fair enough. I mean, I guess it's fair to ask that. The other thing, the one last thing I did want to ask as well too is it common in settlements or in cases or like civil suits or whatever to make people apologize at the end of the case as part of the settlement?
Well, it depends. Sometimes
that's a normal thing, but yeah.
It can happen depending on like the relative leverage of each party. Oftentimes there are settlements where there is no admission of fault, and where they just they'll say something like, to avoid further litigation and without admitting any fault, blah 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 blah. Whereas both parties believe their claim, whereas plaintiff believes whereas defendant believes this. Now therefore we have this resolution. So it depends, right? Sometimes you get an apology, sometimes you don't. So I'm not saying that's unheard of. Oftentimes the apology, to the extent that it's made, is like bound up in the legal issues. I'm not saying that this apology is either the apologies are abnormal or that they never happen. I'm just saying like what I think about it.
Okay, I know. I was just curious about that. Yeah.
Why? Yep. I think genuinely, sure. Some parts of it are genuinely sincere. Yeah. I mean, well, if we're gonna pick, does she? Sure.
I was fucking muted on my stream.
Okay, but
do you think that like it was the whole thing was a
claims.
genuine, heartfelt, sincere apology?
The whole thing probably not, because she doesn't know fuck all about Middle East. And
Do you think it was insincere?
Well, there's multiple apologies though. It's like a meta apology. See what I'm saying, Pisco?
Okay. Do you think she would have apologized for any? Do you think she would have apologized for any of those things were it not been for some kind of like pressure to do with the suit?
Definitely not publicly. Privately, I think absolutely. She absolutely may have done that. Yes.
Really? That's your impression of her character?
Like you think she feels bad for
after being sued?
Copyright content?
She feels bad for Ethan and all of Ethan's employees.
Maybe I'm being too charitable, but I genuinely think.
Yeah, you're being way too charitable to the point of absurdity.
No. I'm trying to put myself into the shoes of a mentally unstable, lower tier. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of a mentally unstable weed addict who has a fucking court date that maybe their lives and their family's lives depends on. I think if she has come to just imagine being high out of your fucking mind. And she maybe came to the realization that what she's doing is hurting her family. I think,
but that's not sincere apology though. If it's hurting her family, that's not sincere apology. That's being sorry you got caught. That's being sorry because the consequences came upon you.
It's one step removed from realizing.
It's not one step removed. It's a completely different thing. What are you talking about? No, that's not the argument. The argument isn't that she's sorry because she's had herself hurt. The argument is whether or not she feels sincerely sorry to Ethan.
Okay.
What I'm
Yeah,
saying
she's not
is,
sorry about that. And here's further proof, right? And I think it's going to be unfalsifiable because if later on she starts doing these reacts again, you're just going to say, well, it was sincere, but she just is such an addict and a crazy person. That wait, let me finish. If it ends up, because you know where I'm going. If Kaceytron ends up doing these reactions again, you're just going to say, aren't you, that, oh, well, she's an addict, so she's so emotionally unstable that she changed her mind again, but that doesn't mean she wasn't sincere when she said the initial apology, right? That's what you're going to say?
I mean, not necessarily. Have you ever given an apology that maybe this is me? I've given an apology. I felt it's the most sincere thing I've ever done, and then I fucking hurt the person, the next day doing the same shit. I just see that there is a wide range, and especially
how would I prove it's sincere? So what would it take for me to convince you that it's sincere?
Well, what
kind of evidence? No, wait, just pause.
Sure.
What kind of evidence? What would it take for me to show you? What kind of thing would I need to show you that it's insincere?
Well, this is the problem. I mean, empirically, you'd have to first disprove solipsism definitively. We're getting into someone's head.
So you're saying, so I don't want to hear anything about. So you don't think you can't ever prove people's intents because you have to disprove solipsism, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, but then I'm jumping in her head. So we got to remove that. I mean, I just say.
I don't want to ever hear you talking about malicious anything because in order to get to intent, you're saying I have to disprove solipsism, right?
Sure. I mean, empirically, but if we're talking generically, what I'm trying to say is that I just think it's more reasonable than people are giving credit for.
Wait, so have you changed your position though? Because I thought you were saying that. So do you believe that Ethan was sincere in saying that Kaceytron was sincere?
Well, that's what I mean. I think again, it's like a meta apology. Obviously, she was sincere in some ways. So he's lying and not lying depending on which apology we're talking about. I mean, we'll never know. I mean, we're just fucking shouting into the void for shit that doesn't matter.
We're just us. I mean, like, this is ridiculous because like you're basically saying that you're never going to consider someone's mental state because you can't disprove solipsism, but to the extent that all you're saying is, well, reasonably, I think it's more reasonable. It sounds like you are willing to make some judgments. What would it take for me to show you that your interpretation is less reasonable than you currently think it is? What would I need to show you?
Man, if we would need like a full psychiatric panel, like lots of interviews on Kaceytron. I mean, realistic. I'm not trying to be pedantic or anything, but like realistically, I mean, if we are to make those judgments, then that's kind of, we would need that kind of state of the art technology to make those distinctions. What?
Can I just ask him something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. How long has Kaceytron been streaming?
Fuck if I know, 10 plus years.
Yeah, she's one of the.
What is her shtick? What is her whole bit?
Her shtick is being a little dumbass.
Yeah, so that means she's not an actual dumbass, right?
Oh yeah, of course. Well, I mean, you can pretend to be a dumbass while being a dumbass, I guess.
Is actually, lying. That's the thing. That's the bit. You're an actor on the internet.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So you think that she can't, or like she's not actually acting? Like you genuinely believe that, like, just because the last couple of streams out of the last 10 plus years of streams that she has done on that platform, that the last couple of streams are genuine change in the complete history of Kaceytron's like
I would say
no wait, before you answer that, I just need to pull my chat. Can I get some ones in chat if you think that Kaceytron's apology was sincere, and twos if you think it wasn't?
Partially sincere.
No.
What happened to partially?
Loner, why don't you just do an actual poll? It would probably
I'll
be
do a
easier.
straw poll. Why not? Because I'm guessing my community is going to
side.
Yeah, okay, that's all I needed. Yeah, you're a fucking mental case. Go away. All right, thank you. Jesus. Because I was going to say Pisco. I'll get rid of the other fucking...
Yeah.
Okay. I'm guessing we probably both agree that the audience of mine is going to be a lot more siding with Ethan than with Kaceytron, right?
Oh yeah, I imagine that.
Okay, for sure. So do we a couple of questions. That guy was almost rattling my faith in what I was going to say. So one, if Ethan polled like the H3 community, you think the overall majority of them would say that they thought Kaceytron's apology was or wasn't sincere?
I think most of them would say it's also insincere. I think you're right about that.
Okay. Do you think...
I know where you're going, but
yeah. My
go
second
for it.
question is, do you think Ethan expects any majority of people to believe that it's a sincere apology, or that he believes it is?
I think that he expects some members of his audience to believe that take him on as representation.
Like enough of them? Or like, would it be?
I'm not sure.
This would definitely
if
be a
he has an
minority,
idea about
right?
the quantity, but I think that he genuinely wants people to move off of Kaceytron for reasons that I think, or in the sense of like, I think he wants them to focus their ire on the remaining litigants. And, and I think that he expects that some people will listen to it. Otherwise, why would he say this?
Well,
right?
we agree that he wants people to move off of Kaceytron.
Yeah,
but that's a different
like,
claim. He believes
why
that
would he
it's a sincere
say it if
apology.
yeah. Like if he didn't think that this statement would have any effect at all, why would he say it?
No, the effect of what statement in particular? Moving off of Kaceytron or saying it's a sincere apology?
Why is he saying this? Why is he saying, hey, this was a sincere apology. Genuinely, you're very funny, and genuinely, we hope everything goes well.
I don't
Why
think
would
it's.
he say that?
Yeah, I think that's because he wants to humiliate her. That's quite clear to me.
You think that is that the intent behind that is to humiliate?
Mm-hmm.
We just have a very different read. I mean, like, can we watch this together? So again, like, the chat. I want the chat. So like, chat. You're about to watch this apology or start this acknowledgement from Ethan, and we're gonna let it play. And you either think that what Ethan doing here is twisting the knife in Kaceytron to humiliate her further when he makes this statement, or do you think that he's trying to represent to his audience that he's being serious? Which is the better read of what we're about to watch?
Okay.
That never should have been said. I also want to acknowledge the pervasive problem of anti-Semitism in leftist spaces. It should concern all of us. I condemn it and will not participate in it. To that end, I wish the Klein success in enforcing TED Entertainment's copyright.
Just sit on that.
Okay.
Check my phone here. Just sit on that. Just
Take it all in.
We'll look at it. It just sit on it. What a heartfelt. I mean, like genuinely, and I'm gonna say something. Kaceytron, we've said it continually throughout this. You are extraordinarily funny and a very talented person, and I wish you all the best in the future, in your future endeavors. And I know you will continue to make people laugh, and to continue to bring joy to people in that regard. I do. I think you are extremely funny and very clever. So, and I accept your apology. I do, and I appreciate all the sincerity and just all the specific. A lot of the stuff in there was really, I think, warranted, and I'm glad that she's come to terms with a lot of it, and I appreciate it. I really think she's turned a new leaf. I do. Now let's watch it. Now I can pause it and stuff, right?
Yeah, now that we've watched it, you can do
okay.
whatever you want.
All right, so.
You can tell me.
One part that really stands out to me is
we can pause right there. Not a hint of irony in his voice. Not a hint. No, like he's saying genuinely he thinks it's to turn a new leaf. I think any other read is insane.
Wait, no. These are two different claims. Turning a new leaf is different from saying that she gave a sincere, heartfelt apology.
I understand that.
You acknowledge as well that you can make a sentence that has, or a paragraph that has both of these in it, right? Where you can throw in gloat and sarcasm, but also attach it to sincere comments like, yeah, I'm happy this is done. I'm happy she's fucking offer.
Yes, I acknowledge that is possible, by which I mean logically possible. In this case, when he says turn over the new leaf, I don't think it's plausible that he would mean that to be serious, but not the nature of the sincere apology. Like that just seems wild. The suggestion that he would be serious about, well, she turned over a new leaf, that's serious. But he's very clearly signaling to his audience that he's being facetious when it comes to her, acknowledging the sincerity of the apology. That seems deranged. I mean, that isn't what we just watched. Everyone just watched him try to be sincere and try to be genuine, put a hand up, physically manifesting that what his desire is. His desire is to make his audience, or at least part of them, believe in the sincerity of what's going on and to let it go.
But
that's the better read than this is just to twist the knife and to dunk on her some more.
Well, if you say it in that voice, maybe it sounds crazier, but I really don't see why. And because what you're suggesting is that Ethan is actually like naive to the point that he thinks that saying this whilst throwing in like what a heartfelt, but that he could actually convince any sizable number of his audience. He clearly hasn't convinced like 99% of mine.
Why else would he say it?
Fans.
Why else would he say it?
Like I said, to twist the knife. It's very.
So you think okay? So do you condemn him for twisting the knife then?
With Kaceytron, no.
That's your wait. So just to be clear, so it's your view. It's your view that he is doing this to twist the knife, by which you mean ridicule her even more after she's done what he said, after she's settled with him, and you are not condemning him mocking her more and not letting her sit and not being genuine.
What, like a last laugh? No, I don't really think that's the worst thing you could do. No.
But it's next when they talk about her dire financial straits, is that serious?
I don't know about the financial straits. Let's see.
So after
Forget
this, they're
that part.
gonna go into Hassan and so you keep playing it. So because Eel's gonna get into it, keep playing it
Okay.
and see what
Just from
happens.
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Part about Hassan.
About the Hassan thing.
Because he really did make it. And we have that clip right when Hassan was making it sound like.
Can we watch that?
Yeah. When Hassan was making it sound like he was going to help them. And I mean, rightfully so. If I was him, I would have reached out immediately and offered my support, emotionally and financially, right? And that is something I have done.
Wait, pause.
You know.
Do you think he's being serious there?
Yeah, because he wants to attack Hassan for not helping her. Yeah.
Okay, so keep going.
Did make it, and we have that clip right when Hassan was making it sound like.
Can we watch that?
Yeah. When Hassan was making it sound like he was going to help them. And I mean, rightfully so. If I was him, I would have reached out immediately and offered my support, emotionally and financially, right? And that is something I have done, you know, in other instances.
It's incredibly stressful, both emotionally and financially, to go through a lawsuit.
It is, and
Everybody
I
knows
appreciate
that.
the situation she's been in, and that's why.
Which is also why I'm so glad to at least put one behind us.
When he says,
Yeah.
when he says, I appreciate this situation she's been in, do you think he's being sincere there? That he actually appreciates?
So
he just
this
said,
would probably
"I appreciate
be
the situation
talking
she's
about
been in."
her family, right?
Well, no, she says she's been in. That is Kaceytron.
Let me see again. 1 second.
Making it sound like he was going to help them. And I mean, rightfully so. If I was him, I would have reached out immediately and offered my support, emotionally and financially, right? And that is something I have done, you know, in other instances.
It's incredibly stressful, both emotionally and financially, to go through a lawsuit.
It is,
Everybody
and I
knows
appreciate
that.
the situation she's been in, and that's why.
Which is also why I'm so glad to at least put one behind us.
Yeah. And I know it was difficult on her.
You think he's like joking, or do you think
No, that's not
being
a
serious?
joke. That's quite a shitty thing to say.
Yeah, none of this is. Yeah, all of this is serious. I
No,
mean,
wait. That doesn't make it all serious. Okay, that does not make it all serious.
It adds it is a little bit. I would say it strains credulity to think that he's serious about appreciating and understanding the financial position that he's been in and being sympathetic to it and having this kind of display. But he's trying to twist the knife in the previous statement. Do you think that makes any sense, or do you think that's plausible? Not is it possible? I'm asking, is it plausible? Do you think it's likely?
Sorry, can you just rephrase that one more time?
No. Yeah. So in this part, you think he's being serious and showing genuine like sympathy for her financial situation, right? That was your position.
Yeah, that sounds like it. Yeah, or
Okay.
that I'm actually not sure because he's obviously like gone ahead and maybe. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Okay. So given that you think is the best read, you don't think it's likely, do you, that like he's being serious about sympathizing with her financial position in this part, but he's trying to twist the knife in the previous segment where he's talking about the sincerity of the apology? That doesn't seem likely, right?
No, I think you can do both at once. Like you can easily be in a position where you want to take like whatever revenge on someone.
When you say can, I just want to make sure. So when you say can, you think it's likely it's both, or do you just mean that it's logically possible?
Well, I don't know how specific we're being there. So fuck me, my brain.
So when you say like I can see people doing this, right? Do you just mean that like it wouldn't entail a contradiction?
Yeah, because because what I'm thinking is more likely is it sounds like if I wanted to like shit on someone like Kaceytron for wronging me in some way or like being disproportionate to set an example or whatever, which just seems like is Ethan's whole approach. I'm putting them in a position. Then yeah, I think you can do something that you think is like deterring them or giving them what they deserve.
Meaning what? When you
as
say
in it's
sorry,
as in
because
I started this whole paragraph by saying that I think this is more likely because I'm trying to imagine like the position I would be in if I was doing this, because I think it's like it's fairly conceivable, like very conceivable to say that you would do this but also feel bad for the person you're doing it to in a way.
So as I'm going to give you two scenarios. Scenario one, he's twisting the knife. That's your characterization when he's talking about the sincerity of the apology. And this is actually genuine, heartfelt that he sympathizes. Or he's trying to present always that he's sympathetic, that he thinks it's sincere, and that's why he's trying to sympathize. Which of those do you think those scenarios sounds more likely given what you just watched?
I think I think he's being in a position where he's getting the last laugh and he's having his victory lap, but then also saying, "Yeah, I'm sure that must have been stressful for you." Like,
no, but as between the two scenarios I laid out, which you think is more likely? The one that I laid out, which is he is trying to present a consistent theme here. That is that he's understanding, sympathetic. He thinks that the apology is sincere, and now he's trying to appeal to the sensibilities related to our financial situation. Or do you think is that's more likely or less likely than the scenario in which he is in the first segment trying to twist the knife, trying to to mock her and do more damage to her, and then also in the second part to be sincere about respecting her financial situation? Which of those scenarios that I just laid out is more likely?
Fuck me, the one that's not yours, right? Because
you think it's more likely.
Well, yeah, because you're like you can tell me with the law. Ethan could have financially ruined her a lot harder than he did, right?
When you say can, yes, he could.
Yeah, like if he wanted to. So obviously choosing to settle in this way was. So I don't know why those are incompatible again with wanting to do your victory lap and gloat, but also feel like you've basically taken mercy.
You're just, when you say it's incompatible, you understand incompatible is just me asking if there's a logical contradiction. So if you keep changing it to be like, well, is it technically possible? We're not arguing about what's possible. We're arguing about what's likely. You know, like incompatibility refers to contradictions. And so when people ask me like, is it possible for someone to have a mixed motive? It's just a very trivial thing to accept that, yeah, it's possible. But again, we're not, I want to stress for the second time, we're not talking about what's possible. We're talking about what's likely. It's not
but I think it's likely. Yeah.
Try to.
That's what I'm telling you.
In virtue of what do you think it's likely? I think in most of our human experiences, when people are presenting themselves, they try to present a consistent theme and rationale in terms of how they present themselves to the world. And so in the context of any kind of statement, it would I think intuitively we understand that people want to make their explanations seem coherent and to have sense. And it just does seem like there's something at odds with a sympathetic feeling given a minute after a very, very harsh and twisting the knife feeling. Those kind of seem at odds and diametrically opposed.
I don't think it's very, very harsh, and this is maybe where we're clashing. I don't think it's very, very harsh and twisting the knife to say what a heartfelt apology, because in my head, and I think you agree with this as well, Ethan knows that 99% of people are going to see this and know that it's like that it's not her authentic feeling when she's giving that apology, that it sounds scripted, it sounds insincere. I think he knows that everyone knows that. So I don't think it's that harsh for him to say, oh, what a heartfelt and genuine apology. But then also, I sympathize with like the struggle for going through a lawsuit. That's maybe where the clash is. I don't think it's like that harsh to twist the knife in that way as a little dig in the broader context of wanting to move on.
I mean, I'll leave that to the audience. I think if people think that sounds plausible. What about this other aspect, which is he says we want to move on, and it is your contention that the reason he makes a statement about the sincerity has to do with displaying to his own audience that he's twisting the knife, right? Doesn't that those seem counterposed?
No, a victory lap and then wanting to move on is not a contradictory, is it? Do you think it is? Do you think you can't do both?
I don't think it's a contradiction, but I do think that it lends credence to one view versus the other. So I'm not saying it's a contradiction. I want to be clear. On your view that it does seem like I say counterpose. I mean, one tends to show another sentiment, like someone who is ultimate gloat mode, someone who is ultimate be vindictive mode, because that's what twisting the knife is, right? Twisting the knife is an intention, again, your characterization, to make it hurt more. Is that what he's trying to do? Is make it hurt more?
If you want me to use a better phrase than twisting the knife, I would say victory lap. But again,
so is it your? So when you said twist the knife, did you mean make it hurt more? You didn't mean that.
I mean, it hurts a little bit more, I'm sure. I don't think it's like significant.
No, is that his intention? Is his intention to twist the knife more? And to make it hurt, make her.
I have no idea if it's his intention. I don't know if he just wanted to. If he wanted to be funny, I have no idea what his intention was there. Doesn't necessarily have to be just to try and hurt her more.
Say that, but like when I give you this, does this sound unreasonable to you? Well, he was doing that because he wants to seem merciful. He has a litigation interest in maintaining her credibility. They probably negotiated how his response would be. Like his lawyers probably talked about after this apology is given, that like the kind of conduct that they would expect from the relative parties. that he doesn't want to be seen as someone who is just ultimately malicious. He knows that there's some sympathy for Kaceytron, and he also probably wants to move on and get people focused on Hassan and Denims and all this other stuff. Like, doesn't that seem like a reasonable explanation for why he would say what he said, as opposed to twisting the knife?
Again, there's like 4 different bits here, right? So like wanting to seem merciful, yeah, he has an interest in wanting that, right? Wanting to move on, yeah, sincere. It's just the bit over expecting people to believe that the apology itself was sincere. I think that's the bit that we're clashing on, though.
Okay, so if he wants people to think that she's being insincere and he wants to further that notion, right? That's why he's saying it, to further it. Why is
it's
that
like an elephant in the room, isn't it? It's just...
Yeah, but like, so he's in other words, you're acknowledging that he actually wants that to be the impression, and he wants people to leave with that impression, and he wants them to criticize her more, right?
I'm guessing for as long as that apology remains out, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you think that contradicts him saying he doesn't want people to harass her or whatever?
Yeah, because
Maybe,
you're saying
yeah.
that he's lying about that. Yeah. That when he says, "I don't want you guys to harass her, I don't want you to do this," that he's actually being insincere there. Do you think he's being insincere about, like,
well,
I don't want you to harass me?
Because harassment, depending, right? Because when like online harassment, I don't know if that's people commenting on a video you've posted. Harassment would obviously, like, people have different definitions of what harassment entails online, like going into DMs or like.
So we could say more generally, like, do you think that
and
he's
stalking and
trying
shit,
to get?
right?
Well, when he says what he says about, yeah, no, I understand, and I appreciate that distinction. When he's like, "Don't go after her," or whatever he says there, do you think he's being insincere there, or do you think he wants his people to go after them more?
I don't think he cares. I think it's like when you
don't think he cares?
To a degree. I think the way that it works online is that if you realize that if you're like publicly talking about someone in a derogatory way, or in like even if he just showed himself watching that apology, right, and like sort of not really being able to hide the fact that he knows that it's all bullshit. I think there's like a courtesy that people do online where they say, like, don't go after this person, don't harass them, because you know they're going to get comments. You know that some people in a massive audience are going to feel like sort of yellow light on them. But then generally you say there's a courtesy, like, don't harass, because you don't want to feel like you're greenlighting it, because that makes it a lot worse.
Right. So if it's for his own optics, is what you're suggesting, his own PR.
No, it's not necessarily for optics. It's like, you understand that.
Sorry, help me.
Yeah. Okay. So there will probably be people every time, like, say maybe if you and I have a disagreement, or you and anyone else does, there will probably be people who might say mean things about you or mean things about me. But I can say, don't go after this person, don't harass them. The point of me doing that, I think it is a general courtesy for most streamers or creators, is that saying that tends to mitigate, even though you can't get rid of it completely, even though you also accept that commenting is going to be inevitable. Whereas if I said, go and harass this person, it's like, it's not going to be the difference between no harassment and getting it. It's just going to mean that it's going to be a lot more because you've got the green light.
So when he says, like, don't go after her, whatever, you're saying that's part of a courtesy to lower the intensity of them going after her.
Yeah, I don't think he expects, even without any sarcasm or anything, I don't think he expects her to get nothing.
Right. So that's not him trying to twist the knife. That's him trying to mitigate it, right? Him trying to mitigate risk to her.
Saying don't harass is mitigating. Yeah, that's generally, that's usually what people do in streaming.
But that's sincere, right? That's sincere.
Yeah.
Not insincere. So, like, the fact that when he is making those admonitions to his audience not to go after her, that's sincere. Again, isn't that helpful evidence for the notion that the entire thing's sincere? That is to say, his entire characterization of her apology is sincere. If he's sincerely saying then that, like, don't go after this person, either as a courtesy to signal to his audience or to actually mitigate the potential risk to Kaceytron, which a lot of people are citing that as his motive, as a genuine apology, like a graceful human just accepting an apology, then we're just like, the case that he is being in one breath about the nature of the apology, insincere in that moment, but then very sincere and switching on a dime, even when there's like no pause, no ironic, wink at the audience, anything like that. The most you have is when he starts and he's kind of hamming it up a little bit, which I acknowledge. But I don't think he's hamming it up because he's trying to signal that he's being insincere. I think he's hamming it up because he was going too far and he realized that he was going to get called out if he sounded too insincere, which he is, in my opinion.
I just find that I just find it hard to believe because it all rests on that. Again, don't harass. I'm guessing most creators, when they say don't harass as occurs, it's because they know that most people who say don't harass, like they genuinely mean they don't want their community to go and harass people. Like generally online harassment is seen as a faux pas. The same thing with whatever else we said, that wanting to turn the leaf or whatever and move on from this particular thing and go for focus on Denims and Hassan and everyone else. But the problem is it rests on someone in the room believing that it's a sincere apology is believable. Like that's I think the problem. I don't think anyone in the H3 room or in the audience, like, or barring like 1%.
And you think that Ethan has that expectation? If Ethan has that expectation, then why would he say it?
Why would you say
mitigate risk?
Don't harass to mitigate
if
risk.
He has the So if you're saying that he can't reasonably think this is going to be material on whether or not Kaceytron gets harassed, by which we just mean bullied. Maybe the better term is bullied. Then why say it? Why say something that's useless?
Saying don't bully is useless.
Right.
Oh,
if he believes that he's not going to affect materially the amount of bullying she gets, why say it if he believes it? Because
you always affect it to some degree by saying that, I think. Yeah.
Right. So he wants people to think that he's being genuine, doesn't he?
I think he wants people to think he's being genuine with the things he's saying that are believable.
Yes.
But he's not. But when he's saying what a genuine, heartfelt apology, that's not believable.
And then I'll ask you: is it believable that Kaceytron's apology is sincere? That's what you just said.
Of course, it's not believable. But I don't. But your argument rests on someone in the room believing it's believable to any substantial number of people. Well, I can't imagine Ethan thinking that's believable.
I don't think that Ethan thinks it's believable. I don't think that Ethan himself thinks it's believable, or sorry, that he believes it. But I do think that Ethan might think that some people think it's believable. I don't think that. I think that because guess what, Loner? There's actually a bunch of disagreement. There are people who, I've gotten tons of them saying he's doing this to protect Kaceytron because he wants to protect her from risk. And I think we all acknowledge that, like, our influencers are going to have an effect on what the community thinks is good or not, or like they have influence, right? So I do actually think that there are some people who are more trusting of Ethan or who just listen to what he says and are going to take his cues. And I think that Ethan expects that. And Ethan actually does think that, like, him saying don't go after her will have some effect. I don't think that he thinks it won't have no effect. I think he is trying to signal to a broader set of people that he's merciful, that he doesn't want Kaceytron to be bullied anymore, that we're moving on, that he thinks the apology is sincere. Let's not, get into that. Let's not just keep reviewing it. And he wants them to basically move on. And that he's being genuine. He's not just like wink, wink, doing this farce thing. Especially when there's not like a drip of irony in his voice. And when I get into the Hassan thing, even better. I mean, I don't think anyone can make a good case that that's insincere or he's trying to be insincere in that sense.
Okay, I still think we're mixing up three things here. Like, there are three statements that I think we have here, and one is turn the leaf, 2 is Kaceytron's apology is sincere, and 3 is don't harass her. But obviously, I think if we, like, okay, let's say if we pulled H3 subreddit or whatever, and we can group this into whatever half and half, big majority, small majority. How many of them do you think would say, do you think Ethan wants to move on from Kaceytron?
Yeah, I think most of them. He wants to move on.
How many of them think that Ethan doesn't want them going and harassing her?
How many of them? I don't have a clue.
Okay.
Oh, how many of them think that Ethan doesn't want them to attack?
Like, yeah, to like harass or to like A-log or whatever whatever they would do.
Given the amount of comments and replies I have whenever I bring this up, I think some significant portion of them, because they say Ethan just is a good guy and he understands it's over and he just wants to move on and he's gracefully accepting an apology. So at least in my day-to-day, I am meeting H3 fans who say this shows that Ethan actually is magnanimous and that he's not a bad loser and bad winner. He's a good winner. And this shows that he is a good guy actually. And he's trying to actually not bankrupt him, and he has actually better intentions. So I actually do think a lot of people have bought it.
Okay. And then obviously
do you
last
disagree
question.
with that? What I just said? Like people have even.
Oh
even
yeah.
Of
course, people are buying that idea.
Yes. Yeah. Of
like
course.
they're buying
so,
that he's not as bad as other certain other communities. Yeah.
People are taking this who are Ethan fans as evidence of Ethan's goodness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
Right?
I understand that they're taking turn the leaf and don't harass as evidence of that. But then I guess the third point is, if you pulled H3, how many of them do you think him saying the apology is sincere is either something that he believes or he expects them to believe, or a sign of
He
his
believes.
goodness?
Right. So the question is like, does Ethan think that they believe that he thinks it's sincere? Right. There's
Yeah.
multiple levels to the intent.
Yeah,
right.
right.
And I think that he will believe that he reasonably believes that he will be able to convince a significant portion of his audience that he believes that the apology is sincere, and that's why I think he said it. Not because he expects them to doubt it so that they all go after her, right? Because that's what would happen if he was trying to be insincere by twisting the knife or however he wanted to describe what he's doing here and dunking on Kaceytron again. That would be counteracting his goal of trying to get them not to bully her more. And so that's why I think my explanation makes much more sense, which is he's trying to show a consistent amount of mercy, and it's throughout, and of grace, and that's the kind of image that he wants to present, which includes the statement about the sincerity of Kaceytron's apology. That's all consistent, and it all makes sense. And we don't have to do these like weird little, well, he was inconsistent here, he was consistent here. He doesn't want them to continue to harass, but he did want to dunk on her more. He did want to twist a knife, but he doesn't want them to keep bullying, and he expects them not to listen to him, but he's going to say it anyway. So like, it all just makes sense when you accept that, yes, he wants to be presented as merciful, as understanding, as reasonable, as someone who is not just trying to financially destitute these people. Then everything just makes sense.
Okay. I take issue with the way that you characterize things right at the end. You made it sound a lot more convoluted than it was. So I'm gonna summarize what I think is happening here, and then we can probably just agree to disagree unless you want to go over anything else. So one, I think what happened there is that he was very, very happy that he got to put her through that fucking Maoist struggle session, ISIS video, whatever. He did a little fucking gloat about the apology being sincere, even though I think he knows that everyone knows it's not. But also at the end of the day, he's kind of got what he wants from that. So that's one more for the boys with the what is sincere, but then and you're also really fucking funny and whatever, but I hope you bring more joy to other people. But then that's it, that's the victory lap, that's one more for the boys. Then we're going to turn the other leaf and also like don't go fucking like ham on this person, go for people like Hassan and my other enemies who are still ongoing instead.
But it is a lie, isn't it? It is a false statement to say that Kaceytron is being sincere in her apology. That is false, isn't it?
When I say that like parts of this conversation made me want to kill myself, like it's a false statement, but I don't know if it's like a lie, right? Is it?
Hang on, wait. Is it a false statement that Ethan knows to be false? On your own view, it is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's why. But that's what I put under sarcasm. Yeah, for that bit. Yeah.
So for that bit, it's sarcasm because in order to say that, you have to. Basically you're suggesting that he doesn't intend for people to see him as saying that statement.
Yeah, I don't think he expects people to.
True.
Yeah, I don't think he expects people to believe that it's a sincere, heartfelt apology. Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
which is why it becomes like a.
I couldn't disagree more, and I leave that up to the audience to see which of those. Do you think that he's selectively in that moment with respect to the apology, trying to signal that he's being insincere right then, but sincere about the other elements? In the way that you described previously, I leave that to the audience.
If you say something, sorry, one more question then. If you say something that you know is false and that you know 99% of people will say is false.
No, I don't call that a lie. No, if what you're intending to communicate is obviously like some kind of facetious farce, right? We don't say that like lie in the normal sense. It's just preposterous for you to conclude that this is a farce where it's a wink wink to the audience. If one reasonable interpretation, do you agree that it's a reasonable interpretation that he's being sincere in that moment?
Which moment? And the saying that the apology is sincere.
Yeah, when he says the apology is sincere and he puts his hand up to guys, this is a sincere apology. Do you think that a reasonable interpretation is that he's being serious there?
Versus the alternative, it's like 2% to me.
Would you, if someone was like to you, oh, I thought he was being magnanimous, Lonerbox. He really even said that it was a sincere apology. And would you look at them and be like, what are you talking about? He wasn't being sincere there. He was doing a farce.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Because I would take the what a heartfelt bit. Yeah. And I guess like this, I think he's smirking throughout the apology as well. But yeah, I would probably take those two things and be like, dude, are you mental?
See, this is what. So I'm not saying that you're lying or anything right now, but this is the kind of frustration. I think it's just like the kind of lengths that people say that like Ethan will not lie about anything, even something where I think there even might be a good comment or like a potential argument. I don't think it follows that he's doing this to save. He's lying for the purpose of helping Kaceytron. That's what people have said. But you're basically saying the people who say that he's lying to help Kaceytron, they're delusional that they interpreted it that way. Because of course Ethan's not lying at all, because that part is clearly intended to be a farce. So you're calling everyone who comes into my comments that says he is trying to be magnanimous, those people are delusional because it was a farce.
Two things. One, yes, chat is retarded. Yes, all of them, most of them, whatever. Two, I mean, there's like a top comment, I think, or is it it's like a 700 liked comment on the H3 Productions Reddit, and it's like on Kaceytron's apology, and one of the highest comments here is saying it's giving Tamara with a gun behind the camera. Maybe there are disputes here. Yeah, okay. But in any case, what was the other thing I was going to say there? You mentioned something about. Was there something else that you mentioned there that I didn't address?
Well, no. I mean,
Ethan lying. I mean, as far as I know, like Ethan has lied about quite a few things in the past, or he's like very sloppy with information. Yeah, I just don't think this is a particular.
I think some of them are lie. Okay, I mean, you might say so. I think this is like one of the more straightforward examples, but there are others too. I mean, like he lied about his motive for bringing the lawsuit. That's another thing that I think he lied about. And here we're just not talking
Disney
about
thing. Yeah, that's definitely not. Yeah, that's definitely a false statement or a lie. Yeah.
Yeah, what he knows about. Yeah, so like, to me that matters, right? Trying to sell the lawsuit as being about protecting the React community, and not even because people will tell me this, right? They'll tell me, and we went over it with this guy DR something yesterday. They'll say, well, it's justified because of the CPS call. It's just, which happened, I think, after the trap was set. It's justified because of the skulls, which I also think happened after the trap was set. Or it's justified because of the statements of malicious intentional siphoning, which also happened after the trap was set. But none of that is brought up in the video itself. They're not brought up in the video itself before the trap is laid. He doesn't say this is justified because before he sets the trap of the CPS call. And so at a bare minimum, if it's the case that the lawsuit is justified on these other bases, that they're part of this broader community that's accusing him of genocide, et cetera, and he doesn't explain that as the basis for setting the trap in the first place, not only is he lying about the protection rationale, he's also materially omitting the basis of the lawsuit. And so the whole thing is filled with deceptions and omissions. And so on that basis, that's like bad. We shouldn't like that. And people will say, oh, who cares about this? Who cares about, but like, we will all clown on Hassan when he clearly lies, right? When Hassan lies about Collargate, we call him out, right?
Yeah.
You call him out? Yeah. When he clearly lies about the amount of time he was in detention, we call him out, right? Same thing.
Yeah, but
with,
I think
like,
even from day one of that lawsuit coming out, I'm pretty sure I also said I think it's like it is like basically impossible to believe. Yeah, that he's doing it.
But what I'm saying is,
like, protect people from Disney or whatever.
You would agree that everyone who's like, oh, Pisco, you're nitpicking. You're like whatever, like that's delusional, right? I mean, we care about when our creators lie and when they misrepresent things or when they materially omit the purpose behind the lawsuits. That's like something that we all care about, and we care about it in the context of denims, and we care about, like, for example, I gave an example, like if Hassan was bringing a lawsuit of copyright infringement against Ethan Klein, and he was lying about why he's like, I'm doing this because Mamdani was elected and we need to have socialism and he's going to stop. Like, if he said that, we would all be like clowning on him, right? We'd all be like, this is stupid. He's doing this because he wants to go after Ethan because Ethan did the content nuke or something. We would all be clowning on him for that. And the only reason people are saying that what I'm doing is nitpicking is because they don't want to have to deal with, like, well, we have to analyze the ethics of the lawsuit.
Well, yeah, people are sidescocked. It's definitely a problem.
Yeah.
But, far be it from me to tell people that they focus on things that they care about too much. Like, yeah, people are going to focus on the things they care about or the things that they're interested in. That's not really surprising.
So do you think it was right
for you?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, like, people can criticize that. I'll have responses to it. Do you think it was right for Ethan to lie about why he's suing?
I need to look at the clip again, but it sounds like, yeah, based on what I remember, then yeah, of course it's wrong to do that. Yeah, you shouldn't,
Yeah.
you should be honest about what you're doing. Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with me saying that, right?
No.
Great. I think we're mostly aligned. I guess I don't know what the disagreement is. I think
Well,
we both agree that they're legally culpable.
I don't think we're aligned on the particular thing.
What do we
with
disagree
the,
on?
With the apology being insincere thing, but everything else.
Okay,
it
that's the
seems
one
so
area.
far. Yeah.
That's the one area. But
But
like,
what were you?
So
Yeah, you were saying something. You
Yeah.
carry on.
I think we agree that they're legally culpable, right?
Legally culpable in what way?
From infringement perspective.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. And so we've addressed the lie, we've addressed the legal culpability part, and the last thing is like, do you think the lawsuits are justified?
Still back and forth. I think personally, I'm kind of okay with it.
Can you ask him what would have been an acceptable
say yeah.
statement if it's a sincere apology?
Okay,
saying
so
on
your
yeah,
current position,
leaning
leaning yeah, right? So I want to be clear that I'm not saying that he's like fully on board with yeah, fully on board with no, but you're leaning yeah.
Say 75%. Yeah.
Okay, they're justified because
because okay, case by case. I'm probably less convinced with Frogan at this point. Case by case, Kaceytron goes like, I think even for like the most shameless or the most like lazy React creators, I think Kaceytron kind of goes like way above and beyond with the fact that she does it with fucking with like watching full episodes of series and putting a like loop of her face over it. So I think if Kaceytron, then yeah, there's like a level of shamelessness there that goes beyond anyone else. But also with Denims, as far as I remember, she was threatening. She was trying to. I think she introduced the legal issue, didn't she? When she was trying to sue. She was threatening to sue Ethan for defamation, wasn't she? Fundraising for that before he went for her.
they sent a demand letter, which I'll say is less than what Ethan appears to have done in his lawsuit. But like, do you agree that it would be, assuming that it's false, and I think that there's no good reason to believe it's true, it would be defamatory to accuse Denims herself of making a phone call to CPS, right? Because that's a crime to do a false report or some kind of improper report. And so that's defamation per se. Do you think that do you have any problem with Denim sending a demand letter or a retraction letter that Ethan followed regarding whether she placed a call to CPS? Do you have a problem with that?
Maybe my memory's off, but did Ethan actually say that she made the call, or?
I think that's a reasonable interpretation of one of the statements that I had. He clarified that he didn't mean that, but I think it's a reasonable interpretation of what Ethan said there. But do you have a problem with her basically saying, "Hey, I just want you to acknowledge that it's not true that I called, and that you don't have any evidence of that"?
If that's how it went, I don't think that's how it went, though. Can you show me that?
Sure. I don't have the clip on hand, but it's something where he claims responsibility. Like he said something about responsibility.
Oh, wait, because I trust Klein to be true on the facts, maybe not on the interpretation. Yeah. He's saying she did CPS, but obviously that's a very broadly interpretable statement.
Right. So do you have a
problem? But we know what he's referring to.
Said,
well, we know what he's referring to when he says she did the CPS thing, right?
So when Ethan says she did CPS, what do you think he's trying to say?
I think he's trying to say that she broadcasted the opinion that he was abusing his kids or his by allowing them to eat dog shit. That she broadcasted that opinion, and also that resulted in a bunch of people in her chat saying to call CPS. I think that's what he would say.
So, do you think it would be unreasonable for someone? So, do you think it would be unreasonable for someone hearing that statement to think that when Ethan said she did CPS, that he meant, or is at least ambiguous, that she has a causal responsibility for CPS? It would be an unreasonable interpretation. Someone watching the stream hears Ethan say she did CPS. Would that be an unreasonable?
It depends on the context of the quote, because again, we know what he was talking about at the time with he made like a whole video about the CPS thing with relation to Denims and what she was doing. So like, yeah, his statement of her share of the blame, or you could say, or just like the contribution to that environment, then yeah, of course, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
And that's if someone got that interpretation, right? I don't think that it's on the same level to suggest that, sending a demand letter regarding a potential what appears to be a defamatory statement, that is improper if there's lack of clarity. And Ethan responded by clarifying, right? And that wasn't the wrong thing to do, right?
Well, he's clarifying because she's bringing a defamation suit to him. Like, yeah, but
well, no, she didn't file a lawsuit. She sent a demand letter. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, there's not. But then also, if someone's going to start using like legal threats over stuff or like legal or demand letters, then yeah, I think going after for a very blatant copyright breach with a very like top of the line statement of like why you're doing it, then yeah, I think that's a fair response.
So you would So per se, if someone sends you a demand letter, even if it's a justified demand letter, even if you don't see anything wrong with it, that would justify any legal action afterwards in response to like something that's justified.
No, I think if someone brings me a demand letter that is based on a very poor interpretation of what I said, then yeah,
I mean,
I probably would. Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Oh, but I thought you said the demand letter was justified.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't think the demand letter would be justified. No,
Oh.
I said that.
So you,
Yeah. I think him
don't think
thinking
people
that
had the
she holds some
had
share
the
of the
impre-
blame would be justified. That's what I'm saying.
that him implying that she has some blame for CPS, that he thinks that she has some blame for CPS, that someone interpreting that's a reasonable interpretation of what Ethan said, and that it therefore is unreasonable for Denham's to. I guess I don't understand why wouldn't and that if that's the best interpretation of what Ethan said, or at least one reasonable interpretation, what would be wrong about seeking to get clarity on that through a demand letter?
Oh, because Denham's knows full well why he would have said she did CPS, because he knows what he was accusing her of. She knows what he accused her of. She made a video about it, and she said that, and we know as well that why she believed that he was being in bad faith because of that screenshot of all the people in her chat saying call CPS, and her rebuttal was that this is dishonest because actually it's this is my live chat. This is just selections from the live chat that's filling the page. So she knows what he's referring to.
So if like, okay, so if Bad Empanada said something like Ela did war crimes. Okay. And the client sent a demand letter to Bad Empanada. Would you have a problem with that? And then there's a video where Bad Empanada says, what I meant by that was she contributed to a culture in which war crimes were likely. She was part of the IDF, in which they were doing these raids, and that constitutes a war crime. Do you think that it would be improper for the clients in that context to send a demand letter to Bad Empanada asking that they were stop the thing of did war crimes?
Well, I'm gonna yes or no you first. We agree that war crimes are more categorical than she did the CPS thing.
When you say categorical, what do you mean?
As in, like, you've committed an act, you've done a war crime. Whereas she did CPS. That's like in what way?
So is they're both crimes, right? Filing a false CPS report is a crime.
Well, he's not saying she did. She's not saying she called CPS. He's saying she did CPS, and he's referring to her spreading a claim that might have resulted in a CPS call.
Okay,
because we know the context of saying that.
So imagine the same as she did illegal raid. You know, and put in whatever you want there, right? Just make the crime tailored to what the IDF he alleges is doing, and that he's implying some kind of direct causal as opposed to maybe 100% certainty. And Bad Empanada can make all the same kind of arguments that like, oh, what I meant was more nuanced and this and that. But you would be okay with it if there's an accusation of a crime that one could reasonably obtain. I don't think you'd have a problem with sending a letter to clarify that if it's Bad Empanada.
So if he's saying that she did an illegal raid, and they spent a defamation letter in response, yeah, they could do that, yeah. Because I think it's a little bit different to.
It's different in the sense that because the accusation I think is more severe with respect to doing a war crime itself, but filing a false CPS report, we think that's very severe, right? That's why everyone has this moral outrage, right? The moral outrage of the false CPS report or the unjustified CPS report, it gets everyone upset because we understand that it's a moral wrong and that anyone who did that is fucked up for doing that. That's our position, and that's why. And so you can't both maintain that the CPS call and report is a basis to have this any kind of negative activity towards them, and it's this humongously horrible thing. But at the same time, say for purposes of defamation, it's irrelevant or trivial. Like clearly, if we have such a strong moral intuition against the CPS call, that it would be justified to clear the record on your name on it regarding whether you did it.
Hang on, just out of interest, if this was because I don't know how defamation lawsuits actually go. If the claim was him saying she did CPS, like would there not be any question about like elaborating on what he means by that, or what he said surrounding that claim, or what he's actually accused her of more elaboratively?
It would be a totality of circumstances question about whether or not this was a statement of fact, right? Statements of opinion aren't usually grounds for defamation. For defamation, you need a false statement of fact, right? That is actually defamatory, that causes you damage, right? And also in the case of like public figures or situations involving issues of public concern, actual malice or some other form of fault. That's what the civil requirement of fault. Those are the elements. And so you need as one of the elements a false statement of fact, and it's not enough for it to be an opinion. And so maybe there'd be a question about whether or not this was unactionable opinion versus actionable opinion. But like, for example, if I said to you, Lonerbox did SA or Lonerbox did CSAM, and it's just based on some, most people would understand that as a statement of fact.
Again, but then
Right?
I'm
You would agree with
guessing.
that?
Well, I'm guessing if we went into a court case and people were asking what the context of it is, then let's
Yeah,
say
that would
that
be
claim
relevant,
is
of course.
let's say that claim is someone that I've accused, or I've platformed someone else accusing them of hoarding CSAM, and then that person goes to me and says, "Yeah, that Lonerbox, that guy, he did CSAM like to me." Then it's like, okay, well, I'm pretty sure in court that would turn out to be frivolous because they're not accusing me of actually owning CSAM. They're accusing me of falsely accusing them of it, right? You know what I'm saying?
Say that one more time. Sorry, I didn't follow.
So it sounds like if someone came to me with Lonerbox did CSAM, and then it ends up in court, and it turns out the context of them saying that about me is that I have started falsely accusing them of hoarding CSAM, and then in a rant about me being a dickhead towards them, they've gone and said the Lonerbox did CSAM. And obviously that would be like a frivolous defamation suit, right?
Right. Yeah. So if there's additional context that suggests in no way were you implying that stuff, I mean, I would grant that for sure. But I just haven't, I think that's one of several reasonable interpretations. From what I recall of the statement, which I did examine at some point in time, well, that one reasonable interpretation of that statement was that, that it was causally connected, not just that it contributed to a culture of whatever, that it was directly causally responsible for. And that is what I think is potentially problematic. But even assuming that this was an improper demand letter, and that she shouldn't have done it, I don't understand why. Therefore, we ought not consider the ethical implications of the lawsuit itself, which I think we should talk about.
The ethical implications of the copyright suit or the defamation suit?
Copyright suit.
Oh,
the defamation suit. And I'm glad that that we didn't need to go to court over this for the defamation thing, because I just think that these are these kinds of statements. We should just clarify what's true or not. We just don't have the evidence to suggest that Denims did the call and Ethan did the right thing there, and by saying that I never implied that, and that's the wrong interpretation of what I said, and I'm not saying that, and that's how I think these things should go. And people should just be honest and let's not waste the court's time if it doesn't need to be done for some broader purpose, or so there's some extenuating circumstances where we need to file a lawsuit. That's usually how I view these lawsuits in general. If it's just wasting everyone's time, the court's time, on some shit that can be resolved outside of the court, then we should do that. And so I do want to. If she brought that defamation lawsuit, my guess is I would be very scrutinizing of what the purpose was there. If she's trying to silence Ethan, and my guess is you would too, right? If your interpretation of the defamation lawsuit was that Denims was motivated to silence Ethan's criticism of her conduct, maybe her conduct watching the Bad Empanada video, whatever, you would think that's bad, right? If the motive behind the Denims lawsuit wasn't really because she cared about the defamation claim at issue, but because she really just wanted to silence Ethan's criticism of her, or get him back for other shit that he said about her, you would have a problem with that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't we examine the lawsuit?
Okay.
Why do you think it's justified to, let's start with Kaceytron. Why is it justified to sue Kaceytron in this context? And I assuming, by the way, and I do assume that she committed infringement. Is it enough that she committed infringement that you're in favor of the lawsuit?
Probably not. No.
Okay. So
that's
that's
a hard one as well, because it's obviously the people have a right to sue anyone they want to for infringement, and it seems like most streamers engage in it to some degree. One or the
you have
other.
a right. You agree. You have a right to be anti-Semitic, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about like a legal sense of.
In a legal sense, you have a right to be anti-Semitic.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And you have a right to sue, and Trump has a right to sue over the election fraud stuff, right? You agree he has a right to sue over the election fraud.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that we agree that he brought those lawsuits was good. We think it's depraved that he brought those lawsuits in 2020.
So as for the copyright suits, I think there is just something to be said for the fact that they were flagrant about it to a point that even the 99% of streamers are just never going to cross. And I mean, I can be very honest with you in terms of like the devil on my shoulder with it as well,
Yeah.
which I also just like,
I mean-
the fact is that I just see a community of people, like I can say this about Denims more than anyone else in that sphere, or even Kaceytron as well. Like I see people who engage in like online drama in a way that is just like so defiant of any of like the what we would consider rules of discourse. And it seems to be with most people, I think if you want to deal with people like that, what you can usually do is you prove them wrong or you show why they're lying or something like that. But I've never
Right.
seen a community so impervious to that kind of approach. And then I wonder, it's like I feel like I'm just watching
A little bit
group of
about
people
like
that,
MAGA, you know?
yeah,
No, I agree
exactly.
with
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying.
Like I
it's-
see a group of people that uses
it-
chemical weapons,
yeah.
okay, and they are immune to conventional weapons, and then they're upset because someone dropped a cluster bomb on them. I'm like, fuck. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. Is it the ideal way to go about it? No, but like, why are we in this game? It's not like my fault, is it? Like, fuck.
So I will grant to you that in the more global sense that these communities are not just obnoxious, they're like fucked up. They are actively undermining efforts, I think, in my country to protect the republic. Even when Denims was like, this reminds me of when what did she say? People blaming the people or people who didn't vote for Kamala as opposed to blaming Kamala herself. That shit triggered the fuck out of me. And they're all very hard headed, and they almost never give ground on anything. And so I can understand frustration with the community. It reminds me a lot of MAGA sometimes. That like you can't get them to square with like their lies a lot of times. The other day, I don't know. Do you know who Ogre Boy is?
Yeah.
He was coming on to like glaze me and say that this is we love it that you're criticizing Ethan Klein, because when the day comes when we need to criticize Hassan, we're going to believe you and not the Lonerboxes of the world and not the the Dan Saltmans of the world, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then I asked him about like Collargate and like, so you agree that Hassan shocked / vibrated the collar, right? And he couldn't even give me that. And he was like, well, you can't see his hands. And since you can't see his hands, you can't make a reasonable inference. And so then I'm very much not of the opinion that you can like move these people on a great deal of subjects, even trivial subjects. And I kind of felt when I was trying to convince Ogre Boy there that the best evidence suggests that Hassan did vibrate / shock that collar. Very similar to when I was just talking to that whatever guy Real, where he was like, yeah, no, I think it's possible that she's just a marijuana addict who changes her position on copyright every time she gets high or something. Like that's what it felt like. So I buy your interpretation of a lot of these communities. What I don't buy though is that therefore everything is justified, or that we need to analyze the act itself that is proportional to what's going on, right? Like you wouldn't be like, we should call CPS on Denims, right?
Yeah, don't kill them, obviously. Yeah, don't incite violence.
Don't hurt
obviously.
don't. And would you support their the banning of them on as a platform perspective? Like Twitch should ban them.
No, I don't think it should be banned. No.
Right. So even though we can agree that their communities do bad things, maybe lie, maybe are hard-headed, maybe are even more malicious than that, we still need to analyze whether the thing in response is proportional and correct. And so now this is, I think, the meat of it is, why are these lawsuits justified? And in like circumstances for other groups, would we be okay with that, or for ourselves? And that's what I think we need to address.
Yeah, because one, unlike like false CPS calls and unlike inciting violence or anything like that, like I guess what Ethan's doing is like very, very clearly within his rights. And
well, no, hang on, but we would be within their rights to TOS to like ban these people, right? It would be within our rights to do I don't know, deplatform them in other places. It would be within the rights of those platforms to do that, or for us to advocate that they be deplatformed, for us to advocate that their channels, that nobody goes to their channels. It would be within our right to do a bunch of stuff that I think we would say is nonetheless unjustified, right? It would be within our right to maybe go into their different communities and leave hate comments. Just because things are within our right doesn't mean that they're good, right?
No, but it's obviously it's why I'm separating it from things like inciting violence against them or with like frivolous CPS calls or anything like that. Like that's why I'm separating it from there. As far as with what they're doing as well, like I think regardless of whether people agree or not with like where copyright law should be, the fact that it was to a point of them just saying, yeah, we're doing this so we can fuck him like on his views, on his view count, then that's like, I think that
right. But he set a trap before they said that, right? He set the trap before he set that.
Yeah, he set the trap, but he didn't. Obviously, he didn't sue everyone who fell into the trap, right? He set a pretty high threshold for
Right, so-
who triggers the actual trap.
Wait. So who do you think he's trying to trap when he sets the trap?
Well, obviously people who orbit the Hassan sphere, for one, and two, for people who cross the threshold of actually admitting that they were maliciously doing it for stealing views.
You think that was his plan when he set the trap?
That could probably be post hoc. Maybe, I have no idea.
Yeah, so I think we have to analyze it at the time that he was registering his copyright and to achieve fee shifting attorney provisions and statutory damages. At that point, we need to analyze the decision to do this plan to set this trap, and I think you should agree with this. It is implausible. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's implausible to think that at the time he was setting this trap, that he was only
this
setting it for the
absolute
narrow
fucking
circumstance in
roaster
which
out
someone
of
states
here.
their intention to siphon views or money. That's what his plan was aimed at.
Mhm.
Right? He didn't actually think that was gonna. That wasn't the whole reason he did that.
Unless people in
Right.
chat are saying that he was doing it because he thought Snark would do something, in which case I think Snark were obviously like very knowingly and very openly like re-uploading videos so they could deprive him. So maybe he did actually. I don't know.
I mean,
maybe he didn't expect the creators to say it,
that's-
but
But you would need a primary infringement to go after these people, right? And
Mhm.
it wouldn't be enough to sue Denims and stuff just because Snarkers are doing contributory stuff. Like he very much was planning to go after not just the like Reddit communities. He was trying to get after creators, right? He starts this entire thing by talking about ReactGate, and presumably that is not just about or at all about the way he presents it, contributory copyright infringement or secondary theories of liability for copyright, but for also primary copyright infringement, the actual infringement, not just the contributory.
Mhm.
Right? That's why he starts with ReactGate in his video. I mean, to buy that he was just trying to go after Snarkers, he would have said that, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he have said, "Hey, this isn't about ReactGate. This is about a community of Snarkers that are trying to get after me"? But he doesn't sell it that way. He talks about Hassan Chair React. He talks about XQC and the worm, and he talks about the broader communications and problems with ReactGate, and that's the premise of setting the trap. That's what he explains in the video, not secondary theories of liability for Redditors, not about specific conduct towards him. It's about the broader set of issues.
Okay. Again, I'm just going by people in chat because I haven't seen this video in a while. They're saying that he also spoke about Snarkers stealing the videos from him, but
Yeah, right,
in any case, it could be both.
after-
It doesn't like I
that's
don't doubt
after
that he
the
wanted to go
trap,
after.
right?
Yeah, I don't doubt that he wanted to go after creators as well, right? Yeah.
Right, and the creators he wanted to go after weren't the creators who stated intentional malice. He couldn't have planned that.
Yeah, they kind of did that to themselves, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah, right. So, and he even says at some point, how this went better than I expected. We were surprised at how successful it was, and he's like, how can you possibly get them to admit it? Not that I think that it's relevant for legal analysis, but put that aside. How could you possibly get them to admit it? So the way he presents in the videos, he's actually surprised and laughing at how stupid they are, and couldn't have expected it. That's how he presents their statements. Is like, haha, you did it, and like I didn't plan it. It's just like this serendipitous circumstance, you know?
Yeah. I don't know why that particularly
it's not part of his
makes it.
plan to set the trap.
Yeah, but I don't know why that particularly makes it bad, right? Because he's obviously made the decision after 3 people have fucked themselves in like the most unambiguous, like obvious way, right? In the way that like every human being would realize with what they were doing, right?
Well, so I think it matters because I thought we agreed that like we need to analyze the ethics of setting the trap in the first place, and to the extent that it informs us. Well, we already agreed that he lied about the protection rationale, so I guess that's conceded, that's understood. But I think it plays into whether or not we think it's justified. When he was, because I think he was planning to go after these people. He wasn't ever planning on suing XQC or Asmongold, regardless of what they said. He was frustrated, and I think most people understand that this is like a conflict between two groups of people and communities that have one of whom has, at least the perception is, which I think is backed up by evidence, has gone after Ethan's community very, very strongly, called him a genocide apologist, a supporter of genocide, calling him all sorts of names, making up all kinds of lies. And so when he set up this plan, it's out of frustration that like he doesn't have other avenues to hold them responsible. He wants to do something to a group of people, and the people he wants to do things to are the people he views as culpable as part of that.
Well,
And
that's
it's not about just
to be fair.
people
That's
who
my rationale.
fall
I
into the
don't know if
criteria.
yeah, to be fair, that's my rationale for enjoying it, watching it. That's not his, that's not Ethan's rationale for. Oh, it might be. I don't know if that's
Do
his.
you think that that's
rationale
what
for
he?
doing it.
You don't think that he's like when he sets up this plan in January? Do you think he's thinking, how do I maximally help the React community? Well, you already said
No, he's definitely not thinking
What do you
that,
think he's
no.
thinking about? Yeah, what
I
do you think he's thinking about?
Well, for one, it feels like he knows why. He knows that Snark already does it, for one. And for the others, I don't know what his plans are for these other creators, because my understanding is that besides Denim's, Kaceytron, and Frogan, I think there were other Hassan orbiting creators who did do partial reacts to the nuke, weren't there? Didn't he showed a list of them?
I think Hassan himself.
No, not Hassan.
You know,
I mean,
think
like Mike or Sean DeBlack. I feel like these people made like partial reacts, which
yeah, no,
again, you can
I'm
obviously
saying for the plan part of it. So this is before he actually sues people, because I do agree that like a necessary condition for him suing it is that he's going to have a claim against them. He was not going to sue anyone who didn't infringe. So I don't disagree with that. But like at the time he makes the plan, why is he doing this, right? What do you think is in his mind?
Yeah, I think he wanted to go after. He
Yeah.
wanted to go after creators who are part of a community that that he feels has wronged them. But he also, I think
Right.
this is, and I think this is very easily compatible with the second motive, which is that he wanted to do it in a way that didn't just end up fucking like a whole bunch of people who did negative reacts to him, because that would have obviously included people like Mike from PA or Sean DeBlack, or there's a whole list of people who did partial react, because he could have. Again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think even if you do a partial react, you can probably still get sued for copyright quite easily, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think that he was. I don't think that he. You make the comparison to Israel Palestine, that he lacked any principle of discrimination.
Mhm.
Right? He had a principle of discrimination here, and that was he was going to go after certain strong cases. But the certain strong cases that he's selecting for, the merits are the actual strength of the case. That's one. That's a necessary condition for discrimination. But another point of discrimination is that they are part of the community. Those are like the two things. And the strength of the people acting as though the strength of the case is turning on the stated intentional malice, as opposed to like what the actual merits of the nefarious analysis are.
Mhm.
That's cope. And then when you uncover that and when you think about it, it's like, okay, so what is being done here? Copyright is being used to service some other purpose, because we don't believe that it's a broader copyright infringement purpose. Because how do we know that? Or one of the reasons we know that is because we don't believe the protection rationale, but also he wants the infringement to occur, right? He wants infringement.
Two things there. One, I think he cares about his copyright. No,
In the
To a
abstract, I
degree.
would say yes. But
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I can imagine there's a kind of infringement that he would actually go after. But in this case, for this, he wants there to be infringement for his trap, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Why are you uncertain about that? I mean, it's a trap that he wants the trap to work, right? He doesn't want the trap not to work.
It could also be the case that you expect them to do it anyway. Like you feel like they're just going to do it regardless. So I don't know if that still counts as a trap if you register it, right?
Right. It could be that, but it's not, right? Because he says he wants his trap to be successful, right?
Okay. Successful in the sense of again, I need to watch the video.
People he wants to trap.
Yeah, I need to watch the video, but just to be clear, like let's say I know that there are like 3 burglars who have their eye on my house, so I set like a trap that's going to catch them in a big fucking net at the door. Yeah, I want the trap to work, but I'd rather they just didn't want to rob my house.
Right. So
Yeah,
here
yeah.
I'm going to present you two worlds. So I acknowledge that is something that could be his motivation, right? Where you want your security cameras to work, but you prefer not to have a burglar, right? So I'm going to give you the two worlds. World 1, where he sets the trap, and everyone who reacts to it is either fair use or they don't react to it, right? So there's no infringement of his work. That's world 1. And then world 2 is the world we currently have. As between those two worlds, which world do you think he prefers?
Hang on. Fuck me. I'm so sorry. I'm just having one of those days. Can
No
you tell me
worries.
that again, please? Thank you.
Yeah. So two worlds. World 1 is the world in which everyone who reacts does so fairly, and there's no good infringement cases.
Mhm.
World 2 is the world we currently have. Which world is preferable from the perspective of the trap?
Probably the second one.
In Ethan's mind. Yeah. So it's not the case in which it's just a camera that you want to work because to protect yourself. It's a situation where you actually want a burglar to be caught. Because you want infringement.
Okay.
So that's what distinguishes the two worlds. The one person where it's an incident to the infringement that you set up a trap, and the other in which you actively want infringement to occur. You get me?
Yeah, but what if you also want to do it to set an example of them for infringement?
But we've already rejected that as a rationale for the protection react community. We said that doesn't make sense. That would be his rationale.
Not completely,
Right?
because again, you can have not completely
Okay.
because you can have more than one motive. So, for example, say there are 3 burglars who have their eye on my house, and I set the trap, but I'd rather they didn't want to burgle my house at all. But because there's like a burgling community around my neighborhood, I'm like, yeah, it'd always be like it would be worth it actually if one of them did come and get into the snare of the trap and get fucked. So I can set an example to these other assholes who are thinking of doing the same thing or already burgle the same thing. What if I'm just like that? Yeah.
But they're assholes not because they're infringing, right? They're assholes in this case, right? Not because of their thievery, in other words. They're assholes because they're part of a particular community, right?
Oh no, Ethan thinks they're assholes
that's why
because they
they're
infringe
assholes.
and also because they are part of the community. That's why he hates XQC.
Well,
right?
no.
Yeah.
Well, do you think he hates XQC?
Well, he had a pretty negative relationship with XQC for a while, and he fought with them over copyright.
Okay, but he wouldn't. I understand that he fought with him over copyright, and that's what I think is magical about what Ethan was doing before, which I thought was so great. Is he's taken on these either loser lefties who believe that there should be no IP, but also taking like taking out a very reasonable position. That's what but that was my impression of him prior to this whole incident, which I thought was really, really good. And fuck XQC for his arguments there, and I thought that Ethan was great on that. What I'm suggesting though is he would never sue someone like XQC. He would never. He never would.
Yeah.
Right? And the reason is, and that's why I don't think that there's like a broader concern with like setting a precedent of not infringing his work, because he doesn't care if you just watch his entire videos in entirety, right, Lonerbox?
Yeah, he wouldn't care, you know.
If you did, if you continue to do that, like you're not deterred by these lawsuits, are you?
No.
Absolutely not, right? Like if Ethan puts out another banger video, you could leave your chair up and you have no fear, right?
I mean, I'd feel like an asshole, but yeah, no fear.
Yeah. So it's not really tailored to prevent future infringement, even if you want to say not broader rat community of his stuff, because it's not specifically deterring that. The only people for whom it's deterring is people who react to his stuff who have something critical to say.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right? He would probably sue me. He would sue me if I did an unfair react, perhaps, and then I said, and I want.
Yeah. If you stated that intent, right? Because that seems to be the bar that you're saying. Yeah.
But that part doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, he should drop that now, right? Because it doesn't make any sense, and he's been people have told him about it, and the bar makes no sense.
Wait, why would you drop
from a legal perspective?
No, but it's not. I don't think it's about a legal perspective, is it? It's about a perspective of like how human beings interpret it, of like social understanding.
You think it's plausible that he wants to set a precedent socially, culturally, that people not state their intent to steal?
I don't know if he wants to set a precedent for it. I just think he doesn't want other React creators to feel like there's a normalized behavior of suing people over just like Reacts in general. I think he wants people to know that he set a very, very, very like outrageous threshold for these people he's going after.
But the threshold is so outrageous as to be implausible that that's what's motivating him. And I'll tell you why. Because he doesn't care about, it would be like saying, guys, I'm running on a new platform of against burglary. We are going to go hard on burglars, people who do the wrong thing. All right, my new agenda is we are going to give maximum sentences, always, and to burglars who meet my threshold. Mm-hmm. Everyone else, we're not going to go after. We're going to go after the burglars who say they're burglarizing and they do so because they want to harm the people that they're burglarizing. Would anyone, if you heard that, would you be like, huh?
Yeah, of course.
But say like, we have to go after the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are the burglars who say they're burglarizing.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that he's trying to set some like precedent in terms of like, how do I put it? He's not trying to like change the, well, first of all, I guess we agree that he's not trying to change the law. He's not trying to change like any legal precedent because that's got nothing to, the state intent has nothing to do with a civil liability.
Which makes the Disney and Sony thing an abject lie. We don't have to talk about it, but
yeah, we
just
agree
so you guys are aware. But, okay, cool. And so anyone who's still on that cope, like, let's get rid of that. But yeah, so you're saying it's just cultural, it's just social pressure.
No, it's not just social.
So
it's like
what is it?
It's primarily personal, right? Like again, we don't even disagree on that. I think. Hang on, let me just make the analogy so I can see if you. I don't know if you heard it earlier about the fucking loud music thing. Did you hear that earlier? I'll just say it again anyway. Like, let's say I've got like all my neighbors in my flat, and I hate all of them. Okay, and they don't like me, and they all from time to time will play loud music on the weekend, and I am within my rights to call the police or the landlords and any of these people, maybe get them evicted or fined or anything else. But I don't really want to. I don't really want to do that. Okay, I don't want to be the guy who's like just making people in the building not have their fucking parties every weekend or every other blue moon. But there's one guy, okay, who I really don't like, and he's like giving me excuse. Like I walk past him on the way out to my flat, and he goes, "Hey, Lonerbox, you know what I'm gonna do tonight? Hope you need to sleep early, okay? Because I'm gonna be blasting music like right into your bedroom from like 10 p.m. at night till 10 in the morning. Fuck you." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm probably gonna call the cops on you." Like. And I've just said this, but I'm not going to do it to the other people. Like, yeah, this is just me, like with a personal standard that I'm setting for myself, and also as a way to go after the person I don't like. You know what I mean? Because there were Hassan orbiters who also reacted to this video in a way that wasn't with that stated malicious intent. But if someone is just giving you like the most like black and white excuse, then
no, so I'm understanding. So what we're saying is like in the real world, people can sue for any number of reasons, and obviously you can pick among the culpable actors. And if someone you have a bad history with, like who am I to say that like we shouldn't take that into consideration when choosing who to sue, right? That's the point.
Yeah.
But when you are claiming to be setting a line at a broader state of generality, like some sort of ethical guidepost that is broader than your particular situation, I think we have to hold you to that line and think about its entailments, independent of like choosing among selected culpable people. In other words, he is defining the who is culpable not by that. That's implausible. We don't really think that we don't think by the motivation here that what is driving his decision on who to sue are the people who state it. Okay, that is what I think is implausible. Do you agree with that? That he was actually
that he was actually looking for that particular because obviously
he wasn't looking for that, right? So he was looking for something else. He was looking for
an excuse.
Infringement.
He was looking for an excuse.
Yes.
And then
so if something is an excuse, another word for that is a pretext.
Yeah, but you want the thing is like you know that you can want an excuse, but you might have people already giving you an excuse, but you don't want to like overstep to the point that you're just like potentially like that you're going after some people for doing something that everyone else does, right? So I might want any of these neighbors to give me an excuse to fuck them up, but I don't really want that excuse to just be that they have parties every now and then, because I don't really believe in that. There's just too much of it. But if someone's actually just going to say to my face, "Yeah, I'm actually doing this so I can annoy you and keep you awake," then it's like, yeah, I will do that.
Would the distinction be would the distinction be though, from a principle matter, stating it or just having that intention? It's having the intention, right?
I think stating it publicly and gloating shows a level of impunity. Yeah.
No, but like you wouldn't ever say something like, I don't want to. We like it would be wrong to go after the people who are doing the loud party noises who have that sort of intentional state of mind, but just don't state it. Those people should also be gone after.
Yeah, right? But if I don't know that about them, then I don't really know if I'm going to. Especially if it's like public as well.
If you know that someone, despite them not saying it, does intend to siphon views and does intend to steal your content in that way, regardless of whether they say it, to uphold the principle, you would acknowledge them at a bare minimum as malicious, but you would also say, like, you would go after them, right? If that was really your dividing line. And especially if there are other reasons, supporting that, going after that person. For example, I'm comparing to XUC. The person has a deeper pocket. The person is causing more damage to you, right? Like the person, let's compare two people, right? In the context of the party scene. One person is making a super fucking big, loud noise, and they never state that their intent is to harm your sleep, but you know that's their intent because of other circumstantial evidence. And the other person is trying to ruin your sleep, says so, but just much smaller amount of volume there, and other reasons that make that a weaker case, it wouldn't make sense for someone to say, hey, the person who's being very, very, very loud, but just doesn't state their intention is to disturb my sleep, but I know that that's their intent. That person is not malicious, right? And that's what Ethan says about XQC, that XQC is not malicious, even though before he characterized him as such.
Yeah, but
so this whole
he
thing is about
characterized XQC
stated
as
intention.
he characterized XQC as malicious for a very different reason, though, right? Like, or malicious in the sense of, I understand this would cross legally because he's saying that XQC was being malicious in the sense that he doesn't care, right?
Well, no, because that's not Ethan's interpretation. Because Ethan says, and I put the clip out there, that your intention is to siphon, and the problem that he has with XQC is that he's intentionally siphoning. And so there's no way to get around it. If the problem is the intention to siphon, to steal views and stuff, if that is what's the divider, then that's true of XQC. But he says XQC is not included there. And so the only thing we're left with is, well, he might have that intention, but he doesn't state it. And that's the precedent that Ethan wants to
Wait,
set.
did XQC say that? Again, I'm not saying this has a legal difference.
Ethan
just
said,
like
you mean?
socially. Did I'm saying, did XQC actually say in that debate with Ethan that his part of his goal is to take views away from the creators that he's watching?
I don't know that he admitted it, but that's Ethan's view, right? That's Ethan's interpretation.
Oh, okay, yeah. So if you're going to interpret people in that way or assume that, I think that's different from them just coming out and saying it. I think that's just setting the bar quite high. Yeah,
I understand it's different, but the bar is like preposterous, isn't it? Like the bar, like we want to just go after people who have a bad intent, but only if they state it. I mean, that if someone said that to you, and like,
well, he's not saying we want to go after people who have bad intent, is he? He's saying that we want to. He's saying that he wants to go after people who give him the most unambiguous excuse, and it's obviously more unambiguous if they just say it.
And
right?
do you believe that?
Do I believe that he wants to go after
Factual?
people who have given him the most obvious excuse?
No, that the stated intentional malice aspect of it, that is the line that he wants to draw as a principled manner. Or is it that the strongest case is against the people he wants to go after, and the people he wants to go after aren't the people he wants to go after aren't they're not defined by whether they do the qualifying act, right? The people he wants to go after are defined by their existence in a community, right? The targets are pre-selected before anything happens. He already knows who the targets are, and the targets are anyone who fits into that community. Now, I grant you, once you have a target-rich environment, you're going to select from among them the most culpable actors in the sense of the most liable actors. But the targets are the denominator here has already been pre-selected. You get me? And you agree with that, right?
Yeah, the denominator is pre-selected, but I think the thing that the thing I feel like you're missing is because obviously these three were not the only people in that. So you've got that sphere, right? You've got 10 people that you really, really don't like. I've got 10 people who are playing music in my flat, and then let's say like there's a top 5 or like I actually rate them in terms of how much I dislike them from 1 to 10. But then top 1, 2, and 3 are not doing anything beyond just having parties every couple of weekends. Okay, but then someone who's on list number like 6, 9, and 3, they're the ones who have come up to me and said, "I'm doing this so I can fuck your sleep. Fuck you. I'm going to go after them."
Yeah,
So do you see how you can have both there? Because you can still have a thing that you don't want to. For example, obviously, if you're Ethan, a better target for you than like fucking Frogan would be like Mike from PA, right? He's bigger. He's more of a lol cow. He's more like there's so many. But and Mike, and I think Mike did.
I agree with that.
And I think Mike did react to at least some of the content nuke, which means that
let's assume he did, right?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna assume he did. Go for it.
Okay, yeah. And I think legally it would not be that difficult for him to sue Mike either, would it? As far as I know, with copyright, like you only have to watch a little bit with like for it to be claimable.
Well, no, I don't agree with that. That no matter how small, I mean, potentially any kind of usage of the content would be actionable. So I'm not saying that there's a limitation before you go into court. And again, I don't want to say that copyright doesn't factor at all in terms of who he actually sues. Right? That's not what I'm trying to suggest is the case. It's that the target list itself. That the stated intentional malice aspect of it, that isn't a principled reason in virtue of copyright to go after individuals. That is not the line that he is trying to enforce, is stated intentional malice. In other words, yes, he'll go after the most the actors that are most liable in that context. But it's not on the basis that he's suggesting. That's what I'm trying to get across, that the copyright is in service of the other thing, and the other thing is what's actually motivating it. And here's the easy question on that, right? Do you think he was happy or sad or disappointed, or what do you think his feelings were when he saw that Denims made that statement, for example?
Oh yeah, I think he was happy.
think that
That's,
made
that's
him-
unambiguous. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no. But
Yeah, so-
but I wanted to bring you back to a question earlier.
Yeah,
when it comes
go for
to so. And I don't even think you disagree. Like, so let's say Mike from PA reacts to a selection of clips to the point that like it is actionable, but he's given like quite a lot of commentary. He hasn't watched the video from start to finish, and he hasn't obviously made that declaration of intent, right?
Yep.
And because I don't know what his react is exactly like, but I'm just assuming it's something along those lines. And Ethan chooses not to sue him. There is a why not?
If he has a selection of clips, it could be the case that he thinks that it's fair use because he has a vision of it, and so he doesn't. If something is too close to the line in terms of fair use, like whatever Hassan did, if he doesn't think he has like a plausible case, like I said, I have no doubt that his notions of copyright played some role into who he selected, but it's not the role that people are suggesting. And here is my point, and put it in like a concise way. The stated intentional malice was not a necessary condition for him to sue these people.
Yeah, of course not.
And
Yeah.
how I present that is with a question, right? If they hadn't said that, do you think Ethan would have sued them?
No idea. No idea. Again, because there's a longer list of people who did watch the video but didn't get sued. So I don't know.
Right, but like, so if they hadn't made those statements, I think it's preposterous to think he still wouldn't have sued them, because that would presuppose or presume that his plan was to have this line in the first place. But of course, we already had acknowledged that he couldn't have planned for that, and so he was setting this trap not with the expectation that they would make those statements. And so, given that his trap was set before he could have known that, I think strains credulity to suggest that he wouldn't have sued, but for statements that he couldn't have predicted, because then why set up the trap at all?
Well, here's
if he
a
couldn't have
question
predicted
then.
that? You
Okay,
understand?
here's a question. My understanding of the Kaceytron react is that she's literally just like smoking and coughing over just about all of it with like very, very minimal speaking. Denims spoke for like an hour over the video, I think, over a 1.5 hour video.
Yeah.
Do you think if Denims hadn't made that statement, let's say neither of them did, do you think he would sue both or just Kaceytron?
I think he would have still sued Denims because that's because he then re-registered another work. Were you aware of that? Did you read the lawsuit? So he registered a separate work that wasn't the content nuke, presumably because he thought that the case was weaker against Denims for the content nuke react. Because guess what? It is, right? The case against Denims for infringement, even though I still think it's infringement on the content nuke, is worse than the infringement case against XQC for the same thing, or indeed Kaceytron. So what would explain his desire to register a separate work and then include that as part of the lawsuit against Denims? Well, it does seem to suggest that what's going on here is his targets have been selected by virtue of their participation in the community, and he's trying to do nothing would explain that, right? Because as with respect to that react, how does it fulfill the necessary condition of the siphoning rationale? And presumably that occurred prior to the siphoning statement being made.
Well, that's okay, wait, I'm going to defer to you on the facts here because I don't know. Did he register the pre-video stream before or after, or what?
Yeah. Or no, in March. So let me get the actual lawsuit. Denim, or it's I think it's TED Entertainment. The Denims court listener. Get the complaint up. So as I'm producing the complaint. I think it's called Countdown, right? So on January, at the end of January, he registered a deposit with the Copyright Office of the nuke. He registered the Countdown episode on March 31st, 2025.
Okay.
Why did he do that?
March 21st.
31st.
31st, he registers the stream, right?
the countdown episode.
Okay. And when was it aired?
The airing of the countdown episode, that's a live broadcast before the nuke, is on the 31st of January.
So he's registered it. Wait, okay, so he's registered it
after
Okay.
it's released, right?
Right.
Why do that?
I'm guessing that would be for denims, right?
Yeah.
But that doesn't take
Because
away from the fact that she did say that if you like taking views away from this piece of shit, whatever, right?
Right, but why sue on the countdown episode? You sue on the countdown episode, presumably, and tell me if you think this is not the case. You sue on the countdown episode because you think that the copyright case against denims is weaker, right?
Maybe.
He wanted to get these people, and it's an acknowledgement that the strength of the case isn't what's doing the actual selection here. That the strength of the case is a way to select from among culpable parties. But even when the case is weaker, you're willing to accept a weaker case, that is the denims case, and go after them anyway, because you just want those targets. And so you register a new work, that you weren't planning on it, right? You weren't planning on doing this, and that's because you want to have a stronger case against denims, because what you care about is going after these people. That's what matters. That's what's going on. And I understand that people say he could have had both. He could have had both. I'm saying it's not plausible that copyright, in the way people are suggesting, is factoring into the motivation. Copyright is a pretext. It's an excuse to go after people. And you guys should just accept it, right? If you think it's justified to go after these people, you should just own it. And yeah, copyright was a pretext. He wanted the infringement to happen. He didn't really care about whether his content was infringed. He's not trying to set a line here, a precedent that applies beyond the facts and circumstances of this case. He doesn't think that it'll have long standing effect beyond the circumstances of his situation. And what he wanted to do was to use copyright as a pretext to go after these people for their other things they did wrong. And then you can argue on that and say, it's who cares if that was his actual motivation. What really matters is whether or not we think the action is justified. That's what I think we should argue on, instead of spending this time like trying to buy the cope of it's a very principled position. It's not a principled position. It's dirty. It's a dirty tactic that you can either say is justified or not. But let's get into the actual meat and potatoes of whether we think it's justified.
Okay, let's say
people say it. I keep saying in your chat, it can be both. It can be both. It can be both. I acknowledge it can be both. The question isn't, can it be both? The question is
it more likely? Yeah,
it's likely. All right. So stop saying it can. All right. We all acknowledge it can.
Okay, so this is gonna be more than a can statement, I guess. If it comes to the analogy of the people making the fucking playing their music too loud. Okay, let's say I like maybe like half of them and I dislike the other half. And again, I don't want to go after the other half that I don't like just because they're doing it every couple of weekends. But then one or two give me the excuse by saying that they want to do it to fuck with me or fuck with my sleep. If I make the decision to go after the people who gave me the excuse, even though I could have gone after all of them, is there? And I've gone after the people I don't like, not the ones who are playing live music that I do like. Would you say that in this scenario, I don't care at all? It has nothing to do with whether or not I think people should be allowed to be loud on weekends sometimes.
It depends, and here's what I think it depends on. Are you bothered by the loud music?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I think is different, right? I don't think Ethan's not bothered by the substantive act itself, right? Imagine the following scenario. Let's say that Lonerbox, you actually like the loud music. You enjoy it. You actually, at most you're indifferent to it, but you certainly don't have any problem with it. But you know that a reasonable person would, but you just don't give a fuck about it, right?
Well, no. Wait,
that circumstance. No. But let me finish it, and then you can say why it's different, okay? Because you can definitely make this analogy if you want to, and you can try to say that. But in the situation in which you don't actually care about the underlying legal wrong, right? Here, there's a tort being done to you. And sometimes even like it violates some statute of whatever jurisdiction you're in. So some legal wrong is being done to you, but you actually don't care. And so just like every other week when there's loud music and you don't care or / you enjoy it, you decide this week because you heard someone made a nasty comment about you online, right? And you don't like this person made the nasty comment about you online. Like, this is a hypothetical. I know it's not on all fours.
Yeah.
And you go after that person, okay? Would you say that that lawsuit is legally justified? Yes, of course. But is it true that what motivated you in your lawsuit was the violation of your legal entitlement to be free from loud music? And the answer there is no, right?
Okay.
You don't care about that.
Right. So I'm going to go to my analogy, then I'm going to go to Ethan. I am bothered by loud music in this analogy. Obviously, it's just annoying.
Okay.
But I just don't think I want to bring like the law in. That's just a bar that I don't want to cross. But these pieces of shit who do the exact same thing, but they're telling me why they're doing it, and they're doing it because they want to like displeasure me or whatever, then yeah, I'm going to take the law out on them. I am bothered by it, but I'm not going to go to a legal level with them unless they do something, unless one, I don't like them, and two, they give me a pretty good excuse. One where I feel like I'm not shitting on the entire loud music every now and then community. Same by the same token, Ethan obviously is bothered by copyright because he bitched about it for ages beforehand with people like XQC, but obviously he didn't care about it enough to sue people, but that doesn't mean you don't care about it at all. Obviously, if you want to go to the measure of suing someone, then you need more, right? And in his case, it seemed he needed two things. One, people he doesn't like and people he has a vendetta against, but also two, like a pretty strong excuse. No?
So I think evidence that would suggest that he is actually bothered by it would be, for example, if he, by the infringement in this case. I don't say he's never caring about copyright. I just mean in this case. That's all I'm talking about, right? So maybe sometimes loud noises in the example I was trying to provide that bothers you, but in this case, does he care about it? That's what I'm talking about. So let me tell you why I think he doesn't in this case. I think if he actually was bothered by the underlying rationale, and it's just a matter of, I don't want to sue over that, but the things are bothering him. A, why isn't he DMCAing everyone else? He's not suing, doesn't need to sue them. Why isn't he DMCAing XQC? Why isn't he DMCAing you if he's bothered by the underlying act?
Because you might not even be bothered enough to DMCA, right? Or why is he not DMCAing the people with the lawsuits?
We'll get to that, right? We'll definitely get to that because that's a point in my favor. But the reason he's not DMCAing you guys, because the way you sort of paint it is, well, it's not going to reach the level of suing someone in the case of all that it's music. It is bothering me. I am bothered by the infringement, but I'm not suing them because I wouldn't reach that level. Then why wouldn't he DMCA them if he's not bothered by it?
Well, my understanding is he has DMCA'd people in the past. There's obviously that there are lots of reactors out there, and it's probably the same thing again.
I mean,
where
for this stuff,
well, with this case, because again, he wants to go beyond because one, he doesn't like these people, and also because they gave him a pretty good excuse.
I understand, but like what I'm suggesting is we're wondering whether or not in this case he's bothered by infringement of the content nuke. And the answer is the best evidence suggests he's not. Mere infringement of the content nuke, he's not bothered by, right? It's not like the case in which loud noise is bothering him. The infringement is not bothering him. And if it did bother him, we would expect him to take very easy methods available to him that are trivial to do to address it, that is within his rights to do. And if he really bothers him, why wouldn't he do it? Because he doesn't care about it, right? And you watch the way he sees XQC's reaction. Is he unhappy there? He's smiling. He doesn't care.
So when he's having those spats with XPC and he was having that debate, or when he was like live DMCAing people who were re-uploading the H3 podcast and like being like, I'm DMCAing you, piece of shit, fuck you. So
I agree with that. I agree that he cares about the argument. I agree that in some sense he cares about copyright. I'm just saying in this case, he doesn't care about infringement of the content nuke.
Specifically in this case. But even though he's had debates about the general concept of copyright.
Yeah, I think he cares about the argument. I think he cares about his copyright in some sense, but not with respect to the infringement of the content nuke, right? He doesn't care about infringement of the content nuke.
That's kind of like saying that I don't that's kind of like saying that I don't really care about the people who are playing loud music, but again, just because I've decided that I'm not going to sue the people who are bothering me, even if it's like sparse, but I'm going to only sue the people who are taking me to a particular threshold, who I also don't like.
Right. So the suggestion is like, I'm bothered by all this music, but they haven't reached it to the threshold for me to sue, right? And what I'm suggesting to you is Ethan's conduct in this case shows that he's not bothered by all the equivalent of everyone else playing music, but that doesn't reach the threshold. Because if he were bothered by those people his demeanor wouldn't be a positive one with respect to when he's overlooking some of these reactions. Doesn't show that like he very much seems like not nonplussed about it. And B, we're not even he's not even doing the trivial steps it would take to get rid of the stuff that supposedly bothers him. Like for example, just asking, hey, could you guys not do this? Even if you say like, hey, I don't agree with DMCAing because for whatever reason that hits another threshold. Okay, if you want to say that, why doesn't he express that it bothers him that XQC did the reaction, or that Asmongold did, or that you did, or that Hutch did?
Clear,
it didn't bother him, right?
Well, DMCA can result in a YouTube channel getting like terminated.
Yeah. So let's say, so let's say that for the same reasons that there's a threshold for suing, it happens to be that's the exact same threshold for DMCA. All right, let me give that. So we're now saying that there is a threshold and exists both to lawsuits and to DMCA. Okay, I don't believe it, but let's grant it. Why not express that it makes him upset? Because it doesn't make him upset, does it?
What do you mean express that it makes him upset? Like it feels like when he's talking about,
hey, like I'm
like the headline for the
I don't want you
Kaceytron
guys
thing
to do
is what
this.
she
I don't want
smoked
you
more
guys
than she spoke. So it seems like he obviously derides that behavior to a degree. No,
but do you believe in the sincerity of it? I mean, so do you think that he was unhappy that you covered it in its entirety?
With me, probably
Honestly.
not. But if we went further, like if he wanted,
So he was
if I wanted
happy,
to test him
right,
on the
that you
things
did
that he
it?
actually, well, if I wanted to test him on the things that he actually says across his career, like it seems that he does think that like, well, people like XQC he thinks they're thieves, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. But the question is in this case, right? In this case, was he unhappy that you watched the whole of the content nuke? No, he wasn't, right?
No, not with me personally, no. Or yeah.
Or with Hutch?
No.
Or with yeah. So he's not upset by the infringement of this content by anybody. It's not like, oh, he meets the threshold to sue, and that's the threshold to sue, but everything else, the only reason he's not going after it is because it hasn't reached that threshold. Like everything else he views as largely positive. Because it's overwhelmingly glowing sentiment for what he's doing and because people don't like Hassan, except for the people who are Hassan fans, you know?
Well, one is because
yeah.
One, I think with regards to Ethan, I would imagine he'd probably put me on a different bar to XQC as well, because he's probably going to say that I reacted to it or I provided substantive commentary, which is also like the equivalent of
but,
like
yeah,
I told him before I was going to have a house party, or I've just done it
Yeah.
sparsely and big deal.
Yeah, but imagine you didn't, right? Like imagine that you just played it in its entirety. You didn't pre-clear it with him. He likes you, and he wouldn't be bothered by that.
Yeah, but in a sense, that's how civil cases work, isn't it? Like you go after the people you want to sue. So why would you sue someone you like?
I understand
Yeah.
it's how. No, I'm not doubting that that's how it works. The only thing we're wondering is like, is he actually upset that his content is getting infringed on? Is that what's motivating any of this? And the answer is it's only motivating in the sense that it's a necessary condition for him to sue someone.
Well, he was upset
But
when Snark were
he
like
doesn't seem
infringing.
bothered.
He was upset when the Snark subreddit was infringing, because again, it's like obviously you're going to be more upset if someone does something like that if they don't like you, like if they're doing it in a way that in a broader context of them being bad faith towards you. No,
I understand. I definitely can see why someone would be more upset in the context of someone who's doing a legal wrong to you, who has like a sadistic or malicious motive. I definitely understand that. But it's not like he's mad at the people who are under the threshold but still doing the legal wrong to him, right? He's not mad at that. He wanted people to do this. He wanted people to react to it.
So your argument is that in this case of the content nuke, even though he's had arguments about fair use and about low effort or zero effort reacts in the past, he didn't care about specifically being reacted to in this context of the content nuke because it was an excuse to go after people he doesn't like. Yeah, I don't really have an issue with that. That to me, that's not contradictory in a way, or that's not even, to me, that's still not implausible. That's again like saying that
so
I'm like slightly bothered by people playing loud music, but I'm also like, in the case where someone gives me an excuse so that I can go and get the police on them, then I'm kind of happy about that. Like fuck them, yeah. Why is that different?
So I don't think that I don't think we necessarily disagree here. I think that what we're agreeing is that he Well, I don't know if you agree. This isn't like the case in which someone is slightly annoyed by music from some people who don't want to have a stated malice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a case in which he likes those people playing that music. That's the difference. He actually likes that one night, for whatever reason, he likes the music being played loud, right?
Yeah, for
By
the same
certain
reason.
people.
Yeah, for the same reason that in this one instance, I would like that person doing it because they've given me an excuse to go and sue them.
Right, but then that suggests the following: that he's not motivated in the sense of principally motivated with respect to copyright, either to himself or to the broader React community.
Yeah, no, wait, that's
respect-
never.
yeah.
I don't know if I've ever given any opposite impression. I think like
Okay, got it.
almost all of this is motivated because of these particular people in this community and the harassment or whatever else. Like that's why it's why it's
Right.
not. Yeah, of course. And I think it's like
So
it's
the
petty.
question
right,
is,
what-
do we think it's do we think that is proper? By which I mean, do we think it's good? And you took the view that 75% justified to do what he did.
Yeah.
And my question is, if your view is that this is based in part, or like in almost exclusive part, based on those other motivations that you're referencing, which I think is true. I think that's accurate. If you believe that, this would only be justified in virtue of the harmful acts and reputations / course of conduct of those people, right? That's the only thing that could justify this, not the mere legal wrong. You're not going to support lawsuits where people don't actually care about the underlying legal wrongs. There needs to be some, for you to say that it's an ethically justified lawsuit where no one cares about the underlying harm and we're just using the resources of the state you're going to want some justification for why it's that's specific to the people they're suing, but also unrelated to the underlying copyright. That's what I'm saying, right? You would need to find some justification for you to say 75% okay.
Okay, I'm gonna maybe try and list all the things that we agree on, and then find the things we disagree on, just to make sure. So, one, we agree that Ethan is doing this because primarily, like above anything, way above anything else, is because he doesn't like this community, and he wanted an excuse to go after certain people. And I think maybe is there. Okay, and I guess we also agree on the fact that the malicious intent thing is something that he almost definitely used post hoc because the people who did it gave him an excuse to go after them. Okay, the things that we don't seem to agree on maybe are: do you think that Ethan doesn't care in the even slightly about like bad React content or like zero effort React content in general?
As relates this case, no, but in general, I think that he does have a track record of that principled stance.
Yeah,
and that is one of the things that bothers me is because that case out of the SDNY, that summary judgment motion for Bold Guy, that's a beautiful case. That's a wonderful, good case. It's an example of a great litigation where I don't blame him at all for the FUPA fund being run out. I thought that it's worth every single penny, and that I'm actually disappointed oftentimes that so many of these cases never get litigated, and we just have to deal with the MCA stuff and then big pocket litigants where like very few people are going to go up against Sony to actually defend their copyright. But here we had an opportunity where it was kind of like a more mid-sized person trying to lean on Ethan and recall why everyone was against Bold Guy. Everyone was against Bold Guy not just because Ethan's content was fair use, though it was, and it ought to have been considered fair use. What was the other reason people were mad at Bold Guy? Because he's a whiny bitch.
Okay.
He's a pussy bitch who wanted to, because he got clowned on. He didn't care about the infringement there. What he cared about was that he got clowned on. And so everyone gathered around Ethan to and I think justifiably, and Ethan was a righteous and virtuous person in this instance, to defend himself in the name of React and fair use content. And everyone was right to clown on Bold Guy for being a litigious asshole whose only motivation was because he clowned on him. And out of that, that is why, like, I started reviewing the lawsuit with an eye towards supporting Ethan, because I've seen his litigation before, and I thought that on the Bold Guy stuff, it was wonderful. But this is not in keeping with that. This seems to be a step away from what he was doing there. And that's basically my opinion. So I don't think that he has no principled positions on fair use. I think he has a track record. I just think this is like contrary to what would otherwise be a more virtuous pattern.
Okay. Let's say Ethan gave the following statement. Let's say he says, I am doing this because fuck these people. This is a spite move. I don't like them. They gave me an excuse. But other people who I don't like also watched my content nuke and could have quite easily infringed. But I don't really want to go after them because I don't want to be the guy who starts suing people for just like any old React content, even if it could be pursuable in court, right? Because I want to like. Which part of that do you disagree with?
The notion that you're basically saying if there were other people who fit the box, so to speak, why didn't he sue them?
Legally
right?
fit the box, yeah, but not to the point of like maliciously stating, yeah.
Right. So I think one thing is that once they stated that, I think he took advantage of it, and so he set out a standard, and it's not because they failed to meet the standard that he doesn't sue them. It's because he used the standard to try to give him a PR bump and defend himself. And so there could be a kind of inevitability that now that he's said that that's the standard, that's the pretext he's going to stand by. And it kind of, the fakery of it, in other words, the fact that that was the purported standard kind of explains the Kaceytron lawsuit, right? Because Kaceytron isn't like close to Hassan, right?
No.
Kaceytron doesn't have culpability on the CPS stuff, right?
No.
Kaceytron, like that rationale about why he would distinguish after making like the real target that I think he cares about are Dunhams and Frogan, and so I think that the engineering of that rationale itself might explain sticking to it once you set it out or once you pick it as a potential PR move. But also, I don't think there are many other people who fit in that box, and maybe you can tell me them. I hear Sean the Black, but I have never seen that react.
So, well, Ethan's got like, maybe we can watch these and see if like maybe they were just so minimal that they were completely inactionable. But there's a list here that I think the Snark Reddit put out. It's in the video. It said, hey, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for Age 3. Several creators have mentioned they're planning to stream their reactions or post-reaction videos in the coming days. Here are a list of creators who have supported our sub, blah, blah, blah. And then they list North Star Radio, Comrade Casey, Frogan, Sean the Black, Denims, Mike from PA, Hallucinogender, Og, Kaceytron, Do Not Worry podcast. I believe he did watch the nuke, but not fully. Uninformed Leftist. So they have a list of people there. But I think Ethan said that the 3 people who watched it in its entirety, as well as making those statements, were Denims and Frogan and Kaceytron.
Yeah, he's inventing some standard and where he can get at least some of the people who he cares about, and he can now use this kind of like protect reaction rationale. But what's motivating his discrimination here is one, I don't know that he wants to incur the litigation expenses of going after like 20 different people in this case. He's going after the Snarkers for sure. He's going after these 3 people. So there are some natural limits here that that he's going to have his like a little bit of a selection after who to go to. I don't know those other people's reactions, but again, I just don't think it's the principal that's doing the selecting. He's selecting a principal to reach a certain result, and the result he wants is what is motivating things. And so he'll find some. If it weren't this, it would be something else. If it weren't intentional stated malice, it would be something else.
Yeah, but that's why my question was: so if he says I'm going after these people because of spite and fuck them, but also I don't want to abuse copyright to the point where someone gives like a reaction to half of the video and I drag them through court for that, even if they haven't said anything about malicious about it or whatever else. Like,
then why sue Denims, right? Because if that's a belief he actually has, and this is what nobody is going to be able to argue against, in my opinion, if there's a dispositive motion in the Denims case, which he says that she wants to fight,
okay,
they're not going to say, oh, well, intentional stated malice, that's going to be the opinion. The only thing that could be motivating him to refrain from suing on a copyright basis is an intuition that the precedent generated by that lawsuit would somehow be negative. But of course, any court coming to that determination as to whether something is fair use, they're not going to do, we only look at intentional stated malice. They're going to go, every single one who consider fair use, almost to every court, go 1, 2, 3, 4. Totality of circumstances. Boom, 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 boom. There's never really a case in which a court determining fair use doesn't run through every single factor. And his lawyers, if they're obligating their fiduciary duty, they're going to argue every single one of the fair use factors vigorously, right? They're going to argue vigorously that it's not just intentional stated malice that it's not fair use. It's the amount and substantiality. It's the fact that it's a commercial work, which cuts against for factor one. It's the fact that the amount of time used, right? It's the fact that this is it's a creative work as opposed to a merely factual one. It's the fact that this is you're taking the heart of the work, and so all of those factors are that it's a market substitute. They're going to make that argument. Look at how many people watch that who otherwise would have watched my thing. They're going to make that objective case that it's a market substitute. And so in the course of coming to a litigation about Denham's conduct, if you were actually fearful about making this line for the purpose of copyright, you would know that your own personal moral regarding who to sue and who not sue isn't going to be the determination that the court is going to go on. The court is going to go factor one, boom, factor two, boom, factor three, boom, and factor four, boom. And you're not going to be able to tell the court how you want to curate your opinion.
Okay, this might be a legal thing where I just don't know how it works. I've actually got two places I want to go with that. One is I wanted to ask you, well, would a case like this be decided by first like a judge or a jury, or?
It's a mixed question of fact and law, and oftentimes it's decided just by a court.
Okay.
In fact, in recent Supreme Court precedent, it's been leaning more towards judge-made determinations at summary judgment, but not always. I mean, there are cases in which it can go to a trial but that would be even worse, right? Because like if there's no reasoned opinion in a trial. And you just have like jurors coming to determinations as to the different factors, then it's like even less plausible this is going to be some kind of tailored analysis from which we could protect either against Disney and Sony, or that we can use to establish a social precedent or something like that. It will most likely, there will be some sort of dispositive motion practice, and the court might determine as a matter of law in which side the fair use factors point towards.
That would make it very confusing to me why he was going after Denham's, but not like the other people who reacted from that snark post. Then, if it's like a weaker case that he's just trying to like artificially strengthen like through unhanded tactics, but
yeah,
like,
it's because copyright's not the motivator. This is all PR stuff, and people.
Well, no, but I mean, like,
falling for it.
but if you're, that's what I'm saying though, because if copyright's not the motivator, and he's willing to take a case that might actually fall and do other things to try and strengthen it, then that makes me wonder why he wouldn't go for like the bigger targets, like your Mike from PAs or
right. Well, then it's a simple answer, right? The simple answer is he wants to paint himself as protecting the React community. He's cooked up some rationale and some standard. I don't know what Mike from PA did as a reaction. Perhaps Mike from PA's
it might have just been standard, very limited, maybe,
reaction might have been even like more limited than Denham's. In other words, it's like a much weaker case than even Denham's. And to be clear, I do think that Denham's reaction is infringing. I do think that. But yeah, I mean the explanation is right in front of you. The reason he's not going after those people is either a prior about the strength of the case. In the case of Hassan, that's probably the primary motivating factor. And also, Hassan potentially has another equitable defense that probably isn't available to Denham's and these other people. I don't think that their equitable defenses are very strong. I've been very clear that I think all these cases are non-frivolous cases that are strong against the three primary defendants. I know less about the secondary theory of liability for the Reddit mods. But yeah, no, the answer is clear. The answer is because it's about going after certain people and trying to spin the PR to make him the good guy as the defender of copyright. And when people say, "Oh, Pisco, it's a small point," it's not. It's all throughout the rationale of the video. And we just need to get over this and concede that asshole Pisco, pedant Pisco is right about all this stuff. And we just need to get down to the moral question. Do these people deserve it? That should be what we're talking about. And all of this cope about, there could be some copyright motivation. That's all cope. Let's just grant that I'm correct about that stuff. Stop, stay mad, continue to be mad, continue to put your comments, but like, just accept that I'm correct. And let's just get to whether they deserve it, notwithstanding it.
First of all, do you think so? Is your opinion legally that that statement of intent, like obviously, like is it part of the 4-point test or just not at all? Them saying that they want to do it to take views away.
It's my position that it's not relevant at all, and here's why. The factors, the character of the work doesn't turn on any kind of subjective motivation. Right. Everyone agrees with that. There's no case law to support that. Factor 3. This is the amount and substantiality. Wait, hang on. Let me just make sure I'm getting the correct ordering here, because you know me, I'm a fucking stickler for. I want someone to call me.
The reason I was asking was because like if you like have a case with denims, like what you said, you think actually was infringement. Do you think her saying that, like, would her counsel like have to throw it out because it's just not relevant, or because I can't
no.
I can't see myself
No,
being
this-
like making the decision there legally as a judge or like the court, and not having that statement influence me. Like, I think it's just so glaring to have it like just said to your face that that's what they're trying to do, whilst also obviously like if you're like a split decision, right, or if you're 64, that I feel like that's going to pull you. Like, it's impossible not to, even if it's not in the.
I have always
test.
maintained that for atmospherics, right? Atmospherics, I mean, you leave the brief with that because it's just, these are human beings. I'm a realist before I'm a formalist when it comes to judicial opinions. So I'm not here to tell you that for atmospherics and for scene setting, that this is an incredibly helpful statement. But what I'm saying is the precedent you're going to get out of any court decision isn't going to turn on it because the doctrine doesn't accept it as relevant. And so what I was saying is, for nature of the copyrighted work, that's factor 2. Doesn't turn on subjective motivation, right? Even if you say this is a creative work, it's not factual. This is creative, it's not factual, or this is factual, not creative. Someone saying it's factual, not creative. Someone saying, it's unreleased versus it's released. The different kind of things that go into the nature, those statements don't make it so. So it's not a subjective inquiry at factor 2. Factor 3 is the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. I was right about that. And yeah, no, that doesn't turn. That's like literally a quantifiable metric, one that is determined by percentages and also, I guess, impressions about what's the most important part of the work. But that, again, doesn't turn on what someone thinks is the most important part of the work. So you could say something like, well, I think the most important part of Star Wars Episode 2 is this little diner scene and the little decoration on the table. That's the heart of the work, not everything around it, not all the lightsaber fights, not all the plot. And so the heart of the work is really just this little flower that's on Dexter's diner table. And that wouldn't make it so. So subjective intent doesn't have anything to do with the substantiality of the portion or the amount, obviously, which is like a number. The effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work, that is also objective. It doesn't turn on whether you think it's a potential market substitute, right? Like a parody could definitely, someone could say, I want this to be a market substitute, but it just isn't, right?
Yeah.
It's an objective test. And I've said this multiple times. People have had opportunity to do their Westlaw searches to try to combat it. And so the only one conceivably that people have levied as potential arguments is under factor 1, the purpose and character of the use, including whether such use of commercial nature is for a non-profit educational purpose. And so you might stand to reason, well, purpose sounds like it's about intent, right? Like surely like a purpose is measured by an actor's intent. But you're just wrong. You're dead wrong. It's about it's an intersubjective test. And if you go to this case, Warhol, there the artists very clear. The artist's statements of the purpose of the work here doesn't turn on whether or not it's actually transformative, which is the heart of factor 1. It's not the only thing relevant under factor 1, but it doesn't turn on that. It really doesn't, and the court is explicit about it. It would be like saying, by the way, Lonerbox, if you put at the start of your stream, this is transformative. This is transformative. I am doing this to transform the content. Yes, exactly. Right. So that's why I say it's implausible. Now, people say, well, those statements might be relevant. They might be relevant for purposes of the willfulness standard. But maybe it's relevant with respect to damages, the willfulness standard. But willfulness is different than intentional state of malice. Willfulness is knowing what you're doing is illegal. That's what willfulness means, not trying to siphon views. And as far as I understand, Denims maintains that she thinks that it's fair use. And so these people, there's that statement that I want it to like destroy the market for Ethan's video. That isn't necessarily coextensive with a knowledge that what you're doing is illegal. They're just not the same thing. And also, Ethan has explicitly disclaimed that this is about damages in the slightest. And so to the extent that it bears on question, and there are no punitive damages available in the copyright context. There's one case out of the SDNY that has been rejected by the overwhelming majority of courts that have applied punitive damages in the context of copyright. But no, that's almost certainly not available. And everyone who has examined that case has said that it's fucking dumb. You're not going to get punitive damages. But for that case, there is no other example of punitive damages being reached, and it's been rejected. So no, and there's some language in some early Supreme Court cases that good faith is like the most important thing in fair use. This is a case called Harper and Rowe. or they at least mention that like good faith is the touchstone of fair use. But good faith, that shouldn't be read literally in the sense of the court has backed away from that to the extent that it had any applicability. But the good faith aspect is found in the factors, right? How do you tell if something is good faith? It's not a subjective inquiry, according to the Supreme Court. It's by using the factors that are specifically laid out. So it's not just this untethered good faith analysis. And so I've dealt with all of these arguments. It just isn't relevant to what you would expect to see from precedent. And it's not important to the fair use inquiry. And of course, it would be ridiculous if it was, given everything I just said.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's that's always been my understanding. But then I also just the way I see it playing out socially is that I think it's just so much harder to have any like sympathy or any like opposition to him doing it because they're just demonstrating like such a level of impunity, and it's to someone that they already have a feud with, right? So,
right. So why don't we get to the actual ethics of the lawsuit? So if we agree that copyright isn't really, it is a pretext. It's not the doctrinal reason. It's not a principled infringement reason by virtue of this lawsuit. Why don't we get into, is it justified in these circumstances to use this tactic against these people? Because I think you could imagine circumstances in which you would be against this tactic. And I think I'm just doing this as a baseline. I think you'll definitely agree with this.
Mm-hmm.
But the example I use is like, suppose that the Lonerbox reacts to, or let's just do me. I react to a Tim Pool thing, and I do a horrible reaction to it, and I basically say he's like a Russian provocateur or whatever. And then Tim Pool sues me, even though I did like a technical infringement. He's just for the same facts, right? He's just coming after me, so I silence. And then what he extracts from me as a concession are apologies. I should never have criticized, Tim Pool as a Trump stooge. I should never have said that Trump is a dictator or that he's a fascist. I should apologize for what I said about Charlie Kirk being a fascist after what happened. In that context, you would be against that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but you understand why I consider these different. Wait, why do you think I would consider those what you just said different from what's happening here?
So I think you would consider it different, basically because you think on the underlying reasons, underlying conduct that I'm apologizing for, you don't think that you think I'm probably right on those underlying things, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's one reason you think it's probably different. Number two is you probably have a different impression about me as an actor versus these other people. And you probably have a different impression of Tim Pool versus Ethan. But all of that is grounding down into, so on,
there's another reason as well, though, and this is maybe I think the bit that I don't feel like I'm getting acknowledged, is that you did a lazy reaction, right? That's it.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh no, but let's say that I have intentional state of malice.
Oh well, that's probably different. That's why are you fucking around?
No, I understand. But if Tim Pool pushed me to apologize about collateral matters, that is, as part of and he has more money than I do, and he gets me to admit that Trump is not a fascist, that I apologize to Charlie Kirk, I apologize to him for calling him Russian aligned. If he does that, you might say fuck around and find out for the
malicious intent.
I said I wanted to steal money from him. Yeah, but you're not going to be in support of that lawsuit, right? You're going to defend me. You're going to get your community to rally around me and be like, hey, Tim Pool is just trying to silence critics. He's trying to bully people with financial coercion. And even though he might have a claim, we're not in favor of the lawsuit. That would be your position, right? Yeah,
but if he was using it to extract like untrue statements from you as well, that would be pretty fucked. Yeah, if he was using it to say things like, what was it? To get you to say that
aren't
fucking
true.
Well, yeah, to get you to say that like Trump isn't a fascist, or to get you to like make these fucking like political statements. Yeah, well, yeah, of course I would be different to that.
So
but as far as
he gets, let's just take one of those. I condemned the shooting of Charlie Kirk. I condemned his assassination, and then 4 days later, I'm saying Charlie Kirk was a fascist. He gets me to apologize for that. Apologize to the family of Charlie Kirk, to Erica Kirk, for calling her husband a fascist.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have to, because Charlie Kirk is a fascist, and also that's a pretty like reasonable opinion to have. Whereas if he had got you, because if he had got you to say something like, "I'm sorry, I like infringed on Tim Pool's copyright. I didn't care. I was being malicious, or like I said that I was trying to siphon views, and I was being like disregarding his copyright, like or whatever the fuck else." Like that part, I'd be a lot less sympathetic to you in that case. But if he was getting you to make a bunch of fucking political statements that are false, then yeah, that's obviously that's different.
Even if they're even if you took the view that I shouldn't have called Kirk a fascist, you'd be okay with resolving the issue of whether Kirk is a fascist through this kind of thing, like as a principled basis. Let's say that you disagree, right? That, or like something like this. I assume you don't support failure to condemn Charlie Kirk assassination, right? You don't support. You think that it should.
You
be
don't
condemned,
support
right?
failure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and if someone said I won't condemn the assassination of Kirk, you would disagree with that, right?
If you said that you don't condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. I'm never going to condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Someone said that. You would disagree with that, right?
Sure. Yeah.
You think you should, right?
Okay.
So
yeah.
if so that's a situation in which you agree with Tim Pool, right? I shouldn't have said that. And he gets me through this
No, wait.
litigation to-
Actually,
Okay, go for it.
saying that people should condemn, hang on, not just that it's a bad thing to, no, I don't think
It's
people
a
should be
bad thing to refuse
yeah, I
to
don't
condemn,
think,
right?
no, I don't think people should be obligated to condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Oh no, but to state out loud, I will refuse to condemn Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Okay, I need to know. I need to know what example I'm. I need to know what example I'm actually committing to here. Because
Destiny's statements.
no.
Destiny's
I mean, I don't mean
statements,
Destiny's
obviously
statements. I need to know what example I'm. Because
Okay.
we've gone from refusing to condemn the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which I can have my position on, but earlier we were talking about calling Tim Pool like a Russian tool, which I mean is
I know,
a
we're
pretty
moving-
reasonable opinion, or calling Trump a fascist. But then, like, I don't know. We're lumping in a lot of things here.
We're talking about the nature of the extracted confession / apology. So as opposed to the motivation for the lawsuit itself. You get me? So what kind of extraction that what are the things that are playing on Tim's mind, which include things like I criticize him for Russia, I criticize him for Trump, and now I'm isolating one because what you're saying is like, well, I wouldn't want him to extract things that are untrue. I'm trying to find a true statement that you would agree with, that Tim Pool
that he could force you to say
about. Yeah, that you would feel like weird about that, even if you agree with Tim Pool, right? Like you could agree with Tim Pool that it's wrong to
yeah, okay, yeah, I got it. But let's say if he used
yeah?
a copyright suit against you and then he used it to get you to say people committed voter fraud on 2020, right? Because some people did, right? Yeah, okay. I understand.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. And if he did that, you would feel bad about that, right? Even though you agreed with it.
Yeah, I would feel bad about that part. Yeah. I would probably
Why would you feel bad about that?
Because that goes a bit more broad in the sense that I don't think you've done anything in general to deserve to be put in that position. I don't think you're in a position. I think you're an honest actor. I think there are other ways if people oppose you to deal with you.
So we're isolating the thing that makes this different, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what all I'm trying to do is trying to isolate what people think makes this different. And I think that it grounds down into, and I would even agree with this, right? And because people brought this up in your other call, what about Al Capone, right? They went after him for tax fraud. Did they really care about it? No. But there is a level of malevolence that one could have where I would say, you know what? Fuck it. Just do anything, right? I'm not even saying that is not the case, that there could be some person who is so malicious that I would say this tactic is justified against such people. Mm-hmm. One example of that is Donald Trump. I think people should like be a stickler to every dot and like do everything, even if the motivation has to do with like, defending the Republic in the long term. Okay. So I am not above doing this kind of tactic if you can show me some kind of overriding societal concern that I should be mad about and that would justify it. So I think that is precisely what we're trying to isolate here. And that would distinguish all these different cases, is the nature of the person who's making the allegation, the nature of the person who's on the receiving end of it, and their relative ethical weights. What do you think about that?
Yeah, again, I feel like I'm just circling around again, but obviously with the Tim Pool thing, like I would have an issue with him trying to extract like political statements from you that are just like plainly false or even just ones that are like using a truth to tell a broader lie, like with the election fraud thing. But obviously if you were reacting to Tim Pool's videos with like very minimal effort and just saying like, yeah, thank God we're taking views away from this piece of shit. Like as far as like him actually copyright going for you in a copyright suit, then I'm probably going to think like, I'm probably going to be thinking about you and like, why the fuck did you say that? But yeah, obviously there's a separate element to it. But that's why, as far as, and I don't think I've ever been shy about this with why I've got the position I do about this community in particular. And I think the thing that people miss, like, well, the principled quote unquote camp is that, I do think that community does like, and even down as individuals as well, put themselves in a position where there isn't really any other way to, like, that normal rules don't work on them. I see it very much like you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. Is it true that before Gavin Newsom brought that thing about redistricting, bringing it into the legislature, it was before that it had been shifted over to a independent body, right?
Independent commission.
So he makes
Yeah,
it so it's like
100%.
it's gone nonpartisan, but he's brought it back to make it partisan.
Yeah, so that is, I think, is a great example of what we're talking about here, right? In that context, the principle ought be in general, we don't want partisan gerrymandering, but unfortunately, two things make this necessary for Gavin Newsom to do. The first is the Supreme Court has said, and is the ultimate authority, that this needs to be resolved by the partisan branches. That's a necessary condition, but it's not yet sufficient. And number two, the only way to eventually achieve our principle, which is with respect to a major societal issue, I guess that's another element. So it's a major societal issue. And then number three, and the only way to get there is to respond in kind to the things that are being done from this other group of people. And that's the only way to achieve this homeostasis pertaining to a significant societal issue. And so there you have requirements of necessity. You have a large issue that we ought to care about. And then we have the notion of the principle, which you gather has already been violated. So these are all things that I would definitely consider, and I think it's a perfect analogy. I'm just asking what raises this case to be like the Newsom case.
Well, the second thing I was going to ask you about the second thing I was going to ask you about the Newsom case is it also true that it was in response to Texas, right? Because Republicans were doing it there.
Right. Yeah.
Is it also true that the Texas thing, I think I saw a judge saying something about this. Did the Texas redistricting fail in Republican case?
No.
Or did a judge oppose
it's
it?
One of the most insane. So initially it failed justifiably because it was a racial gerrymander. There's no question about it. But the Supreme Court just gave them a fucking get out of jail free card on some bullshit.
Okay.
So yeah, that is additional reason. The societal concern structurally, the Supreme Court is failing us on an obvious racial gerrymander. But what can you do?
Out of
I very much
interest,
stood out about that case too.
if the Republicans had tried to redistrict Texas in a partisan way, and then that's why Gavin responded in California, but then now that California's changed their rules, let's say Texas has to go back to nonpartisan, would you support California staying the way it is?
I would.
Yeah. Why? Because that's not that. Do you think that doesn't transcend tit for tat anymore, or?
No, because I don't think that tit for tat is is a necessary thing either. I think if there's because I will grant that, notwithstanding the fact that they didn't start it, there can be societal concerns that are so significant that it would justify doing something that in other contexts it generally would be against. And so that's why I'm giving you what I think you need to show to convince me. If you can show me some concern of a significant threshold of significance, of a particular threshold of significance from these individuals, even if you can say they didn't start it in the sense of they didn't do the exact kind of lawsuit thing where it's tit for tat, they did other sets of things, or if you could show, for example, that if you don't bring this lawsuit, Ethan's kids are going to get taken away, and and it's not a tit for tat. In other words, the tit for tat aspect is just but one piece of evidence, but it's not necessary. I think the key thing is that I'm okay with certain dirty tactics or certain kind of unsavory things, so long as it achieves some threshold of significance in the normal course. And the closer we are to things I care about for the principle, right? Like, for example, weaponization of the Department of Justice. You're going to have to show some societal ending consequence for me to say we should do political prosecutions. You're going to have to show some societal level consequence to say we ought torture, torture people or arbitrarily kill them, right? Likewise, but the less important the principle is, it's going to be less. But the thing is, this is kind of like in the middle, because on the one hand, I don't think that this is like set out in any rule or law, but it's bearing on something I really care about, which is the nature of the conversation and resolving these disputes in public discourse. And so that's why I care about the norm. To the extent that it is a norm, is one I would want to. To the extent that it's not a norm, it's one that I would want to establish. Is because I care about the discourse. And so this is a situation where I think you have a medium strength norm that you're going to need to show some level of reason to violate it.
Yeah. Okay. So this is where it gets a bit. This is where I'm not sure, because I can give you all like my list of, maybe not Frogan again. I don't know enough about Frogan to to support it in her case. When it comes to Denims and Kaceytron, I think there is plenty. Like, I think I saw one 45-second clip of Kaceytron speaking about me, and she lied about me like 5 or 6 times in 45 seconds or less. So I'm just like that pattern of behavior, and it's like egregious stuff as well. It's like saying that I'm like funded by like APAC and all this shit, like, which is like really damn. So, and then obviously Denims, who does the stuff with like, she's lied about me quite a few times as well about pretty like severe damaging things. Sue her for defamation then. Okay, I'm banning you. What a fucking freakishly retarded thing to say.
Hey guys,
Jesus, with all my fucking resources, eh? Oh, just sue them for defamation. No fucking biggie, eh? In any case, like, there is a level of impunity that's like exercised here against people, and also with the fact that again, like, for me, like, I'm not going to lie that it is like a personal spite thing as well, right? She platforms like uncritically fucking Bad and Panada, and while he's saying shit about me as well, and then growing his channel and forwarding people towards his Instagram, and like only singing praises, like no criticism, right? No, this bit is accept, and then I find him on Instagram like sharing my address and like in no unambiguous terms, like basically telling people to go and like take action against me, right? So I'm like sitting here watching that, and like, to me, and I've gone through this enough times, like no amount of debunking or response or anything like that, like it doesn't seem to phase them at all. Like, as far as Denim goes, like they continue to grow, or they continue to just keep doing what they're doing. But I don't really disconnect that necessarily from the fact that they did what they did with the React in such a
So you think
demonstration
Kaceytron,
of
for
impunity.
example, is responsible? Do you think Kaceytron should be held to what Bad and Panada did?
No, not Kaceytron, no.
Denim should
Not
be
for
held
that.
to the things that Bad and Panada did.
Well, it's not what he's doing, right? It's the fact that she is giving it like uncritical support.
The specific acts of that you're talking about related to you,
Um,
or something else?
so how much detail do I want to go into? So in my case, in specific, and also, it's not what these guys do to other people as well, but in my case particularly, it was uncritically and without any, like, even just like before watching videos or just hearing it from people in chat, believing that I support like fucking IDF soldiers murdering 3-year-olds, right, for sport. And then also like watching videos of people like Bad and Panada, which obviously, and telling people to go and like and subscribe and join their community and reinforcing. And then I know people in our audience go to that community and go and have a look. And then they find, oh, look, there's an Instagram post that's got Lonerbox's address here and a call to action. So yeah, I mean, like, I have people on this platform all the time who do bad shit, but I call it out. You know, it's like that. Yeah.
No, I absolutely, I think that's egregious as to you. I don't buy this whole thing that, you know, doxing doesn't ever pertain to particular publicly available information. I kind of think that doxing, as I understand it, is like more defined by like intent behind why one would do something. And if it's done for the purpose of harassment, if it's done for the purpose of this or that, as opposed to some, you know, journalistic end, there can be unclear cases, there can be more clear cases. And so I don't buy that merely something being accessible in some sense publicly, that is to say that an intrepid person could, without breaking any laws, find the information, that it gets you out of the realm of like some sort of violation. And so I do take seriously the fact that these people are coming after you. Someone showed me an actual like straight up malicious, like just fabrication that someone made, that he made, or like a fake tweet that he might have created or something related to you, or you might have more information about that. And so those are the kinds of things that I think would like be what you need to show for this kind of response. And I don't think though that mere lies are enough. And let me tell you why. Ethan Klein did a malicious lie about me that I'm going to ask you to condemn.
Okay.
He said that I LARP as an attorney, quote, LARP as an attorney, and I'm no more qualified than Mike from PA. You understand? You agree that that's implying that I'm not admitted to practice, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty bad lie.
I was never admitted to practice. And that's a crime, isn't it? That's accusing me of a crime. Because obviously you can't hold yourself out.
Well, LARPing as a lawyer.
Title like attorney.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a crime.
Yeah.
If I did this tactic,
yeah, listen, Pisco, I'll give it to you right now, okay? If Ethan reacted to one of your streams and he was like, "Fuck this guy, this Pisco dipshit," like, I'm gonna like, yeah, come watch it here, so you don't have to watch it there, right? and you sue him and you make him say a bunch of humiliating shit, I'll be like, yeah, Ethan, you got in the mud, and now mud's being thrown at you.
That wouldn't be the reaction of everyone would say I'm a pussy bitch. Because he said this about Mike from PA, you're gonna sue him for copyright. It doesn't relate to it. They would say you're a little pussy bitch. You're suing this, and we're gonna stand with Ethan. Don't you think that would be the overwhelming sentiment? That
well, then I'll fight them to the death and
as a little
purge my community for the fifth time. Yeah,
as a litigious little weasel who can't get off his high horse and who's so butthurt about this that he goes. So yeah, and people would say this lawsuit sucks. He doesn't actually give a fuck. I think that that's what would happen if I did that. And I think that most of your community, they would say, why are you defending Pisco? If you did defend Pisco, they'd be like, you obviously is just trying to fuck with Ethan because Ethan insulted his ego. That's what I think the overwhelming.
Yeah, but okay, maybe this is another disconnect we have then, because I think the it's not like the lies are one thing, right? But the demonstration of intent, or like the saying I'm doing this to take views away from them in a React stream that is low effort and crosses the threshold for suing, I think that explicit announcement of what you're doing it feeds in, it builds that case for like a level of impunity. Yeah.
And what if I got him to apologize for how? What if I got him to apologize for how he treated Denims? Let's say for whatever reason the financial situations are reversed. All right, but I got him to be like,
okay, yeah. What if you got him to say, I sued Denims not because of a legal ethical stance on copyright, but because I hate that bitch?
Yeah, no, but even beyond that, like I apologize for ever going after Denims. Denims did nothing wrong to me. How do you think people would? Do you think that people would say that that's a good thing that I did that, a bad thing that I did that, or neutral?
I don't know what other people would say. I know what I'd be on your side for that.
You wouldn't? That I got him to apologize to one of these lefty scumfuck sociopaths who have been so horrible to him and have been like themselves evil. You would say that's okay that you did that you forced a concession on some.
Well,
totally
the concession on the thing that like you're saying, if he's like, yeah, I didn't do it because of a principled copyright stance. I did it because out of spite.
No, but make it broader than that. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that to Denims, because Denims actually is like. She didn't deserve any of that. She's been nothing but good to me, or something like that, or like no one deserves to be insulted the way I insulted.
Well,
Denims.
Okay, then that's false. Then I'd be like, why? Then yeah, then you then that's different. Yeah.
And maybe it's not sincere, but more than anything, it's collateral to the issue. People would hate me. You understand that, right?
Stop talking about what people would say, though. We're talking about how I would take it.
But
did I know? Wait. Just to be sure, just to be clear, right? There's a difference between him, you getting him to admit, like through this fucking scheme or whatever, that he did the lawsuit because of more out of spite than out of any like copyright concern or ethical standard setting, versus Denim has been nothing but good to me. She's only ever told the truth about me. You understand these are two completely different things that you're getting someone to say, right? Yeah, yes or no?
Okay, let's make it more. Yes, they're different. The more nebulous. Like yes. I apologize to Denims. I treated her poorly. In a general sense, it's not tied to anything specific. The mere fact that I would do it like that, right? Or I get him to say, Lonerbox never contributed to my fund. These kinds of things. You guys would not react positively. I don't think you would react positively to that.
Wait, what's the statement there that he makes about Denims?
That, like, in general, I apologize to Denims. I apologize to the entire community for how I've treated them. Doesn't have any statement effect. It's a lie.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Obviously, it's going to matter what the statements are in that case, because the way I see it, right, is that obviously all of this is underhanded to a degree, right? But the way that the story that you're putting to me here is that the underhandedness started in one direction, right? It started from Ethan calling you a fake lawyer, accusing you of a crime, of posing as a lawyer, and then went to you and said, yeah, let's watch this guy's video and deprive him of views. And then you get the opopportunity to make that into a lawsuit to fuck him back. Like, yeah, it's like a leapfrogging or whatever, but again,
people would say, like, if you think that he did something wrong by saying that you LARP as an attorney, then you should sue him for that. And I probably wouldn't do that for other reasons, but like, let's say that they said that, like, they would say that. They'd be like, if you think that what he did is wrong related to the comment, you should sue him for that, right? If you think that the Snarkers is harassing him, you
Okay,
should sue
okay,
for that.
okay. Let's say that I've got a neighbor who's always playing their music just like 1 or 2 decibels below the legal limit, right? And I'm fucking furious about this person. They're not going to stop.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't slept in days. But then I see them outside smoking a joint.
You
And I call the cops on them. Yeah. I'm just like,
because you don't
listen,
you don't really care about the marijuana stuff, right?
yeah, I don't. But fuck me. What else can I do? Fuck this person.
Right. I think most of us would be like, that's some pussy shit.
But and they've
Even if
also
it's
okay,
legal
wait.
to
And
do.
just to make this just to round the analogy off. All right. Let's see.
If
And
that's
they're also
Hitler, right? I would be in favor for it.
No, but
If
but
that
they're
were
also
IDF,
no. It's not that. It's not that. It's much more simple than that.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Yeah. They're also saying, like they're outside, but they're like blowing it in the direction of my window, and they're like, "Hey, Lonerbox, look, I'm fucking like, you think the music's bad? How about I stink up your flat as well from the outside?" So. Yeah, I'm
but you
going
don't
after
actually care
them
about
because
them.
they are basically tormenting me with the fucking music. But yeah, I don't want people to get like the cops call to them for
and
smoking.
my contention is that unless there's some overriding social concern, overriding good reason we're doing this, that in general we think that that's unsavory. Not that it's illegal to do. I want to stress that. Just that we think it's unsavory. We think it's wrong. That if there is some basis to sue on or to take some action in relation to the actual thing that's motivating you, that we are okay with that. Or if there's some societal interest, some broader interest, or some overwhelming reason to do it, then we would be okay with that. I would grant you that. And I grant you in this case, but you just need to make the case that what these people did is bad enough to deserve it. And that's what I want. That's what I think most people want to get into. And that's actually how I think most people will reacted to the news of the lawsuits. How they reacted to the news of the lawsuits was, fuck these people. I don't give a shit about them. This is so delicious to watch them squirm. And that's informed by some priors about what they've done before. And so the way I think that I'm capturing this analysis here is both accurate to how Ethan is considering it, but also how people are reacting to it. People are reacting to this overwhelmingly like, who the fuck cares about everything you're talking about, Pisco? Granted all, they still deserve it. And so that's what I'm trying to get us to is, what did they do that deserves this? And let's start one at a time with Kaceytron, Brogan, and Denims, and then whether you're agnostic in favor of the lawsuit against each one of them.
Again, I'm not. And okay, and this is obviously always assuming that they have done this violation. They've opened themselves up to this attack legally through the copyright law and in the most obvious with impunity way possible. Okay.
Yeah.
So they've done that.
Where we've taken
they've made that decision. And prior to that, then what have they done before that makes them like more like valid targets to actually use the law against them? Okay. Right.
I just want you to agree. Like, I think in general, you would be against this lawsuit unless it reached that threshold, right? Unless there was some reason to think these were good targets. Like, you wouldn't agree with this lawsuit for these reasons as we've laid out if it was just like some decrepit old grandma who didn't bother anyone except for Ethan this one time, right? You wouldn't be in favor of this tactic. What is informing whether you think it's justified has to do with your opinion about these people, whether they deserve it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
now let's go through it. Kaceytron, why does she deserve it?
Well, with Kaceytron, 2 reasons, I guess. One is because I know that she'll just like lie through her teeth about people in a way that is like, if she had any power, it would be quite damaging, you know? And I mean, it's still like, there's still a few hundred people listening to those things. It's influencing some people's opinions in a pretty unfair and like negative way. And also the fact that, I mean, as far as the, like, again, like I'm obviously quite liberal with this personally because I'm a React streamer, but I think there is something to be said with just like turning on full episodes of TV shows and then playing a loop of yourself going away. I think that factors in as well.
Does it matter that it's full TV shows? I've seen you watch whole things while you're playing games. I mean, is that really materially different in your mind? Not that that's always your React content, but like sometimes you do that, right?
Yeah, because to me, like I'm still doing something. Like even for the bare minimum, I'm still saying something. I'm still pausing sometimes to say something. I don't think that would stand in court, but I think it definitely demonstrates like there's a level of impunity beyond when you literally just leave the, like, you understand. Do you disagree? Like on a moral level that watching a React video, playing games, pausing like maybe once every 10 minutes to give a little yap or rant, or talking over the video in sentences when you disagree with something. That's not the same as like if I just played an episode of something and just left the room with a little.
No, it's not the same. But I thought we were getting past the copyright rationale. We're assuming a case in which that's not actually motivating it, right? So we're coming back to the copyright aspect when I thought we left that behind. I mean, I agree they're different, but we're assuming someone who doesn't care about the infringement. And so let's not go back to copyright.
Okay, so we're assuming someone who doesn't care about the infringement. Yeah, I don't know. I probably need to see more about Kaceytron, but the fact that like the one clip I see of her talking about me is like she's lying that many times in 45 seconds.
Okay, but is the standard is the standard they lie about Lonerbox?
Well,
that's not the standard.
For whether or not I like feel kind of indifferent or like slightly enjoy watching it, then yeah, it probably does. Yeah.
Oh, but not whether you enjoy watching it, whether you think it's right. Because you might enjoy watching someone be like, I don't know, assaulted who did that, but you might, in a sober moment after a week, say
that wouldn't be
right,
obviously, for being assaulted. Yeah. But obviously, if the person like threw a punch or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to go and dig out examples. I mean, I know Kaceytron's done stuff like that before with other people. Like she's quite flagrant when it comes to whatever raping the discourse. But
here's something that I think would justify it. All right, if Kaceytron, so I'll give you guys some examples. If Kaceytron is taking actions where she is intentionally trying to, take away Ethan's kids, Kaceytron is taking an action where she is potentially, she's going to be the next governor of a state, and she's going to get rid of some big healthcare policy that really matters to a bunch of people. If she is going to, she's about to, like, I don't know, release some unreleased vintage movie that deserves to be released in cinema first, and she's going to take away all, like, I can think of certain overriding societal harms, particularized, like really sharp, intentional, malicious acts towards Ethan, where there's a good significant chance of material deprivation. Those are the kinds of things that I would want to see and be like, okay, yeah, I understand this. Like this person's she's about to file a false report, and we want to blame her for that. What I'm not going to though accept is merely like justifying something after the fact, trivially increasing risk for Ethan, saying just lies unconnected to any kind of substantial risks to Ethan that isn't already priced in. It's going to be harder given the size of her platform that I think it's necessary. So those are the kinds of things that I want to see. And it sounds like you're agnostic at the moment whether the lawsuit against Kaceytron was justified. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, but again, like that's because you're assuming that no one cares about the copyright. But I think so the copyright still matters. Like I think that's what the bit that I don't know why we're assuming that it doesn't.
So we're talking about ethics and whether or not we think. So we did all that work to establish, in general, one who takes the kind of tactic that Ethan did will be against it unless there's some overriding interest which justifies doing the dirty tactic. Right? We use the example of Gavin Newsom. There, it's unsavory, all else equal, to do the partisan gerrymander. We don't like it. But there's an overriding interest there. There's a societal broad interest in getting rid of it in the long term. There's a societal broader interest that really does, that there's a risk to our country being thrown away to the wolves, and those kinds of things. In addition to the tit for tat nature of it, that there's a particular thing that is being repeated in the exact or substantially similar form. Those are all different criteria that we're using to say, okay, notwithstanding the fact that it's a dirty trick, in this case, it's justified, right? Just like I can imagine. In some cases, it's justified to assault someone, right? To do a crime. In some cases, it's justified to, if you increase it enough, to like murder someone, right? And for the greater good. I can imagine we can all do these hypotheticals. And I'm not saying that this is on the same level as murder. No one's saying that. I'm just saying you need to provide something, and in virtue of what is it justified? For someone to use what we both agree is generally not okay. What are the specific circumstances of this case that get us out of the general rules obligations?
But that's why I don't necessarily, because you went with the Tim Pool thing earlier, or even with the Ethan thing. But I think I even said to you that it would be the same thing with Ethan. Like with the Ethan example, remember, it was two things. One is he accuses you of a crime, right? Remember?
The Ethan thing. Yeah, I mean, he accused me of a crime, yeah.
Yeah, he accuses you of a crime. And two, and I assume that he's been corrected or he's got no evidence or whatever else, right? And he's not going to take it back or, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And two, is that he has gone further with you specifically and said that he's going to deprive you of views by watching one of your videos.
Right.
So I don't disconnect one from the other.
context-
So that's why in that context, I would not have an issue with you.
You would support a
using
lawsuit on copyright?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay.
Because the way I see it is like, the way I see it is he's used an underhanded tactic against you first. And I'm guessing because of how defamation law works with a high threshold, is you're probably never going to get him on defamation for that, right? Or assuming
maybe
in
not.
this case.
Yeah, no, maybe
yeah,
not.
it'd be quite unlikely.
I'm not sure. I'm not gonna.
It'd be easier to get him
on
on copyright, right?
I'll have to look at other cases.
Yeah, it would be easier to get him
in
on
the context
copyright.
that we have, it'd be easier to copyright, right? So,
Okay,
but that's what I
yeah.
mean, right? So you would support, for the reasons we stated, even though I don't give a shit about copyright, I don't care that he infringed on my video, and I'm just doing it so that he gets punished for some other thing. You're okay with it because he said a lie about me.
Yeah, I think in that case he's fucked around and found out. Yeah.
Okay, I don't think I think that's where it grounds out, and I think that we just have a different view on the ethics there. I don't think that that's enough.
Because do you understand
Especially
that,
once
like
you
in
start to
both cases, like they're both demonstrations of acting with impunity towards you, right? One is lying, and two is saying, "I'm gonna like actually saying, hey, fuck you, Pisco, I'm depriving you of views by watching your video."
One thing is depriving. So say that one more time. Sorry.
So both of the difference is that you keep saying, "Oh, if you don't care about the copyright, you're just using it as..." Well, no, because that doesn't mean it has no effect on you whatsoever, or it is just like it's just a morally neutral thing to do, right? They're both demonstrations of impunity against you. Do you disagree with that? That if someone lies about you and calls you a fake lawyer, so Ethan calls you a liar and a fake lawyer, and there's not really anything that you can say outside of the legal system or whatever that's going to stop him from doing that, right?
Yeah,
I don't think you can get a retraction from Ethan, can you?
Someone keeps saying that I justify genocide or something, right? And I think it's a lie. And they keep saying Lonerbox or justify genocide, Lonerbox justify genocide, Lonerbox justify genocide, and then one day you get sued because you do the same kind of thing, and you don't actually care that there was that infringement, but you just wanted to go after them because they said that you justify genocide. Do you think that would be okay?
Okay, wait. Who's doing what in this direction? Someone's accusing me of justifying genocide, and then I get sued.
Let's just use familiar. So let's just use familiar figures. Let's say, who's the guy you just debated on Israel stuff or war crime stuff? There was some British dude or something.
Oh, Kunzler, yeah.
Yeah, this guy. This guy goes around and says, Lonerbox is immoral. He justifies genocide.
Okay.
He's a genocide apologist. Yeah. He apologizes for genocide, all that shit, right? And he's irresponsible. And in fact, no one should give it any thought to what Lonerbox says. I hope that his channel becomes unsuccessful, and I hope that he's forced to do something else other than whatever he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So he says all that stuff, and that really pisses you off.
Yeah.
But it's not like actionable defamation or anything. It really, and it's untrue in your mind, right? Because you don't do that, and you were very clear for the different things, and you don't think it's a fair characterization. And so you think that it's a harm. It's not fairly representing your view and the conversations that you guys have had. And then all of a sudden, one day he goes, "Yeah, I want his channel to not succeed." And Lonerbox had this big expose. You should watch it here, and you don't actually give a shit about whether or not he's infringing your copyright. In fact, you actually think it's positive because it'll get more eyes on you, and let's say it makes you a bigger name. In that context, would you think it'd be justified to sue him for copyright infringement?
For everything that you phrased there, I would say probably not, because that's much more of an opinion than calling you a fake lawyer or saying like something specific, like you support shooting kids in the head or whatever else.
What if you've explicitly said, "I don't support genocide, bro"? I don't know what to say. And he has said before he supports genocide, and when people sort of push him and say, "Well, here he is saying he doesn't support genocide," we're like, he says, "Well, he says it, but he actually does." And
because that's to do with the thing that they support. Because these guys think any airstrike that hits Hamas, anything that and also civilians, is a genocide.
Oh, I get
right?
that.
So,
no,
yeah.
I totally I understand that shit. No, for sure. I'm just saying what a reasonable person would understand regardless of whether of how they in their mind like in a very I think unfair and I don't know what to say. It's a super misleading interpretation that isn't justified. That regardless of how they get there, the reasonable person, the average viewer looking at it, is going to get that you support genocide. So it is something that he might have his own explanation for it, but people are going to start to it's going to build a reputation that you're in favor of genocide.
If you switch this to they just lied about a particular position, like a particular act, then I would be completely I think that would be completely analogous. But
right, but in this,
does it need to be the genocide thing? Does it need to be an opinion that is like a defensible opinion?
Why is this one harder? Why is it an indefensible position on interpretation of what you said? Why isn't that enough? I mean, it's having the effect of causing certain people to come into and call you genocide denier, Israel simp. It's having that effect.
Well, you know that. How do you feel about? Okay, so let's say Ethan said you're a shit lawyer.
Yeah.
Versus a fake one. Do those statements affect you equally? Do they have equal weight to you?
No, they don't have equal weight. But suppose that he's calling me a shit lawyer. He's saying I'm horrible, and it's negatively affecting my practice, or it's causing people not to trust me, and my views go down because he's doing it, right? And I think it's a deranged opinion that he doesn't have a justification for, whatever. Again, all assumptions. Let's just deal with the hypothetical. And why isn't that enough? It's hurting me. He's hurting me. It's a delusional opinion. It's unjustifiable. I'm going to sue him. Why is that not enough?
Because this is also the same reason that I think the two things are intertwined. I think there's a difference between giving your opinion and saying you disagree with someone, you use it hyperbolically or whatever, you say they're a shit lawyer, or you just throw it out, versus like you make a factual claim about them.
I see. So to the extent that Denhams et al. Have just merely given opinions, it wouldn't be a justified basis to sue them, right?
Yeah, if it was like broad stuff like that, that would probably be different. Yeah.
So to the extent that you're going to justify it, would need to be some sort of lie about a factual matter, right? That has some material effect on this people, right? Like it wouldn't be enough to say, they lied about the number of dogs Ethan has. That wouldn't justify it. It would be some sort of lie about a factual statement that pertains to a material issue that's hurting him, right? It can't just be any trivial lie. It needs to be some material lie.
I mean, it
right?
can also be
like
an action in the sense of like watching someone else lie about you and then completely agreeing with it and throwing it. Yeah, that would be probably something as well.
Okay. Got it. So these are the principles that I'm
Wait. I never got. Okay? Hang on. Going way back, I never had an answer to the question. I was because the question I was asking you first of all was with the Ethan example and why it's not like completely disconnected from caring about copyright is because if Ethan goes to you and calls you a fake lawyer categorically, doesn't take it back, doesn't base on anything, and then after that he says, "Hey, Pisco, fuck you, I'm going to watch your video and take views away from you," both of these are demonstrating like a sense of impunity towards you. And you said you didn't understand what I meant by that.
Oh yeah, so I didn't understand a sense of impunity. I don't know why that's relevant to our analysis. I take that to mean like that he thinks he can get away with whatever he wants. On some stuff, objectively he can. And so, yeah, I mean, like he should be impugned to the extent, or like, by which I mean, there should be no legal consequence. Do you mean
to the point that he is almost like openly acknowledging that he can commit like a civil liability against you, yeah, and get away with it.
Right, but what I'm suggesting is like that doesn't have independent weight of itself. It's just give me 1 second. Hamas got me. Sorry.
Sure.
That doesn't have any independent force of itself. I mean, that is just merging with the issue of the actual infringement itself. And so the impunity factor isn't playing additional weight. You're just double counting. And with the
I'm not just double counting. I'm having someone who is already crossing like a social threshold where you like lying, and then also
right. So you mean
like
social impunity, right?
Yeah, like social impunity.
Yeah,
social impunity, right? Like lying about you, and then also going to that same person that they're in this that they're engaging in this particular like immoral act towards, and going, hey, watch as I violate the law against you as well. Like, watch as I violate your copyright, fucking dick. Like. I don't know how I could watch someone do that to you
I-
and like not expect that, or like, and feel like there's something wrong with them using that against you.
Yeah, to the extent that you're talking about social impunity, I don't think it factors into the analysis because it's on all fours with the opinion stuff that we talked about. I would feel that if you were to say, he's a bad lawyer, he's a shit lawyer, or if you say that, Lonerbox supports genocide, it's the same thing, right? He's doing so with no social impunity. And so to the extent that impunity references something other than legal impunity and just social impunity, I don't see how it's a distinguisher. It's same in both cases. The sort of cases that we're examining, there is a perceived social impunity for both parties in that, they're not facing a consequence for it.
Yeah, because I think in an ideal...
That's what I'm talking about. So,
yeah, okay. But because I think in an ideal... I don't think that necessarily... Because I think in an ideal world, if someone is like lying about you, for example, or committing these social impunities, there's usually some kind of like recourse in like debunking or correcting, or there are other people watching who kind of like turn the public opinion against them and like in the favor of someone who's being lied about or whatever. Yeah, but I think if that doesn't exist,
was doing, right?
Obviously, and if that doesn't exist for you, then again, I don't know. I want to know your opinion. Like, so you don't think it would be just, so if Ethan said both of those things, like I'm lying about you, like if Ethan's lying about you for being a fake lawyer or whatever, and accusing you of a crime, and then he comes to you and says, I'm going to steal fucking views from you by watching your video, would you not be, you wouldn't feel justified in suing over that second act, even if it's been informed by the first act?
Not if I didn't care about the infringement, no.
You don't care, you don't even care the slightest, not even like 1%.
Wait, care about what?
About the infringement.
Yeah, so if I don't care about, if I don't actually care about the infringement, no. I think that a principle, this is exactly why I think we try to examine this from a third party lens from outside, because it can't just be what I would feel in the moment, because I might feel that I would want to fucking hit him and assault him, right? I could see him in public and be like, you motherfucker, you ruined my practice, and I go and punch him. Now I understand in that case it's an illegal act, but like take another lie I could tell about Ethan. Let's say that in response to his lies about me, do you think it would be justified that I lie about Ethan?
No, wait.
Say that
I was on a line of questioning. Fuck.
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay, what if you care a little bit about copyright? What if like 5% of it is about copyright?
Yeah, I think that there's some threshold here of importance of copyright where the improper purpose, starts to go away. But and so I'm not sure what threshold that is of caring about copyright where I would be like, okay, this is now justified. Maybe 5% would be enough. In terms of a significance level, but I don't think that the problem is not that I couldn't see a world in which there's a mixed motive that that obviates the need for the bad faith motive. What I'm saying here is he's not significantly motivated by copyright, and that's what we all just agreed to. Whatever that threshold is, Ethan
we didn't agree
all
that
that time getting there.
We didn't agree that he doesn't. We didn't agree that he didn't care at all about copyright. When did I say that?
In that instance, right? In the instance, we agreed. People will be able to go back and say he's not motivated. You said he's predominating, right? It doesn't have to do with interest. In this case,
wait. In terms of like the fact that it was actually infringed. Okay. Do you think he doesn't care that people who are already in a spat with him and are already like, from his perspective, like being bad faith towards him? Do you think he doesn't care at all that they said what they said, though? That they were like, we're taking views away from him. Do you think he didn't care about that part?
No. He cared, but now you're being slippery with language. He cared. He wanted it. It didn't hurt him.
I think he cared as in like, oh, you slimy fuck. Like, as in like, yeah, fuck. Like, that's like, they really actually said that, but also it's an opportunity.
Wait, we've gone over this before. We went through this. You said you agreed that he actually was happy when he saw this, and it wasn't a feeling of negativity related to it. And you said at the end of that conversation, we agreed that the protection rationale is bullshit, and that this isn't really about copyright, and that the overwhelming, far beyond everything, is the other motivations.
Yeah, when I say overwhelming, yeah, but that's the same thing as like the weed smoker analogy, right? Because when there's a guy outside my flats who's saying, "Hey, Lonerbox, I'm gonna fucking your windows open and I'm having a joint outside. I'm gonna stink up your living room." I'm like, okay, I don't really care about this person smoking weed or even like having a bit of a smell in my living room, but because of the other stuff as well, the fact that they've already behaved towards me with a particular like sense of impunity, and the fact that I care, like maybe I care maybe 1 or 2% about them stinking up my living room and actually being like, hey, fuck you, look what I'm doing, like look what I'm getting away with. Yeah, I care about it in that sense. I care about it if someone is acting towards you with a pretty like malicious way already, and then they go further and be like, look at me as I violate like a law against you, prick. Then yeah, I care about that in the sense that twofold. One, I care that it's giving me a motivation or a reason to get them back somehow, but it's also, I care about it in the sense that they're being an asshole to me.
Well, I don't know. No, wait. I don't deny that. But the point is, you don't care about the legal harm. You don't care about the violation there. You don't care about the thing that you're suing over. What you care about are the people and the individuals. You don't care. In this instance, he wanted the infringement to occur. We agreed on that. And that the infringement isn't bothering him in that sense. What's bothering him might be the state of mind of those people. But that just is, again, merging with the reason he was targeting them in the first place. This is all stuff. We spent all this time laying it out to get to the point that we were at. And now it sounds like you're going back and suggesting that he actually does significantly care about copyright in this case, that he cares that his property is infringement.
Well, if significant meant 5% to you, then yeah, that maybe I think that's significant enough.
Okay, no, I don't think that he cares even 5% about the infringement in that, separate and apart from that, it giving the basis for him to sue, right? He cares about it in the sense that it's a pretext. No doubt about that. But he doesn't care that his property is being infringed. He doesn't care about the actual infringement, and we spent all that time.
But do you think? Wait.
Building that out.
Do you think that he? This is where I'm completely gonna lose you, or you've lost me. You don't think he cares even 5% that these people who already are in a big drama with him and they already shit on him and they already let's even say they make like bad faith statements about him or whatever, and then they go and say, let's take views away from his new little shitty content nuke. You don't think he cares a little bit about that in principle?
Well, let me be precise. What I mean to say is, if you didn't understand this way, I just want to be clear that this is coming across. He absolutely cares in the sense that it makes him happy. Okay?
No. I mean, cares in like he feels like personally like offended or personally attacked by it. Yeah.
Yeah. So no. All
no.
Right. The statements, those he is not bothered by the legal infringement. All right, so let's just take it piece by piece. The legal infringement, you agree, not bothered by, right?
Without the statement, I'm not sure. Yeah, probably not.
Okay, so when you say why probably not? It seems like you're going down uncertainty.
Well,
why are you uncertain about that?
Because when you say the legal, you just mean like something that would pass a legal threshold for. Yeah, I don't think he cares about that, but I think he does care about the fact that they said it. They did it with accompanied with the statement of like, "Fuck this guy, we're taking views from him." Like that obviously is going to influence the way that you view it, right?
We'll definitely get there right then. But he doesn't. In other words, he doesn't care in and of itself that his property is being infringed. Fair? By itself.
No,
it's not like
100%. Yeah. He doesn't care that like
in this case, he wants his property. In other words, it's desirable that his property is infringed in this case, right?
Sure. Yeah.
He wants them to infringe it. So in no sense does he care in the sense of negativity, all right? That it's a good thing that they infringe his copyright in this case. All right?
It can very easily be both though. Again, it can.
How
it absolutely
can it both
can
be good and bad?
Okay.
I view good as being opposed to bad. I don't understand how they can both be good and bad.
All right. So in the UK when people are like looking for fights and they have a fucking big verbal back and forth. And then maybe like one person is just sitting there, like some like fucking scrapper is just wanting them to like push him, right? And they probably don't like being pushed, or they probably even look at this person and they think, and that person goes, "Yeah, look, I can do anything I want to you, bitch. Watch me push you right now." And then that person is like, "Well, you gave me an excuse," and then they start fucking fighting them and like beating the shit out of them. Okay. You understand? Yeah, you see that?
Yeah,
like, they wanted to get pushed, but also they probably saw the person at their face saying, look at you, bitch. I can do whatever I want with you. Look at me just pushing you around. Like that's probably good and bad for them. It's mixed, isn't it? Because why? It's good because they want to fight, but it's bad because they don't like being disrespected, right?
About. So in that example, it either is the case or is not the case that they want to be punched. Fair?
Pushed. Yeah.
Or pushed.
but it's also good and
So-
bad for them in a way, right?
Well, when I say something is good overall or bad overall, I'm just saying like the overwhelming, like the what I mean to say is like the disposition of one to that thing. Maybe there's like some incidental, right? Like when I say you want to get a vaccine, okay, and do you desire the vaccine? Yeah. Now getting the vaccine entails some small prick, right? It's going to hurt your arm for a little bit,
Yeah.
and there's some components in there overall that might hurt you a little bit, whatever. But we would say, and you would agree, wouldn't you, that Lonerbox got the vaccine because he desired to get the vaccine, right? And he thought it was good to get the vaccine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
think
didn't hear you, sorry.
I'm just going to make sure. I'm just going to. My analogy is closer to yours, right? Because obviously, when you get a vaccine, you ask for it. Like
I'm just establishing base principles that we
Yeah.
agree that notwithstanding the fact that something could entail pain that in and of itself most people would think is ridiculous is bad, that one's desire with respect to a certain outcome isn't premised on there being an absence of countervailing factors that don't completely mitigate the factors that are good, right? So like we would say he wanted the vaccine. It was a good thing to get the vaccine. He desired the vaccine, notwithstanding that, intrinsic to that decision, it necessitated a little bit of pain.
Yeah, okay, but obviously, I'm just gonna bring us back to the analogy with the punching and pushing because I think it's much more close.
But I want to first agree, right? This
yeah,
is an
yeah,
easier
I got
case.
it.
I understand
No,
it's easier.
No, but I'm just trying to make sure that because I'm trying to. No, I do agree with it. I just don't think it.
Okay.
I just wanted to get an answer
So
to
let's go
the
punch,
pushing.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah, let's go to the punch.
but just to be before you start though, I wanted to get an answer.
Yeah.
I don't think I got an answer to.
Yeah.
Is it because I think you were like earlier being a bit derisive of the idea of things being good and bad at the same time? But if someone is saying, like, if someone wants to get an excuse to start actually beating the shit out of someone, and that person that they want to beat the shit out of starts pushing them around and saying, "Look at me pushing you around, you little bitch," like that person who wants to get pushed, it's good and bad that happened to them, right? Even from their perspective.
No, if they desired to get punched, then on their view, it's good to get punched.
Do you think that person likes
Agree?
getting? Does that person like getting pushed around and disrespected though?
Well, it depends. Are you assuming that he doesn't want to be disrespected?
I'm assuming that in this situation, first of all, he doesn't know what this other person's going to do because Ethan didn't know what Denims, etc. were going to do. So he doesn't know what they're going to do. But I guess maybe he doesn't realize until it's happened. Okay, maybe he doesn't realize until it's happened, or he doesn't realize, or he's thinking like, "What if they did this or that?" And then he realizes that they've done this thing. They've done this thing where they've crossed this boundary with them. They've crossed this boundary with them.
So this is the security camera hypothetical.
The what?
This is the security camera hypothetical. This is the security camera hypothetical that we went through already. And the reason it is because they can say, well, given the condition that he doesn't want to exist, this is a defense mechanism, and he would prefer not to have this interaction at all, right? And that's what's priced into the hypothetical. Agreed? So he doesn't want to be pushed because he doesn't want this encounter at all. Fair?
Decent what the account. So I don't think that necessarily matters.
I don't know what do you mean?
I don't think it matters
matter?
whether or not they wanted to have any encounter at all.
So
But
then
I'm
in
going to
what
assume they
sense would
didn't.
in what sense would it be? In what sense would it be bad that he's pushed if he wants it? If he desires it, in what sense would it be bad?
It would be okay. It would be bad in the sense that you have a spat with someone else, and you feel like you're in a position where you can't really go any further with them. You don't want to go to jail by assaulting them or whatever else. And then you don't really predict that they've done this. You're like maybe thinking maybe they could do something, and then they start pushing him around and saying like, "Watch me like making a fucking fool out of you" or whatever. Maybe he expected to get a push, but he might not have expected to get the the demonstration of impunity on top of it. Yeah, I think it's okay to see that and think like, "Whoa, you fucking prick," and then actually going to beat the shit out of them. I think it's because that is simultaneously being like offended by an action, but also something that has given you an excuse to take something back out on them. I don't know if Ethan, like you said, expected Denims and all those people to actually go and sit there and say, "I'm going to steal views from this prick. Like maybe he thought they were
But
just
you
going
don't
to
know. We
do bad
we'd
reacts.
already gone over
or-
that. I thought you said that,
Yeah,
that's
maybe.
not plausible. I mean, we're going over all this old stuff, and I thought we had already gone through it. So like, I'll take the punching example. I'll take the push example. So you would agree at any particular time, the person either desires to be pushed or does not desire to be pushed. It's not. There's no middle ground there, right? Or maybe he's uncertain about it. But he, like, in no sense could he be both desiring and undesiring to be pushed, right?
But can you? But the other.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
thing before we move on?
You can desire it or not desire it. Yeah, that's binary. Yeah.
Okay. So at the point in which we're assessing their mental state, you can come to determine it, or like when we're considering at any particular point. Now that desire could change, right? In the example you're giving, like maybe he's unaware, maybe he doesn't know that like this is going to be necessary until it reaches a certain threshold of insult or potential risk or whatever, and so his mind might change over time. But at a fixed moment in time, we can just assess: does he have the desire to be pushed or provoked? And that's true of Ethan as well. And the only question we have to ask is the question we already asked when we brought up the security camera rationale, or example is, do we think, as between the world in which Ethan, no one infringes on the content, and the world in which we live with respect to the trap, which world would Ethan prefer? He wouldn't prefer the world in which no one infringes. He would prefer the world in which people infringe, right? Given the, with respect to the trap.
Well, because he registered the thing, so yeah, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, right. So it's not the case that it's one of those situations where you're on the bus and it's uncertain, that he just, you only want to do that in relation to the threat. It's that you do want to be pushed. You actually do want the thing that would give you the justification to happen. In other words, if that thing brings you joy and on your view is a good thing that it happened. And that's why when we say, not even 5%, because it's absurd to think that in this case, he's actually bothered by the infringement which he desired to occur.
Okay. Let's say there's a fuck. Okay, let's say there's a domestic abuse victim. Okay, and she's out with her partner, her abusive partner, and there are some cops standing by. So she decides to say a couple of things to get him to snap and assault her in front of the cops, so she can get him, fucked off, because he's very subtle.
She desires to be in that moment. She desires to be hit.
Yeah, but can she also? Do you think she likes being hit, or do you think it's like good for her? Would you say that?
What in general or in that moment?
Ooh, but that's what I said about Ethan. In general or in that moment, you can not like something in general, but also in that moment, you can not like the act. And also,
so Loner, the reason I'm interrupting you right now is because when you say, "Oh my god," it sounds like you've got me in a trap. But do you remember that we talked about this? Do you remember we talked about this very specific thing where I said, of course, I think Ethan in some sense has some desire to protect his copyright, in certain cases, and he has an opinion about it in general.
Yeah, he does, but that's the whole point I'm trying to make. That's the whole point I'm trying to make about in general. Okay. Because you can have something that even in the moment can simultaneously, but that's what I'm saying. It can simultaneously, because I'm sure when the domestic abuse victim is getting punched in front of the cops and then her abusive husband is getting arrested, she's probably thinking, God, that guy actually fucking hit me. What an absolute cunt. But also, thank God the cops are arresting him.
Yeah, so like we're not assessing the state of mind right now of the person who punched, right? So that's just a different inquiry. We can do that if you want to talk about it, is we can address their state of mind. The only thing we're addressing right now, the limited inquiry, is to what extent is this person bothered by a particular thing at that time? That is the question, is the state of mind of Ethan or whoever the person is who's trying to provoke or get someone to do a particular legal wrong to them. So whether or not we would judge the puncher of the domestic abuse victim as bad is irrelevant to what we're talking about right now. What we're talking about is merely to what extent is Ethan's motivation, in fact motivated by the merits of the legal infringement here, the copyright infringement. And before this exchange that we've been having for the last 30 minutes, I thought we'd agreed that it was, basically a negligible amount.
I was going for 5%, but
no, but that's because I put my significance level at 5%. But
it could be 4 or 3. I don't think that would change it much either. I don't think I said negligible.
It's insignificant. In other words, it's insignificant to the extent that it exists.
Why would 5% be significant?
It's not big,
but not 4.
I understand the norm of significance to be 5%. That's usually whatever the fucking these econometric fucking regressions do 5%, right? 5 or 1%. So
Yeah,
I'm using what I understand, like the scientific whatever significance. It's just a way to approximate like some level of care about a thing. But I thought we'd agreed that he isn't bothered by the actual infringement itself. That is a pretext. I thought we agreed on that.
Yeah, but well, maybe I worded it badly, okay, or maybe I worded it in a way that felt like it was ceding too much, because I thought 5% would. I generally think that's low, because I'm trying to. When I say 5%, it's more because I'm trying to say that this is like overwhelmingly, almost entirely, because of the personal beef, right? So
right.
But the thing that I'm guessing, like, I'm just going to tell you what I think was going through Ethan's head, because it would just make the most sense to me, and I think is the most plausible. I think he watched those videos and he saw those people saying, people he already doesn't like, people he's, kind of would like an excuse to go after them, right? And he has seen them saying, hey, do you like taking views away from this Ethan Klein prick and just watching it with us instead? And I think he saw that and he was like, whoa.
And it made him happy.
You piece of shit.
Like, great.
You thieving scumbag. Right,
but
I'm going to come down on you like a ton of bricks.
No, that made him happy.
What I just said is also what you might say if you were happy that happened.
By
the same token, that the guy gets pushed and he's like, whoa, you fucking prick, pushing me around, calling me a bit, well, I'm going to come down on you. Or the domestic abuse victim being like, whoa, that guy actually fucking punched me in public in front of the cops, but thank God he's getting arrested. As in, like, it's more than 50% that she's happy about it because he's getting arrested.
Let's just do it one at a time. Do you think that he was overall, he thought it was good that they said this, or bad?
Is it overall good? Is it overall good or bad that the domestic abuse victim got punched for her, given that she tried to make it happen?
In that moment?
Yeah.
In that moment?
Yeah.
For her, it's good, right?
Yeah. More than 50% at least, yeah.
But hang on a second. Why won't you grant that in the Ethan case? It was good for Ethan.
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
I am.
So it's not like this is a bad thing for Ethan. It's good.
Okay.
Right? So that's not the motivation to sue isn't being bolstered in the sense of from a principled position from this, in that he cares to enforce his copyright up to this limit as a matter of copyright law, as setting a precedent. It is, in other words, giving him additional ammunition for lawsuits, which is essentially already predetermined, and for targets whom are already selected, or at least are in the the short list relates to the thing that's actually motivating what's going on. And the reason we know that also is because when he made the plan, never forget this, when he set the trap, it was before he could have known those things happen. That's why we walked through that for hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when he made the plan, he wouldn't have known that those statements are being made. And so it wasn't, so his desire to sue must predate that condition, because the condition didn't exist.
Yeah, of course it does. But then I think that also maps onto the pushing or the domestic abuse victim analogy.
Why would it? Because his desire to sue was what existed before that even was a thing. And so how can we say in any respect that the lawsuit's motivated by it and the fact that he's going to sue, unless he could have predicted it could happen?
Okay, I don't know where we're.
Okay, so
I think I'm maybe just getting. No, I think
getting tired. Yeah,
no, I'm not like. It's also just because I think I've kind of made my case as well as I can. I don't think there's anything else I can add. So the way, like, in response to what you just said, just to be quick, like, we can even fine tune the analogy more. Like, say this domestic abuse victim is just an emotional abuse victim, and that's really hard to prove, even though I think in Scotland it's actually a crime somehow. I don't know how they do that, but so this is like a domestic abuse victim being emotionally abused, and she's maybe hoping that by antagonizing this guy in front of cops, he might like scream at her or push her or something like that, right? But then he goes beyond screaming at her what she expected, and he actually like pushes her and screams at her, and then gives her like a fucking like a slap as well, and then she's like seeing that reaction. She expected a reaction. It was much more on the nose than she expected it to be. It's still better for her than worse, because she was trying to make something happen to get this person to commit a violation in a way that would let her go after him. That's the best I can explain it as an analogy, right?
Her initial right. No, but let's use it, right? Her plan predates that as an incentive, right?
Yes, it does, yes.
So at the time that the moral calculus needs needs to be on facts at the time that the plan was made, right? Like
Mhm.
the plan was made before those facts.
Yeah.
And so how can you claim that the lawsuit is motivated by things, that is to say, his decision to sue is motivated by things he didn't know when he planned to sue? You understand?
Oh, okay, yeah, I understand. So,
Yeah.
let's say they did. Are you saying that if Denims did a React that was Hassan style transformative, right, 10 hours long, didn't say I'm stealing content from this prick, you think he would have sued anyway?
No, I think there's a necessary condition that you need to have infringement. That's the sense in which copyright
Okay.
is relevant. But it's just not it's just the mere the kind of tool that's being used to service the end here. And so what I'm saying is, like, yes, copyright is relevant insofar as it limits who we can go after. But that's just bought into what we're talking about. But the principles of copyright and the harm of infringement, that's not what's motivating it, because he wanted this infringement to occur, and to the extent that he's being insulted by the specific motivations, it didn't factor into his plan when he made the plan. And so the plan itself needs to be able to justifiable without those things present. And obviously the infringement is something that is necessitated by his plan, and therefore it's not a principled reason to motivate what is going on, is because he's so offended that he would be infringed. That's the difference.
Okay.
Do you disagree with what I just put out? It seems trivial. It seems trivial that he wasn't motivated by the insult of the statements themselves, and that he's not motivated by like some kind of principled copyright position. I thought we had agreed on that. Are you saying that he partly, in your mind, partly motivated by a principled copyright position, in that as something more than just merely enacting justice for his other shit?
Okay, I'm just gonna. I'll just give you a quick answer because I don't want to I kind of want to go to something else. But how do these debates usually end with you? I just feel like it's gone for ages. I'm not saying I don't enjoy it. It's just like been on for a while.
No, a lot of people will just get to the meat and potatoes, which is, he wasn't actually motivated by copyright. He was motivated because these people suck, and then we'll talk about how they suck and what they did to justify it. But it seemed like you didn't want to go down that route, because we were almost there. We were almost going to get to the part where, and this is where the conversation would have gone, Lonerbox, which is, I would have said, well, if mere opinions aren't enough for you to do this, what we had up until then agreed was a dirty trick, then we have to talk in light of that statement, that mere opinion isn't enough, what they did that would justify this kind of what we then agreed to was a dirty trick. And that's oftentimes what I will spend hours and hours, and people will actually end up agreeing that copyright wasn't the motivation. It wasn't a significant motivation at all, if any. And my position is, it wasn't a motivation. It was a means to an end. But people get triggered by that, and they can't grant it. I mean, you watched, they couldn't even grant that, and I think this applies to you, so sorry, but they couldn't even grant that Ethan was lying about Kaceytron's apology being sincere. They have to invent some like crazy shit there. And so I just think that like people get triggered, they're very emotional. And that's what I think is happening here.
Okay. I'm probably going to be speaking to you on Live and Learn later.
Yeah, in like 4 hours. I appreciate it. Listen, it's a good conversation. And I know that it's tiring for people, but I appreciate your content, and keep on keeping. And
we're probably going to have to argue on Live and Learn as well, eh?
No, but not about this, right? I mean,
no, it'll be about fucking the tanker, right?
Like Venezuela shit or some stuff like that.
Yeah. Actually, just so I know what I don't have to. What's your like brief position on that?
Yeah,
Like,
I largely think that from a policy matter, I'm not convinced that it's justified at all. In fact, I think that it's unjustified.
Policy in the sense of like what it's like the broader goal that it's part of, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like basically,
relates, I disagree with America getting involved in a war with Iran or with Venezuela. I don't, and because I think that this is in service of further aggressive action in those efforts. I'm against it as a policy matter. And then go for it.
Oh, no, I think I agree on the sense that like it's like always with one of these things in terms of like any military action, it's like there's the act in and of itself and whether that's justified.
Right.
But then there's also the broader goal. The broader goal is to antagonize Venezuela for no good reason. But I think the actual act itself, in terms of the Shadow Fleet stuff, I think that is actually justified, and there should probably be more of it.
It's actually it's in some sense very similar to what we're talking about with Ethan. Like, if my detection of the motivation of the Trump administration here is they're, for example, not really motivated by anti-Semitism when they do the free speech stuff, or when they're not really motivated by like terrorism when they deport people to Sikhat, or they're not like, I will take negative inferences all the day if I think someone is being a liar, and I will take them at the worst. So that's one of the reasons why, like, I'm not going to look in isolation these actions. And people accuse me of looking in isolation of this with respect to the Ethan stuff, and it's not the case. It really, in my opinion, it's not the case. On the Trump stuff, yeah, I disagree with the broader policy. I also am skeptical. I don't think it's resolved in the U.S. courts, but the extraterritoriality of the application of U.S. sanctions laws, I don't understand why that's the right interpretation of U.S. sanctions laws under U.S. law. I think it's almost certainly illegal under international law. Query whether people give a shit about international law, but I don't think that there's any justification under the frameworks that America has actually agreed to. It doesn't appear to be lawful. And then also the jurisdictional point that even if it were a valid, by which I mean lawful application in terms of the extraterritoriality of the U.S. sanction laws, not clear to me that it would be legal under U.S. law to assume jurisdiction in that sense. And basically for those reasons, I think it's unlawful under international law. It's less clear under U.S. law, but I think if it's not, it should be illegal under U.S. law. And then separately, I think it's bad policy.
Okay. I don't know if you want my position now, but we'll definitely disagree on one or two things.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, my broad position is I think with regards to the Shadow Fleet, I think there is actually like a big issue in the sense that I'm not sure about U.S. law, although I do think that there have been ships seized under U.S. sanction law or related to U.S. law in the past because of how pretty much any of these shadow vessels are somehow interacting with USD, and that's kind of how they get their legal foot in the door. But for international,
I'm very skeptical of the jurisdictional hook there, which is like U.S. dollars, or at least I think it needs to be a little bit more substantial than
am I wrong that
U.S. dollar or something?
Am I wrong that case law generally supports that though? That when these ships get impounded in the past, it has generally been supported legally. Is that true or no?
Oftentimes, there just like is no way to practically raise a claim because no one is going to subject themselves potentially to the application of sanctions, and so very often, presenting yourself in U.S. to like press a claim to retake this property, very seldom that's going to happen because, of course, to the extent that these are deniable, flying under a false flag, or they're scared that they're going to be able to be tracked or uncover different aspects of it, or there's some concerns about, whether or not if they do that, they might be subjected to the sanction penalty in light of the potential forfeiture. I don't think that many of these cases have the ability to be challenged as a practical matter. And then further on, just because it's happened in the past doesn't resolve the legal issue.
Well, the reason I ask about the legal issue is, the reason I ask about the legal issue is because does that need to happen to set precedent on U.S. law? Does someone need to counterclaim on their vessel, or can there not be like a federal? I thought because the way I imagine this would happen is that there would be the attorney general or some kind of like legal body in the United States or some judge who gives an opinion on whether or not under U.S. law they are warranted to see that vessel, and then there might be challenges to it within America. Or does it have to come from without? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So usually usually U.S. courts, federal courts, which would be the courts that have jurisdiction here, if at all, not like state courts. Usually they don't have they don't give advisory opinions. So there needs to be a case or controversy. That's known as Article 3 standing. So a standing requirement is that someone have like an actual concrete injury, fairly traceable to some kind of legal wrong that's resolvable by the courts. That's standing. And unfortunately, it's not given that the attorney general is going to just opine on. Now, sometimes they do. They give like these kind of OLC opinions that will opine on the legality of stuff, but they're not determinate for what the law is. That's the courts. And so no, unless someone has like an actual vehicle to raise the claim in federal court. There have been some cases that have been raised. There's one that went to the Fifth Circuit addressing whether or not like certain treaties are self-executing, and I think that the decision was that it's not. But of course, the Fifth Circuit doesn't speak for the whole country in terms of the jurisprudence. And even if I didn't find the treaty obligation to be self-executing, I would still be in favor of America holding itself to its own treaty obligations, regardless of whether the the treaties are self-executed. I think if we sign on to a treaty, we ought enforce it, even if they're not enforceable in the courts, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I guess overriding that, I'm guessing your opinion as well is that U.S. law shouldn't really contravene international law, right, with regards to maritime.
That's not my position.
No?
I just think that I think U.S. should reasonably abide by international law. I understand some cases where maybe there's some principles of international law that are dumb, but certainly to the extent that U.S. incorporates international law into its law or signs up to international treaties, I think that that's trivial that America should follow that, right?
Okay.
The obligations that it commits itself to and that it incorporates as part of its own law.
Okay.
You hear me?
Yeah.
I hope you agree with that, right? Like, if
to
America
a
signs up to a
degree.
treaty, I think that
Yeah,
you should,
I mean, it's like,
should abide for it.
Fuck. I think that in this environment right now, I don't think international maritime law is equipped to deal with the problem, specifically when it comes to the Russian / Iranian shadow fleet. I think they're actually exploiting the limits of maritime law to basically fund a war of aggression against either Ukraine or Iran. I mean, they've got like 50 fucking wars.
Yeah, but this is kind of like what I hear about, like, for people who are crossing the border illegally and using asylum, right? People are like, they shouldn't be able to do this, and so we should just ignore asylum law, right?
Yeah, but
And I'm
then
just
obviously
like,
that's when I'd make a
why?
moral case for asylum, because I can easily defend the moral case for asylum, and I think actually IHL doesn't go far enough. The Refugee Convention should be more specific to the fact that this is like refugees and asylum seekers in general are a burden that should be shared by countries. You know, like that whole safe first country shit or whatever. I think like IHL should have a firm stance against that. It doesn't right now. But yeah, that's why I tend to just take it into the moral position, and I think morally, like international maritime law just has too many gaps in it for this particular issue.
Right, but would you be okay if America like violated its own law? Like, you wouldn't be in favor of that, right? So like, let's say that there's some policy reason that you agree with, that America get rid of some legal framework or to take some action, but it just happens to be the case that it's against the law. Let me give you an example, right? So the Constitution says Congress declares war, and Trump starts a war that you agree with, that you actually think it's justified. Would you be in favor of him calling the war even though he's usurping the power of Congress?
No.
Right. So that's kind of my principal position, is like, in order to think that there like ought be a big violation of law, like there needs to be some overriding, like incredibly high, like societal thing. Like, we are a country of law and order, and we should follow that law, especially our government officials, and especially people in the highest form of power, because people can make the policy argument all day. You know, who cares about orders to combat status? Who cares about war crimes? Who cares? Like, these people are bringing in drugs and it's killing Americans and all that stuff. But presumably you'd be against us violating our own laws on war crimes.
Yeah, of course, but that's obviously because I don't support war crimes. But yeah, it's like when it comes to U.S. law, I sometimes run into a position of like what happens when one law, because again, this is assuming that it's against U.S. law to extend jurisdiction into the high seas because of USDs or sanctions or anything else. As far as I know, that argument I don't think is settled in U.S. law, based on what you're telling me.
Part of it is not settled, but even to the extent that like America is a signatory on one of these major maritime agreements that limits the degree to which you can do these kinds of seizures in the high seas to a narrow set of circumstances. So regardless of whether it's self-executing under American law, by which we mean it enforces itself, that it's an actual part of U.S. law, I think U.S. should abide by its treaty obligations, all else equal. Like, America should. That's part of the reason, by the way, that we talk about the Budapest Memorandum, right, or whatever the Ukraine shit is, that we should abide by the agreements that we make, and unless we get rid of them by some process. And so I'm a big process cuck. I'm a big process pill, and I'm a big like institutional competency guy. I don't want the president to unilaterally take steps that have been entrusted in other bodies. And America came to an agreement. America should abide by that agreement, and we shouldn't just ignore it. And that's kind of where I'm at. Is even if it's the case that I agree with the policy here, which I don't. If there's some big problem that needs some other legal framework, we should find a way to, through our process, through our laws, through our republic, find a solution to that problem. But just because it's inconvenient to do so doesn't mean we don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah,
we can probably bring that up on Live and Learn. Yeah.
I don't know if they'll want to talk about that or Democrat shit. I don't know how exposed you are to the the domestic American political context.
Not much. I'll have to
But,
hijack
yeah.
not as much as you guys. So I'll have to hijack and make it about boats because obviously the Russian shadow fleet has a lot of ramifications for Europe. I don't know if you know about cases that we've had here with Russian oil vessels sort of like skirting like very close to international waters, and there's been we've had loads of disputes with this over here. But
yeah, I imagine that's the case. I'm gonna have some questions about Starmer and Nigel Farage and what's going on there.
Plenty to talk about there.
Little United Kingdom. Yeah. All right, but hey, appreciate you. Thank you for the conversation, and I hope you all are doing dandy. Have a wonderful week, everybody, and get some coffee.
Take care, man. Bye. I thought that conversation was fine. You guys are freaks. What? Subscribe, you fucking assholes. I mean, sorry.